Hello. Okay. Good morning, distinguished guests. Welcome to this joint side event on water, climate, biodiversity nexus, integrated solution to tackle the triple planetary crisis by the German Ministry for the Environment, Nature, Conservation, Nuclear Safety, and Consumer Protection, UN Water, and UNEP. My name is Danielle Camtier. I was born and raised in Cameroon, and I'm currently based in Canada. I am the current vice president of the World Youth Parliament for Water and the co founder of the African Youth Parliament for Water. Above all, I am an activist. I am a youth advocate in the water, sanitation, and climate sphere. I'm pleased to be your moderator for this session. Water is a global common good and human right. Global water resources are impacted by triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Freshwater ecosystems are part of solutions as they provide invaluable services for climate protection and adaptation as well as biodiversity conservation. Today, we are looking forward to hear from our country's representative from Singapore, Jordan, and Senegal, find integrated solution as well as perspective from UN representatives on how this can be elevated to the global policy level. We will now kick off this session by hearing from Her Excellency Steffi Lemke, Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection of Germany.
Thank you and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Water is a basis for all life on Earth. Healthy nature, enough food, a thriving economy, none of that is possible without sufficient clean water. That is why water is often at the heart of efforts to solve the most pressing problems of our time. Our meeting today is in one of the driest regions of the world. The die Verfügbarkeit of water cannot be taken for granted here. But even in seemingly water-rich regions, water reserves are coming under increasing pressure. The climate crisis has made water supply less predictable and is causing more frequent storms and floods. At the same time, water in soil, snow, and ice is dwindling. Dry spells and drought are the consequence of this, while the world population's demand for water continues to rise. Already, 2.3 billion people live in countries with water scarcity. Sustainable water management is a key to combating the climate crisis and biodiversity loss. Rivers, lakes, and wetlands have enormous potential for climate stabilization, climate change adaptation, and biodiversity conservation. For example, by storing carbon, they serve as important natural mitigators of climate change. As natural filters, they keep water clean and offer habitats to many animals and plants. That is why Germany is implementing the action plan on nature based solutions for climate and biodiversity. Its goals include the protection, renaturation, and restoration of water bodies and their ecosystems. At global level, too, our climate and biodiversity policies must give water greater priority. This is was this was one of the key outcomes of the UN Water Conference in March this year. For that reason, I am pleased that for the first time at a climate conference, today's theme is water and landscape. The topic of water must also be included in existing UN negotiation processes. And I'm thinking, for example, of the global stocktake, the global goal on adaptation, on the negotiations on biodiversity conservation. At today's event, we want to help anchor water issues firmly in all international activities relating to climate and biodiversity. In this context, I'm delighted to announce that together with UN Water and UNEP, my ministry is planning to launch a new initiative. We want to support and test a UN system-wide strategy on water and sanitation, reliable data and monitoring systems that interlink relevant water, climate, and environmental information are an essential basis to achieve this. Such a system can especially support vulnerable countries in taking an integrated approach to water, climate, and biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, it takes resolve to step out of the silo mindset and think and act beyond the limitations of sectors or areas of competence. But as we have heard repeatedly over the past days, it is imperative that we do so. The best solutions are those that are effective against multiple crises, and they are most effective when they are broadly accepted. I look forward to our exchange of ideas on what we can do at national and international level to ensure that integrated policy on water, climate, and environment becomes a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we will hear from Dr. Johannes Kuhlmann, Vice Chair of UN Water, as he introduces us to the impulse presentation.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm very happy to be able to be with you for a couple of initial remarks here in this event. Thank you for inviting me. I work in the WMO, but I'm the vice chair of UN Water here today for you. And I brought some slides because I've been asked to give a little bit of background on, what's the issue with the water cycle. So yeah, you can see here on this screen, and I think we only have this one here, so please turn your heads to the left. You have the water loss, or the water that goes away from our ecosystems and land surface. So this is a result of a satellite mission that Germany and the US have started 20 years ago. And this is the equal to losing 1,500 square kilometers of water every day from our ecosystems, from the cryosphere. And we have just heard a couple of days ago to use water for mitigation alone. We have estimated for the first time that we need 900 cubic kilometers additionally. So what is actually happening at the moment and what we need to mitigate is in the opposite direction. Next slide, please. This is the area of significance for biodiversity conservation related to carbon storage. So you see here where we need to really try to protect the biosphere in order to mitigate climate change better, or to also contribute to the absorption of carbon in the biosphere. This here is a result of a cooperation between UNEP and the World Bank. And if you now look at the red areas and you compare this to the red areas that we had before, you see that, for example, in the far north, there's an overlap between those importance of biosystems for mitigation and carbon storage and the water loss that we have. So we know that ecosystems that have more, you have mentioned that, I mean, it's the peatlands. This is the one ecosystem that we need to strengthen and restore. But if we lose these peatlands more, then we have more problems in biodiversity and climate change mitigation. Next slide, please. So, and this here is the global water stress hotspots. This is the physical water stress that we've calculated a couple of years ago in WMO together with FAO and the World Resources Institute. So this here is, so to say, the deficit that we have in terms of water for providing food per capita and per grid cell. So this is not the social impact, or so this is the sheer physical pressure that we have on water, on the water and food nexus. And you can again see that in the Middle East, in northern, eastern Asia, but also in those mountainous areas, especially in the Americas, we have the highest problems also in the Mediterranean. And my last slide to scare you, please, is this one. This is the population development per water availability projected. So we know where we will have the highest population dynamics. You can see that in Africa, again in the Middle East, but there's also already the biggest water problems in these areas. Now I've repeated a couple of things that you might already know, but this I have been asked to, give that as a background for the discussion also later in the panel here. So we have to consider these facts if we want to find a solution. And I have now the hope slide with me, because we actually, I think, know what to do. If you can show the next slide. So you have already mentioned, Minister, that we are finally, after the water conference, able to come to a UN-wide consistent strategy on water and sanitation. And I have been, given the honor or the burden, or I don't know how to say this, to coordinate this strategy development. So the UN system is now developing a one water strategy, and the first rough idea draft will be shared according to the DESA USG with the member states in December. So we are working on that. That will come out very soon. So I think what we need to do is what we can do, and what is, I mean, it's in our hands to do this now, is to develop this policy coherence and policy mechanism that we need to agree on in the 26th Water Conference, because that's our next real touch point in the UN system between all the member states to agree something. So the water envoy, the water strategy, and some of those main activities that I've listed here, we can actually agree on them in 1.5 years' time. But to do that, we need to work now, and that thank you for enabling us and DESA to do that already, to start working on that, because we cannot come to the 26th conference and say this is our idea. It needs to be consulted a year before. So it sounds far away, but we're under a bit of a time pressure to get something really done. Some highlights that I think are important for this: biodiversity, water, food, and energy nexus. Resilience comes through diverse systems. We will never be able, with a monoculture or mono solution approach that we have had in the past, to transform our business. We cannot scale up anymore. We need to transform the way we do things. We have had to double the investments 3 years ago. We had to quadruple them this year, and we will have to 100-fold them in 2029 to get to the 2030. It makes no sense. It's an exponential process. We need to increase water on the land. We need more interrelated green and gray solutions. Water storage is essential if we want to stop and reverse the trend of losing water. We need to be able to have much more water in our systems. And that's what we have actually always tried to avoid in a couple of 100 years now in agriculture and city development and so forth. We need to really close our water use cycles. And so circularity is a key word. And we must decelerate the water cycle where possible. We don't want to decelerate it if there is a flood or so, or in the city, but we want to decelerate the whole thing in general, so that we have less storms and less impact by extreme events. So I've talked enough now, I think. Thank you for giving us the time, and I look forward to the outcomes of your discussion. I cannot stay until the end, but thank you for the invitation.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Kuhlmann. Now I will ask Mrs. Susan Gardner, Director of the Ecosystem Division of UNEP, to introduce the impulse presentation. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Daniela. And it's so important to have your perspective and sort of your function here in this conversation today to ensure that we're looking at what all of this work means in terms of the next generation, in terms of what young people are demanding from us today. We're hearing those voices louder and louder every day throughout this COP. I want to start, Excellency, colleagues, friends, by thanking Germany and all the partners for this enormously important conversation today. And it's so fitting that we're here in the SDG Pavilion because we like to focus on the water specific SDGs, but in reality, which of the SDGs can you achieve without integrated, cooperative, and effective management of our water resources, both freshwater and marine? So it is essential that we're bringing this conversation not only across the water biodiversity climate nexus, but that we're thinking in terms of the entire water continuum from ridge to reef. Um, and so it's very important, I think, just to add UNEP's voice to what we've already heard from Minister Lemke and Dr. Kuhlman in terms of that critical connection between biodiversity and water and climate. Um, Climate is fundamentally manifesting in as a water crisis and a biodiversity crisis, and this is also vice versa. So both are needed for solutions of the others. And we've witnessed the effects of Nexus on the various things that have been brought up already in terms of seeing more flooding, more sea level rise, energy insecurity, food insecurity, uh, all the whole range from wildflowers and droughts to devastating floods, the whole gamut of issues that communities are experiencing more and more now, and it's affecting livelihoods. Um, it's affecting life and death. Without being dramatic, it's truly life and death that is at play. We're seeing communities disrupted. We're seeing civil unrest. We're seeing displacement and migration. And so it's important, though, also to acknowledge that when we're thinking about nature, nature is a victim, yes, of climate change, but nature-based solutions are our most powerful ally. And we can embrace the opportunity to just continue to make peace with nature. We're hearing this across this COP, unlocking the potential of nature-based solutions to tackle this water, climate, biodiversity nexus. And approaches like integrated water resource management emphasize this connection. And the strategic thinking that the UN is bringing to this conversation now is very timely and very important. Um, UNEP's been working for more than 2 decades on integrated water resource management for SDGs. And I'll just use one example in Vanuatu, where we're seeing that integrated water resource management is now part of their national adaptation plan. It's included in the country's NDCs. Integrating water across various sectors and focal areas. Recently, Vanuatu was part of SID's restoration flagship, where they are uniquely connecting integrated water resource management with integrated coastal management. So they're looking at freshwater, drinking water aquifers at the same time that they're looking at mangrove conservation. It's this kind of integrated thinking that we need to see more of. These interconnections between food, energy, climate is going to reverberate, we think, more and more as others are learning how to do this and learning from our successes across different country experiences. On the disaster front, we know that early warning systems can provide the essential forecasts that feed into sector specific decisions. And the timeliness of this data is essential to ensure that decision makers have the chance for action and changes of direction on agriculture, disaster risk management, fisheries, health, all of those things that many examples we've seen recently with the pandemic. And the message of these interconnections was especially clear earlier this year at the UN Water Conference. I think we heard that from almost universally from all the member states who participated, as well as from all the various perspectives of different sectors, that we need to integrate, we need to reduce the fragmentation, we need to be working more closely together as we join forces on the water continuum. So it's really time to expedite integrated water resource management through the stronger collaboration. It means configuring our ways of working across institutions with policy coherence, integrating what we've heard already described as the typical traditional silos. It means identifying upstream and downstream drivers that degrade our natural resources and enabling a joined up landscape to seascape kind of approach and planning, connecting data and systems. It also means including all of the different voices and perspectives that are essential to bring information, Indigenous people, young people, um, ensuring there's a gender dimension, ensuring that we're getting all of these voices. And lastly, we have to ensure that we're valuing the investment of nature correctly. We need to triple investments in nature-based solutions by 2030 in order to achieve any of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we need to do this. We need to make sure that decision makers, our economic development planners, our development assistance planners, that they understand the value of ecosystems. It's not just about the cost you can get from a tree in the forest. It's as a commodity. It's about actual services that, for example, the Congo Basin provides in terms of determining water and rainfall thousands of kilometers away in Ethiopia. So ensuring that we have the right value and we understand the costs of our various options and the benefits is essential. To advance climate action encompassing both mitigation and adaptation, we have to acknowledge this interconnection of water, climate, and biodiversity. And water, we know, it flows through all of this, and we have to see ourselves as having that same kind of flow. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Suzanne Gardner. Thank you to Her Excellency Steffi Lemke, Dr. Johannes Kuhlmann that just left, and Mrs. Suzanne Gardner for their insightful presentation. We are now reaching the second part of our session where we hear from our country's representatives. So we start with the Minister of Singapore. I'd like to invite on the stage the Minister of Sustainability and Environment of Singapore, Her Excellency Grace Fu. Welcome.
Good morning. It's my privilege to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me. We've all heard about the significant impact of climate change on water and biodiversity and the interconnectedness and how together it is really a wicked problem for global community to solve. So I will not go into some of the data that's already been presented. I'll go straight into what Singapore is doing. I try to bring a kind of policy making as well as implementation examples for discussions. In Singapore, we have actually approached the water, climate, biodiversity nexus in a holistic way. For our climate action, both mitigation and adaptation, we have actually a Singapore Green Plan that brings in all the relevant ministries and take a holistic, comprehensive, and integrated approach to address these issues. We have strengthened our water security by diversifying our water supply and innovating and innovation to overcome our very limited water catchment areas and reservoirs. And just by a show of hand, how many of you have been to Singapore? Thank you very much. For those of you who have not, we are a very, very small country. I'm not, understating it. We are 720 square kilometers. So from east to west, 45 minutes by car, you have reached both sides of the island. So how do you feed 5.5 million population in such a small place without huge river, without tall mountains? So we have to be very innovative because we are extremely water stressed. So we came up with some reservoir, which we have. We protect them. We protect them by law. We are importing our water, which brings us some issues about water security. More importantly, we have, as speaker have earlier said, we have actually closed up our water loop 100%. We sewer up our entire country and we recycle our water, what we call new water. High grade, high standard, so high that it's actually fit for purpose for the highly precision engineering industry. So some of the new water is used by our semiconductor industries, our pharmaceutical industries, because that's at that level of quality that they require. We also have a new source of water, which is desalination. Because besides sewing up and recycling the water, we are also thinking about the future where climate, extreme weather events will bring additional stresses to us. So, how do we have a new source of water? Desalination. And in this last 5 decades since independence, we have actually invested significantly, persistently, continuously into water technology. So, when it comes to getting high quality water with minimum energy, minimum resource, I think we have made significant headway. And we're not talking about still in experiment that's going on in the lab. We're talking about actual implementation out there with water plants, desalination plants that's working. So that's really one of the issues, creating one of the solutions, creating new sources of water. We are next looking at how do you turn this water security, water safety issue and address the energy requirement. As you know, desalination is energy intensive, recycling is energy intensive. So we are now moving on to reducing energy efficiency that is required in these two processes. So R&D is going on. We have very ambitious goals. We're looking at halving energy intensity that's required in these two processes. Second proposal that I would like to share with you is to integrate protection of biodiversity in our urban development. Such a small country, 5.5 million population, we need development. And in unfortunately, a highly urbanized way. We're talking about, high-rise living apartments for our people. But we have to find way to decarbonize our energy system. So we are looking at installation of solar panels, not just on empty land, but actually on every one of our buildings. So rooftop solar panels are all over Singapore. Besides that, we are not happy with just on the rooftop. We're looking at floating solar panels, floating solar farms, particularly in our reservoir. So we aim to deploy at least 2 gigapeak amount of solar power by 2030. But when we deploy floating solar panels on our water bodies, it impacts the biological properties of these areas. So in order to address these concerns, we minimize the coverage of the water surface to promote sunlight penetration and mixing, and conserved reservoir space for birds to forage. And we will continue to study the environmental impact on flora and fauna, including precious biodiversity like the herons and the otters that live around the reservoir. So even as we green our water treatment system with renewable energy, we are also protecting the biodiversity around us. And we also have the plan of planting 1 million trees by 2030 in Singapore. The third proposal is to look at coastal protection measures that not only meet the need of water resilience, coastal protection, climatic resilience, but also the biodiversity conservation. So as you know, as a very low-lying island, we have 30% of our island, our area, less than 5 meters above mean sea level. And sea level rise is affecting our existence. Recognizing this, we have to look for ways that can protect our coast against sea level rise. And you know that all this melting ice caps, all this additional global warming that brings energy into the cryospheric system, it's converging itself in the tropics because that's where the water is coming to us and that's where temperature is higher. So we are seeing in this region a lot more extreme weather events, many more typhoons of high severity, and we have to really start early to protect our communities. So last month, we announced plan to start our reclamation technical studies to reclaim along the east coast of Singapore. And this is a very important part for those of you who have visited Singapore. This is from Changi Airport, which is our main international airport, to the CBD. So this is a critical stretch for us. And we are starting to look at solutions. And one of the very interesting and innovative solution to us is really the creation of what we call a long island. It's a 800 hectare of land, basically lying the coast, creates new land for us, protect us from sea level rise, and also create a new freshwater reservoir for us. So when we think about innovation for coastal protection, it need not be just very hard civil engineering solutions, but really an extremely rare opportunity for us to rethink the coastline, rethink the users, rethink engagement with the community in a very long term and holistic way. So this Long Island will add 20 kilometers of new coastal and reservoir park, and thereby tripling the length of the existing waterfront area on Singapore's east coast. And I will just stop here as far as Singapore's policies are concerned, but I would like to pick up from Ms. Gardner's earlier point about finding finance for nature resources, natural resources. And you may like to know that when we had pre-COP 27 in the Democratic Republic of Congo, I was very, very moved by the call for finances, for support, for economic resources, for the communities that we are expecting them to protect the natural resources, but yet wanting development. So the call is that we want to protect the green, we want to protect biodiversity, we want to protect the forest, but our people wants livelihoods, wants economic development. So where's the resources for us? That's the call to DRC. So since COP27, U.S. Special Envoy John Kerry and I worked out a framework on forest and climate leadership partnership. This is a framework that looks at just transition for forests and land use. Just like we have JETP for energy systems, this is the just transition for forest and land use. And since then, we had very good progress. We have actually brought concept framework to action. So this COP, we launched 3 country packages for 3 countries: Ghana, Democratic Republic of Congo. We're very happy to report back to DRC that we have found some solution for them, and also Republic of Congo. And earlier we talked about the Congo basins. How do we protect Congo basins, which is so important for biodiversity as well as water resources? So the thing to note about country packages is that it is not top down. It's not someone else coming in to say you need to do this to protect biodiversity, you need to do this to look at protecting your water resources, but rather it's a bottom up approach for the country, for the government, for the people, for the indigenous people to really have a decision making process to decide what's best for them. And then we will crowd in MDBs, we crowd in banks, we crowd in philanthropies, we crowd in grants to really try to pivot the dollar of grants to many dollars of private money. We believe that by doing so, we can stretch the dollar of public finance so many more times to help countries in so many parts of the world to find solutions, to find finance. And we hope that if we are able to operationalize with grants, with loans, with finance, with innovative financial solutions, we are able to scale up some of these nature-based financial package. We believe that there are many, many parties out there wanting to do good, wanting to protect water resources, wanting to protect biodiversity, wanting to protect our forests. I think it's really for us to find a framework that each one can take a part of the risk, each one can take a part in the contribution to really scale up impact. Thank you very much for having me, and I wish you all the very best in the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency. Now we will move to the third part of our session, so expert panel. So I'd like to thank everyone, country representatives, for their valuable contributions. We will now move to this third part of the session, which is the expert panel. as we hear from our experts on the water, climate, biodiversity nexus. Please welcome our experts, Mrs. Susan Gardner, Director Ecosystem Division of UNEP, Mr. Stefan Unlenbrook, Director of Hydrology, Water and Biosphere at WMO, Mr. James Dalton, Director, Water Program of IUCN, and Mr. Romeo Bertolini, Deputy Director of the NDC Partnership Support Unit. You are welcome to join the stage. In the meantime, we will screen a short video on integrated solutions along the
Climate
nexus
change,
as part
environmental pollution, biodiversity loss. The triple planetary crisis is linked by our most precious resource on Earth, water. But where water connects the problems, it also provides cross-cutting solutions. The International Climate Initiative is an important part of the German government's international financial commitment under the Paris Agreement and the Convention on Biological Diversity. To date, this initiative has funded more than 800 climate and biodiversity projects in over 150 countries, committing more than 5 billion euros. In many projects, water is the connector for inclusive and successful solutions, which are implemented directly through local partners. Let's take a look. The water and wastewater utility of the city of Madaba in Jordan assessed options to lower its carbon footprint in daily operations under the Water and Wastewater Companies for Climate Mitigation project. By introducing energy-efficient pumps and other greenhouse gas-reducing technologies, the utility not only provides drinking water to more people, it also reduces its carbon emissions equivalent to taking 200 cars off the road. Worldwide, more and more providers treat water, energy and carbon as inseparable in the transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient future. In the high Andes of Peru, puna landscapes are slowly drying out. Millions of people living in cities and farmers at lower altitudes are threatened by water scarcity caused by climate change. The award-winning project, Scaling Up Mountain Ecosystems-Based Adaptation, combines traditional knowledge and modern technology. Communities are restoring 1,000-year-old water systems built by their ancestors. A complex network of dams, reservoirs, and open channels is reclaimed to recharge water reserves and revive pastures. The project improved an area as large as 12,000 football fields. In Bhubaneswar, people hold the solution in their hands. The Indian city is often ravaged by floods, caused by heavy rains and poor waste management. When blocked drains overflow, the authorities often struggle to respond in time. Under the innovative project ICT-based Adaptation to Climate Change in Cities, residents and decision-makers co-created MU City Savior. This free app enables citizens to report blockages with their phones. An algorithm produces a priority list for action from real-time data. Participative digital solutions like this can help cities worldwide to tackle climate risks and save lives. Now it's our turn. To ensure a water-secure and climate-resilient future for all, we must all work together to forge new partnerships and bring about decisive change. We are at a new starting point. Let's be ambitious. Let's be committed. Let's make the change.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we are moved to the third part of this panel, so the expert session. Since we are running out of time, I will ask our experts in 2 minutes to answer the questions. So I will now start by UN Water, WMO. The first question of this panel goes to Mr. Stefan Unlepo from WMO. As the technical coordination mechanism of the UN entities working on water and sanitation, UN Water seeks to improve the effective coordination of activities by the UN system. From your perspectives, what challenges are we facing at global governance level when it comes to integrated water, climate, and biodiversity policies? And how can a UN system wide strategy to water and sanitation tackle this to benefit the most vulnerable countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daniela. Your Excellency, colleagues. A pleasure to say something in 2 words. It was a complicated question. And WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, is one of the 30 plus UN organizations. Does that work? I'm not sure. It does. Okay. It's one of the 30 UN organizations that participate in UN water. And we try to coordinate water, across at the global UN level with the different UN agencies, as well as breaking that down to regional, national level where the water decisions are taken, where it matters the most. You asked me what I think the video and all the presentations by Minister Lemke, etc., really explained already the interdependencies of climate change, biodiversity loss, and the overall environmental pollution. You know what connects most of the things? It is water. Water is the agent that often connects between the different spheres. So, and therefore, that we are really lacking behind when it comes to water is hampering actually our progress in all the other objectives. So a better coordinated approach to water and sanitation and water and the environment in particular is really can really be an amplifier to make progress across and all these other things. If you look at the global system, we have a number of different conventions, and from the UN side, I would like to mention the UNEA, the United Nations Environmental Assembly. We have the UNFCCC, as well as the Convention for Biological Diversity of the UN, and we have the Sendai framework, and we have IUCN, James, and many other things, which partly, we don't coordinate the water messages too well across this board. So if we look at it from a biodiversity angle, we might give slightly different policy advices or strategies as if we look from an economic development level, from a climate change level, etc. Maybe my last contribution, which I want to make in my 2 minutes, if I may. Earlier this COP, it's like a decade ago already, we had a session on the watering the energy transition. I think it's very clear we need to scale down massively fossil fuels, hopefully to phase it out as soon as possible. But these energy transition will require a lot of water. So we busy with the first, we presented some first results. So, how much water will it take if we really follow the IPCC scenario when it comes to solar, to wind, biofuel, battery? Battery is absolutely critical because solar and wind is fluctuating a lot. So we need to store the energy either as pumped storage and water or with battery, and then kind of try to estimate how much water does that need. And what came out of this study is very clear. So while we all agree on the necessary transition of the energy, it costs a lot of water. Our estimates at global scale indicate that we need to double all the water used when it comes to industries and energy in total. So it would require double by 2030, and that every year. And we just don't have the water resources. So it needs to be an alignment and on many solutions: water demand management, maybe considering water use in the energy transition as well, and really having a more comprehensive intercorp process, kind of inter mainstreaming or alignment of this message to actually be able to make that transition work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, our second question goes to IUCN, Mr. James Dalton. Freshwater ecosystems are disappearing 3 times faster than forests. The unsustainable use and management of water in combination with climate change is degrading ecosystems and driving species to extinctions. What potential do integrated and holistic approaches such as IWRM and NBS that combine sustainable water management, climate mitigation, and adaptation, as well as biodiversity conservation offer for implementation on the ground?
Right. Thank you very much for the question. It's a long one. I think the fundamental problem is that as a species ourselves, and as organizations, we have always assumed that there is enough water on the planet and it will keep coming for us because of hydrology. Um, Climate is obviously disrupting that. So we've been fundamentally very unaware of the fragility of the system that we're in and how that will change over time as a consequence of climate change. Our systems have been built on that level of stability to date. And so as that stability is changing, so we need to move very rapidly in terms of how we finance water management, how we understand the hydrological system, and how we store and distribute those water resources for people and for all of our industrial uses that we need. And we're not very good at that. We've built systems that are fairly static and controllable, and we need to accelerate how they move. It's interesting to hear from Singapore earlier on because they're a small country, they've got a large amount of financial capital, and they've got a lot of capacity. So they've been able to adapt quite quickly to the system and to the changes that they're within and cope with that, still under some strain. When you take that level of complexity and you apply it to countries that don't have those resources, that don't have that capacity, and have much more shifts in the climate that's going to affect them from a sort of floods and droughts perspective, we are going to be in some challenges going forward. So there are some serious concerns. I think the problem is that we don't put water centrally into the conversation. So the videos were very good at showing that water is the blue thread that links many elements of action through agriculture, industrial processes. But we don't often put that into many of the conversations. So when you walk around the COP, you see things happening on a whole range of topics, but actually water is generally embedded in most of them. I remember working with a large company many years ago who told me how hard it is internally to convince people that within every packet of cereal that they produce, there are 10 tons of water. You can't persuade your own staff working on these consumer products. How can you actually get the consumers who are eating the cereal to understand that as well? So there are some challenges there in terms of how we communicate water. Your point about what do natural systems have to offer in this, they will be significantly affected by climate change. And so consequently protecting their functioning, protecting them as ecosystems on their own right, and protecting the services that they provide to us for food, agriculture, energy production are critical. There is the Freshwater Challenge, which Germany has actually signed up to, which is ministerial this afternoon, which has 34 countries signed up to it, is specifically dedicated to restore freshwater systems, rivers and wetlands, to ensure that it brings adaptation benefits for people and our industries and our society, but also these systems are important in mitigating and storing carbon. So the natural system is a key fundamental driver in the hydrological cycle, and therefore that must be protected. The more that we degrade that, the bigger the risks from a water perspective we create. Thanks.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Dalton, for the insightful input, and thank you very much as well to thank you very much as well. Um, so now we will move to our last question. So our last question goes to Mr. Romeo Bertolini from NDC. Mr. Bertolini, NDC are at the heart of the Paris Agreement and increasingly include water-related activities, particularly on adaptation. How can the role of water in the NDCs be further evaluated, and how does this influence local implementation of water, climate, and biodiversity goals?
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me here. I think it's clear that the NDCs, and I think that's a well-known fact here, bonjour, Monsieur de Senegal, Monsieur le Ministre, that the countries put in their NDC a lot of effort, and these NDCs are the climate targets, and they became really somehow the underlying principle, the methodology, the matrix of the Paris Agreement, and putting water there was not in every country and across the board a thing at the beginning, but it's really increasing indeed. And we see about 80-90% of all the NDCs have water elements, mostly on adaptation indeed, but they also are related to mitigation activities, and this integration and the connection there is a very important one. So if you look into these NDCs, and then if you relate it to the National Development Plan, if you look at into in an integrated, holistic way, it's very clear how you do that. You use your NDC, you use it for the planning of your budget. You use it, to argue in favor of the NDC being implemented through the Ministry of Finance, the national budget. The president, the prime minister is taking the lead there and make sure that the work is done on the sectoral level. And this is what the NDCs are about. And the NDC partnership brings together and tries to make this horizontal component and the whole of society and whole of government component as at the heart of the activities. We have been seeing this in about 10, 15, 20% of the countries, the 90 countries we work with, are increasingly recognizing this. And we also see that this next round of the NDCs until 2025 will be seeing a lot of updates. And these NDCs will for sure see much more of NDCs and water related indicators, both on the mitigation and especially on the adaptation side. And not least, when it comes to biodiversity, we see a lot of connection there as well, of course. And that's also why we have been supporting the establishment of the NBSAP partnership with the intelligence that we have and with the idea of collective action on the international side, reacting to the national needs expressed by the countries in their planning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bertolini. So this is the end of our expert panel. So thank you, Mr. Dalton, Mr. Underbrook, and Mr. Bertolini for your insightful inputs. I will now invite here on to the floor Mr. Diatta from country representative from Senegal to give some input and some background on the 9th World Water Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and I apologize for being late because I was on several activities representing my country also. And Senegal, like many countries, face significant challenge related to water security due to climate change. As you know, we are in sub-Sahara country where water is essential for our development, and water is one of the driver of our economic and our social development. To meet this challenge of water scarcity, Senegal have over last few years developed several projects to adapt water and sanitation sector to climate change. And through flagship action three flagship actions have been made. First of all, we are developing nature-based solutions. Why nature-based solution? Because we are mostly depending on groundwater, but also on surface water. And our lakes, our rivers are sometimes suffering, and we need to restore some lakes to have water. And Dakar depend for 60% of water from the Lac de Guiers. Lac de Guiers is a lake located more than 300 kilometers from Dakar, and we are working to restore our ecosystems, freshwater ecosystems, and protect them. The second is the mobilization of non-conventional water resources. Senegal is implementing also, we are under construction of the first desalination plant in Dakar, in Mamel. And regarding the water scarcity also in the Sahel region, we are also planning to have a second sea desalination plan to be sure that the area of Dakar city, which represent more than 60% of the population of Senegal, are safe in water. And the last flagship action that we are making is in sanitation sectors, accordingly to the principle of circular economics. Because we know that in this sector, we're working on the reuse of water for agriculture, specifically in a sub Dakar area where we lack water, and now we are thinking for the reuse. It's very important. We are also making the valorization of, of sludge, and we are using also energy produced by fecal sludge also. This means that we are working also in innovations, and we are increasing research on these files to be sure that we can reuse all this type of water, and we are facing also against social contradiction where people do not like to use the water reuse, but this is an issue that we have solved now. And today, Senegal freshwater ecosystem face a number of threats. To curb this threat, Senegal has adopted strict regulations to limit pollutions and the degradations of habitats essential to the protection and restoration of fresh water. At the Ninth World Water Forum held in Senegal in March 2022, under the theme of water security for peace and development, we work on strengthening the importance of water, climate, ecosystem nexuses in order to build sustainable resilience in Africa. And in this forum also, we launched what we call the Blue Deal. The Blue Deal is a Dakar Declaration, a Blue Deal for water security and peace for sustainable development. And finally, it is important to underline that after the UN Water Conference in March, the acuity of having special envoy. This was the main results of the UN Water Conference. And now I think that the water community need a special invoice and an intergovernmental process on water to advance the link between international commitment to water and intergovernmental process on climate and biodiversity. This is very important because when water doesn't have a figure, it's not so interesting being here because we need a figure of water who defend water in the climate agenda. This is very important, and thanks to Germany for pushing also for having this special envoy. I think that together we have to do this plaidoyer, what French for plaidoyer, and I think that it's very important. This is the only way to advance the water agenda in the particular context marked by the climate crisis, and to ensure that water is finally an essential vector for peace, development, and resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diata. So now we are done with our expert panel session. So we are going to do a little Q&A if we have enough time. So a huge thanks to our experts and panelists and country representatives for addressing all these questions. As we are now coming to the end of the session, we will open the floor to general Q&A from participants. As I said, if we have time, if we have enough time, I will go first with a general question to our panelists. So, after your experience at the COP28, from your perspective, what do we need to bring water, climate, and biodiversity closer together to facilitate a successful inter-COP process? Let me know if you want me to repeat the question.
No, I'm happy to have a go at it. I think straight away, right now, we need to see water more centrally in the global stocktake text. It's in there right now in the draft being discussed too from countries today, but it's really not clear. It needs to be much more centralized, I'd say, to the embedding of freshwater ecosystems within GST text as a fundamental supplier of water resources. And not only that, but there is a thing currently in the discussions, the negotiations between water and agriculture, whereas agriculture is hiding dealing with the topic of water security. And rather than just wanting more water, it has to also join and understand the issue that there is not enough water available and that there needs to be more investment.
Thank you. Yeah.
My answer to that question is my understanding is at this very moment, these days, there's a ministerial discussion about the global goal on adaptation. I think it's a closed meeting, only ministers are allowed. So I use this opportunity to speak to one. And also, if Senegal and Singapore also might want to support, I think it's critical to have this global goal on adaptation. We feel the changes of the climate a lot through the change of variability of water. So the melting glaciers, water availability downstream has changed. Floods and droughts are changing in terms of frequency and severity. More exposed to that. I think this is all known. But it's really critical to have water prominently written into this goal. So, Your Excellency, if you and others maybe want to take this message into the negotiation room for the global goal of adaptation. Thank you.
From my perspective, I think if you talk about intercop, I think it's very important to think about the country level and the national level. Bring those people together that deal with water, with energy, with biodiversity, with agriculture on the country level. Use the billions that are flowing to the countries. Use the ownership of the country that is expressed in the NDC and in implementation plans in order to bring things together there. And that's the mission that we are having. And I think that's the major impetus and the major motivation that I think drives a lot of us doing this work.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being concise. So, thank you to all. Thanks to our panelists and participants. We have now reached the end of the session. We have heard from countries' representatives, from our experts, on how we can integrate solutions to tackle the water, climate, biodiversity, triple nexus planetary crisis. It is now my greatest pleasure to give you concluding remarks as a youth representative on this topic. When it comes to water and climate, it's no longer a debate that we should prioritize capacity building for young people, especially young women and people from minorities. There should be a serious investment in education, therefore. To tackle the triple nexus planetary crisis from a youth perspective, we must work collectively to ensure that young people receive adequate opportunities and education and that they acquire the knowledge and skills necessary to better tackle water and climate issues. Furthermore, we also need to close the gaps in the water and sanitation workforce that are growing due to limited access to education, weak supportive frameworks, and poor rates of recruitment and retention of skilled staff, particularly women. This has a big effect on the capacity and innovation of the water and climate sectors, and this is a practical solution to tackle a side of this triple nexus crisis. To tackle the other side of this issue, we must take into consideration, especially within youth organizations, that there is a very small or poor collaboration between the water and biodiversity sectors that needs to be improved. For example, when we say water, we think about climate change, we think about environment. That should be the same for the biodiversity. So we should work to strengthen that link. We should reflect on how we want to better support youth and other organizations working on that specific sphere. We also discuss how capacity building and education are keys to ensuring that youth have the skills and knowledge to be impactful stakeholders in a renewed and inclusive triple nexus framework. We, as young people, have the responsibility to keep our leaders accountable for their commitment on this specific thematic. And this is why the World Youth Parliament for Water and the African Youth Parliament for Water, which is a branch of the World Youth Parliament for Water, but for the African region, focuses on youth policies and their implementation on the African continent that make governance and environment that actually reflect society. To conclude this, we certainly can't integrate solutions to the water, biodiversity, and climate nexus without meaningfully involving young people as the main stakeholders that they are. To enable us to truly fulfill this role and to empower us in our journey as youth agents of change, we collectively need to ensure that we further develop and strengthen our skills and knowledge, including water, climate, and biodiversity specific skills, but also transversal skills. So, on this, I'd like to thank all the panelists for their insightful contribution and everyone present here today for their participation. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite all of you to take the messages that we had here into your remaining events and also during the rest of the COP28 to keep promoting integrated solutions to global environment challenges that consider the interdependencies of water, climate, and biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. First of all, good morning and welcome to honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's very busy, so I'd like to extend our appreciation for making the time to be here for this morning's session. Also, at the outset, I want to make an excuse. I have to run off after this because we've got the ministerial for GST that starts in a couple of minutes. But first, talo falava, and I extend a warm greetings to you all from the government and the people of the independent states of Samoa. As a member and a co-lead of the SIDS Coalition for Nature, it is an honor to co-chair this closed-door roundtable event between members and friends to discuss the SIDS Integrated Nature Climate Action Roadmap formulated by the coalition. Indeed, yesterday, my SIDS counterpart, the Minister of Belize, Seychelles, and Dominican Republic, had the privilege to formally announce the SIDS roadmap during three official COP28 events, namely the mangrove event, the 30 by 30 event, and the NBC and VSA events. I take this opportunity to thank also the COP28 presidency for its outstanding supports in this regard. After the formal announcements of the SIDS roadmap yesterday, we thought it important and respectful to organize an interactive discussion with our friends today before the actual roundtable discussion. And in order to allow an informal exchange, we will start with a 15-minute setting the scene session where the approach and expected results of the SIDS roadmap will be presented. To conclude my opening remarks, let me just say that since we have launched the SIDS Coalition of Nature 1 year ago in Montreal with a call for action, we have grown significantly and several partnerships initiatives have been developed. And thanks at all for your great support. Directly responding to our call for action, the SIDS roadmap that we are proud to present to you today is another practical proposal for partnerships and a crucial one, strengthening our capacities to move from interconnected threats to integrated solutions through paired climate nature actions and cooperation. I'm confident that our collaborative efforts will yield positive outcomes. Thank you, and I eagerly anticipate the impactful discussions and collaborative endeavors that we will unfold during this event. Thank you. So we'll have that video. Oh, my apologies as well. I'm just been in another meeting, so I don't want to miss have the wrong notes for this meeting. Um, but there's a scene setting session, and we'll have the discussion. And I give the floor to my co-chair of Belize to lead us in the roundtable discussions. Oh, first of all, I just recalled my eyes are bad as well. Is that we will go around the table to introduce yourselves. And I'll start with me. I'm Cedric Tosusulu Cedric Schuster. I'm the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment in Samoa, and part of the work that we're doing, because both climate change and biodiversity conservation are both under my portfolio. This provides a good opportunity, also the nexus of aligning the two work, and we're involved with our planning in terms of the establishing the NBSEP and our 30 by 30 programs. We're also doing our second NDC that prioritizes as part of our mitigation measures and adaptation the nature-based solutions. So this is why we are important for us to align and work together as this SIDS coalition for nature. Thank you. Since we're in the middle, we can. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Isabelle Béroux-Amadei. I'm the Foreign Minister of Monaco.
This is what you want me to do, right?
Is it working? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Tara Shannon, Assistant Deputy Minister from Environment and Climate Change Canada, here on behalf of Minister Guilbeault.
Hi, so Thomas Byrne on behalf of the COP28 presidency. It's wonderful to see so many of our guests here at the Mangroves event and our ocean event here today.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Lima. I'm from Cape Verde. I'm national focal point for the CBD.
Good morning, everybody. Tristan Tyrrell, I'm the Program Officer for Biodiversity and Climate Change at the CBD Secretariat, the Convention on Biological Diversity. Thanks.
Good morning, Christiane Paulus from the Ministry for the Environment, Government of Germany, and I'm here for Minister Steffi Lemke. Greetings from her. She's in another meeting.
Yes, I think we can all relate to that. My name is Jonathan Delance. I'm from the Minister of Environment of Dominican Republic on behalf of the Minister Miguel Sarajato. To apologizes because he couldn't make it on this far on the COP. And also from the Deputy Minister Milagros de Camps, who also couldn't make it. So, but I eager to have a great discussion and I look forward to the results that we're gonna have. Thank you.
Good morning, Serge Wilmers. I'm Luxembourg's new Minister of Environment, Climate and Biodiversity.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Roundtable, and I am the Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management for Belize, and I am happy to be here and also to co-lead in this SIDS coalition discussion.
Thank you. I'm supposed to give to our Cape Verde. Is it? Oh, yeah, to present the roadmap. And just now that I understand that all your ministers are away, can I be excused? I'll have our CEO of our Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment to stand in for me.
Good morning again. Like the minister said, I will present the roadmap. The SID Coalition for Nature was established at the Biodiversity COP15 and was made up of 33 countries, 18 seats and 15 friends. It aimed to advocate as one and also to catalyze strategic partnership to address the gap bridging priorities of the coalition call for action. Call for action has three priorities: finance to nature, knowledge to nature, and also biodiversity mainstreaming across sectors and synergy amid Rio Convention. What is the rationale behind the SID roadmap? The need to move from interconnect trades to integrated solutions. Seeds are highly vulnerable to climate change impacts and loss of coastal ecosystems, and also requires technical and financial research to strengthen their nature-based resource to mitigate and adapt to the climate change. However, seeds are leading by example in facing climate threats and loss of biodiversity. We need technical and financial support to implement, scale, and further connect nature and climate agenda to achieve a sustainable development. The SEED's Integrated Nature Climate Action Roadmap aim to catalyze support for the of its MPAs as measurable ecosystems based approach and effective nature-based solutions for climate action in order to contribute to the implementation of the Paris Declaration and also the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, in mutually reinforcing and integrated ways. Actual EPAs collected by SIM themselves as area-based conservation tools for climate change adaptation and mitigation, while ensuring sustainable blue economy and livelihoods. It was a collaborative process between national focal points, CBD national focal points, and associated national teams. It's at least for 15 seats and MPAs, at least for 40 MPAs as a strategic entry points and sites to catalyze nature-based climate actions. For example, it will be implemented at Cape Verde and 3 MPAs, Comoros, Guinea-Bissau, Mauritius, Seychelles, Bahamas, Belize, Dominican Republic, Saint Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, Fiji, Samoa, and Vanuatu. We expect implementation of nature-based solutions at least at 2 million and 600,000 hectares in at least 33 marine protected areas. Restoration of at least 70 more than 70,000 hectares of mangroves, restoration of at least more than 100,000 hectares of coral reefs, and support communities in coastal zones. What's the contribution to the global commitment? The SEEDS roadmap seeks synergy and will support will prioritize implementation of the Article 2, Article 4, Article 5, 7, 8, and 11 of the Paris Declaration, but also the implementation, support the implementation of targets 3, 8, 11, 21 of the GDs. Also contribute to the goal of mangrove breathtaking and coral reef breakdown, support high-level panel for the sustainable ocean economy, support UN on system restoration, and also support the UN of ocean science for sustainable development. The roadmap is anchored on three components. Component 1 is restoration, conservation, rehabilitation, and improved management at least 33 NPAs. For example, promote marine spatial and land use planning to enhance sustainable and climate resilience MPAs with local stakeholders engagement. For the component 2, sustainable blue finance economies and enhanced coastal livelihoods in MPAs for climate and actions. For example, providing incentives to sustainable natural resource use in NPAs through evidence-based approaches, assessment, and decision support tools. And the last component, seeds, pair learning, and cooperation on NPA related best practice for climate action at regional level. For example, making platforms for seeds corporations. In conclusion, this seed roadmap demonstrates the willingness of members of SEED, Coalition for Nature, connect the climate and nature agendas to address them in a holistic but focused manner. The implementation of this SEEDS roadmap will not only help SEED in addressing the nature climate nexus, but will also significantly contribute to urgent global commitments for the planet. While seeds are already learning by example in the nature conservation on many fronts, the implementation of this depends on support provided by friends and associated partnerships. As our call for action says, greater and more urgent ambition requires larger and more target means. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our National Focal Point representative from Cabo Verde. Honourable Ministers and Excellencies, my name is Francis Ropin and I'm sitting in on behalf of the Honourable Minister Cedric Schuster, who unfortunately has to attend to another ministerial engagement. But thank you for allowing me to be here among such a great panel group. So we do have one panelist who's just joined us, and I would just like to give the opportunity to introduce herself.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for being late. I'm Tania Romualdo, permanent representative of the Republic of Cape Verde at the UN, and happy to join this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, Your Excellency. Again, many thanks for that presentation. I think that just brings to light the intention of the roadmap. And I really do like the fact that we are looking at how we are pitching our interconnected threat, providing integrated solutions, and a great demonstration of how we're trying to respond to the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and waste management or pollution. Without any further ado, it is my great honor to invite the CBD National Focal Point for our next. I do have here is a presentation. And that was it. Again, I recognize the contribution of our CBD National Focal Point for that. So I think it is time I now hand over to the Honourable Minister of Belize for our next round of the next segment of this discussion. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. So once again, good morning. I think that we heard from the presentation from Cabo Verde, looking at the main objectives of the coalition, looking at the and certainly we need to follow in the years ahead, and certainly especially looking at how we can integrate the nature of climate action roadmap into coastal areas, which is some of the discussions that we had in the last meetings. I think yesterday where we had, I think, engagements from the coalition. Also to remind that for the coalition, we can't forget the importance of connecting nature and climate, right? We understand that health ecosystems are crucial as the world rises from the impacts of climate change. There is a report, an analysis from the WWF in 2021 shows that 92% national climate plans reference nature-based solutions. So important. From grasslands to peatlands, savannas, mountains, and certainly wetlands. Without protecting and restoring ecosystems, we have no chance of achieving Paris goals, and that's buffering the impact on the climate. Our coalition's focus on the landscape of lands, marine protected areas, coastal zone management, mangrove restoration is absolutely imperative. When we look at the financing, even in terms of climate finance, the latest IPCC report shows that only 18% of our climate finance goes to adaptation, and less finance goes to SIDS and LDCs. We are therefore thankful for the alliances and in assisting us to achieve our ultimate goals. I think we'll now move on to looking at the roundtable discussion. And think if there's a thing on the screen we could possibly see. Otherwise, what I would like to do is to suggest if you look at the three guiding questions, and they are up on the screen, and they are: what are your strategic views on the roadmap's focus and objectives? How is the scope of the roadmap aligned with your existing and or planned initiatives, including the contribution to the 28 priorities? And thirdly, which synergies and partnerships SIDS can further develop with its friends to promote the implementation of this roadmap a reality? I open to your participation.
Thank you very. Is it working? Yes. Thank you very much. I will answer the first question briefly. As a friend of the coalition, that is Monaco, we really commend the launch of the SIDS Integrated Nature Climate Action Roadmap, which reinforces synergies across the ocean climate biodiversity nexus. It is a timely and essential document for addressing the interconnected challenges of climate, nature, and the ocean. And you know how important the ocean is for Monaco. We then support the roadmap's integrated approach to nature and climate, and the links drawn between MPAs, mangrove, and climate action, as MPAs have a crucial role to play in the fight against climate change and its effects.
Any other participation?
Thank you very much. Canada is also here today as a friend of the coalition, and I would like to acknowledge the partnerships that the small island developing states have developed with us vis-a-vis the Nature Champions Network launched by Minister Guilbeault in August in Vancouver around the Jeff Assembly. I think that so in terms of the synergies and partnerships for us, the Nature Champions Network is one of the key avenues through which we can advance the priorities that you've identified today to us in your plan. And we want to thank you for your active participation in that network. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the invitation for this roundtable. Luxembourg is also proud to be a friend of the SIDS coalition. Also welcomes the focused approach of the roadmap, and I would highlight a few commitments that Luxembourg has already taken that are already in line with the SIDS roadmap. So Luxembourg has committed to quadruple its international biodiversity finance by 2026. We also need to further increase the synergies between climate and biodiversity financing by focusing on ecosystem protection and restoration through nature-based solutions. In order to do so, Luxembourg, through my ministry, screens all international climate finance projects that are aiming to maximize biodiversity benefits. We also support dedicated initiatives and mechanisms such as the Blue Natural Capital Financing Facility, which explicitly focuses on the development of nature-based solutions in coastal and marine environments while leveraging private sector funding. And finally, we strongly believe that every euro spent for biodiversity is also a euro spent for climate change adaptation and sustainable development. Luxembourg therefore commits to further aligning official development assistance to biodiversity preservation. And before closing, please allow me to briefly highlight two additional initiatives through which Luxembourg supports small island developing states. 3 weeks ago, Luxembourg renewed its long-term cooperation program with the governments of the Pacific small island developing states. This cooperation program has supported our friends from this part of the world in their fight against climate change and their efforts to develop renewable energy. And at the United Nations, we are happy also to provide support to advocacy of the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS, of its climatic priorities by supporting the work of Samoa as the current chair of AOSIS. So you can count on Luxembourg's continuous support as a friend of the States Coalition for Nature.
No. Please, first.
Thank you. Good morning. Again, from the Dominican Republic, uh, I would just like to highlight something important. I am from the Dominican Republic. We are very committed with the 30 initiative from the GBF, and from that initiative in terms of oceans, we have a big challenge because our country and its territory, it's 10% land and 90% waters. So it means that we have a big challenge in terms of how much we can protect. In the islands of the Caribbean, less than an average, less than 10% of the water of sea waters are protected among all the islands, and for the Dominican Republic, it's only 11% of its sea territory. We are aiming to double that that space next year. We've been working really hard on that. Uh, we have a declaration with Colombia, who is next to us on the south part. And on this challenge, I suppose that the Dominican Republic will be leading technical capacities and so on with other countries from the states and the coalition. And I wonder if because we're wondering how we're going to manage effective these uh, big ocean areas which we are not um, which we are not or we don't have the technical capacities now in terms of equipment, human capacity, and so on. But we are really committed to do so and have and share experiences from other countries that are already doing it, and how the DR can then extend that capacity to all other Caribbean countries as well. So in terms of this strategic views, I think in the Caribbean, DR is like leading in the terms of expanding its protected areas. We are also trying to figure out to how to improve the management and effectiveness of other protected areas that we already have in marine spaces. And then I will. Well, I'll leave that for the next question. Okay, but I just wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this interesting comment. And I would like firstly to comment on the roadmap that you have been presenting. Thank you and congratulations for the roadmap. It's very straightforward and it's very comprehensive. So I sincerely thank you for developing this roadmap. And it follows the ideas that we also in Germany have, that we have to go for integrated approaches, that we have to think climate and biodiversity crisis as one crisis, and that we cannot achieve our climate targets without healthy ecosystems. And beside this integrated and focused approach on the roadmap, I would also say a bit about reinforcing benefits like benefits for coastal communities and providing sustainable livelihood, which I think is also very important as a benefit, not only for biodiversity and climate, but also for people. The way of going through the MPAs, I think, is also a very interesting and good approach. MPAs on local, national, and regional level. And I would like to add a few more words on the German commitment for the SITS and its roadmap. Germany has been since a long time supporting integrated approaches through its key initiative. I hope you all know it, the German International Climate and Biodiversity Initiative, which is our major funding instrument, which has been integrating climate and biodiversity from the very beginning. We always had a priority in coastal and marine areas, and I would like to mention two projects that are already running. That is the Coral Carib and one in Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Timor-Leste. And I would like to point your interest on the ICI-thematic call that has been already finished in 2022, and that focuses on invasive species. And I would like to raise your attention on the new thematic call for 2023 that has been launched 2 days ago at the COP, and it has several priorities on SITS. And I would like to invite you to visit the website and to consider this program for support for implementing the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you and hello again. And we are very grateful for having so many friends of the coalition with us on this panel today. On the presentation that was just made, I would like to also underline that this happens almost in simultaneous moment with the adoption of a joint statement on climate, nature, and people. So this is already available online. It was signed by several other coalitions too, not only our own SITS coalition. And the objectives stated in this joint statement, they are very explicit and on purpose cross-referenced in our SITS roadmap. Another thing I would like to underline is everyone touched on it, the importance of integrated approaches among SITS and other, of course, partners and friends, but also among SITS themselves. On the roadmap, one of the points was underlining the need to a more constant and effective approach SITS. We are heading to SITS 4 next May. So this year we had not only 3 regional SITS meetings, the ICE region, then the Caribbean, and then the Pacific. But after those 3 regional, because of the importance of having an integrated approach and SITS as one big block, because scale is, of course, always a problem for small island states, but altogether we are a very strong group. So we had an interregional meeting in Cabo Verde that happened end August, beginning September, and on this meeting we were able to produce an outcome document that's now being used to start to work on whatever documents we want to adopt in SITS next May. Thank you very much again, and I pass on to the next.
Thank you very much, again. So on behalf of the CBD Secretariat, first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us to participate in this session. As has been mentioned, the roadmap was launched at COP15 last year, at the same time that the world adopted the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which finally came to adoption in light of numerous studies showing the rapid decline of biodiversity at the global level, the impacts of climate change and the devastating effects that those are happening, that those are causing, and the need for integrated cohesive action to address these joint existential crises. And so we have a target on climate change, specifically about the building the resilience against climate change in Target 8, but of course also Target 11, which is about nature's contributions to people, those ecosystem services that nature provides. I think also reflecting in what's happening here at COP28, the increased recognition of the importance of the oceans, the ocean, and ocean marine and coastal ecosystems coming to the fore also within the GBF, as well as for small island developing states just being very much at that point where they're particularly vulnerable to both biodiversity loss and climate change, and the need for this integrated action. It's been mentioned the 30 by 30 target within the GBF. There are actually 3 30 by 30 targets within the GBF. One is on protected areas and other effective conservation, area-based conservation measures. There's also the restoration target, target 2, and in target 19 for the overseas development assistance, $30 billion by 2030. So in a sense, it's 30 by 30 by 30 by 30. And that very much comes together, I think, in the context of the roadmap and the coalition, bringing together that action that's needed and to demonstrate the importance that we need to be addressing both climate change and biodiversity loss cohesively together in order to safeguard the world around us for the people who ultimately are suffering from both these crises. So thank you very much to the coalition for providing that leadership, for demonstrating in a very effective manner what can be done when being focused and targeted and being clear about what your actions are and your objectives are. And on behalf of the Secretariat, we look forward to continuing to support this initiative. Thank you.
So Thomas from the COP28 presidency. I am a few will respond to sort of like a few points, but sort of COP28 is aimed to put nature at the heart of COP, and we've tried to bring forward tangible action on nature for climate. There's an informal stock take between now and COP16. Tristan mentioned the 30 billion target by 2030, but there is also the 20 billion target for 2025. So we need to urgently bring forward more action on biodiversity, and that's why I commend sort of Germany's existing commitment to 1.5 billion euros per year by 2025, and also the quadrupling of Luxembourg's biodiversity finance. We also want to be able to see an integrated and urgent approach in response to the global stock take on a sort of sector by sector basis. And I think that's why the SIDS Coalition for Nature Roadmap has been so powerful, and it's been a pleasure working with the Secretariat in order to put, as Her Excellency Razan Mubarak has championed, these breakthrough agendas sector by sector on mangroves, on oceans, on corals, etc. So we can see exactly the sorts of actions that we want to take. Also commending the SIDS for being able to articulate those, ambitions, commitments collectively, so we can understand, how powerful that voice is, and being able to see them across our presidency events was such a great pleasure. So thank you very much, and looking forward for the presidency, looking forward to working together in future.
So we heard from our partners, and we are very grateful for your commitments, for your continued partnership. And I know that for some of the new commitments that have been made in going forward, we really appreciate that. Certainly, I think that looking at the perspectives in support of the nature-climate nexus, with looking at biodiversity, looking at the commitments that were made at the CBD for the establishment of the fund, that is certainly moving us a long way. I know it started off with Canada being the host of the CBD, but also looking at the first commitment for the establishment of the fund through the GC, the DEF. Sorry, Susan. So Going forward, we want to thank everyone for their participation. I know we had participation from Monaco, Canada, Luxembourg, the CBD Secretariat, the Dominican Republic, who was here with us as part of the coalition, Germany, Cabo Verde, with your participation also, and certainly the presidency. I think one thing that the Caribbean, especially the small islands, are also looking at, I think possibly if Minister of from Dominican Republic was here, he would have mentioned part of the problem we have with sargassum in our region. It affects us for about 10 months of the year. Affecting fisheries, the livelihoods of the people because of the fisheries. Our coast contributes largely to coastal erosion, and a great effect is that of tourism because it stinks, it rots on the beach, and it's very expensive to get rid of. What we don't know also is, and possibly we have to put some research into it and investigation, is how does that affect our mangroves? As it just piles up and it's around the mangroves, and we don't know. We know the mangroves are a very important ecosystem, but if it affects the fish, and so I think that it's one area to look at for investigation. So conclude, I want to mention two takeaways from this meeting. First, as we presented to you, the SIDS roadmap does not only help SIDS in addressing the nature-climate nexus, but also significantly contributing to the required global efforts by, as mentioned under presentation, supporting the implementation of nature-based solutions in at least 2.6 million hectares in at least 33 marine protected areas and at least 13 SIDS across the 3 SIDS regions, permitting the restoration of at least 72,097 hectares of mangroves, halting, protecting, and restoring at least 115,815 hectares of coral reefs to support communities in coastal zones. Many of those reefs are now suffering from coral bleaching, and so there's a lot of work to be done in that area. Second, as guardians of biodiversity, we SIDS fully understand our role. We have been leading by example and been front runners in nature conservation on many fronts. However, as SIDS, our highest political will and strongest commitment from and for our people are just not enough. We therefore call upon our friends and partners in further supporting SIDS, in leading by example and making this roadmap tangible reality. And today we heard of some of your additional commitments. To conclude this informative roundtable discussion, I would like to express my gratitude for your precious time this morning in the middle of COP. It was such an opportunity to meet with you here and hear your perspectives and words of support. The coalition will continue to liaise with you through its respective missions in New York City, and we hope to strengthen and further materialize our collaboration. And on behalf of my co-chair, we thank you very much for your participation and for your contributions here today. Thank you. Oh, okay. Minister, I know you came in just a while ago. Possibly you want to give us your participation by your engagement.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And excuse me for arriving only now, but there's too many meetings at the same time. But for France, it was very important to participate to this moment. I would like to thank you warmly for organizing these events and presenting your roadmap for ambitious action on climate and the oceans. France recognizes the importance of the ocean, but also the particular vulnerabilities of small developing island states facing the triple global crisis of climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution. The President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, has therefore launched the IFERA appeal, joint initiative with Vanuatu, in which we ask all global players to substantially increase the resources mobilized in favor of vulnerable countries and communities. Above all, we call for an acceleration of the global energy transition away from fossil fuels. Here, we call on all our partners to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, those of the Paris Climate Agreement, the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and to support the vision and objectives of the Paris Pact for People and Planet that emerged from the June 2023 Paris Summit. France is determined to continue mobilizing in this direction, particularly with a view to the third United Nations Ocean Conference that will be held in Nice in June 2025. We hope that this moment will be used opportunely to bring more commitments, to provide more concrete support for actions in SIDS territories. It will also be an important moment to increase scientific knowledge and cooperation tools to deal with rising sea level, a consequence of climate change which causes an existential risk to island states. We will take the opportunity to strengthen cooperation for the adaptation of cities threatened by rising water levels around representatives of coastal cities and regions affected by this risk. In the meantime, our roadmap is clear. We need to make progress as early as COP28 to increase ambition in all areas of climate cooperation. We must also ratify as quickly as possible the BBNG agreement, protect the ICES so that it comes into force rapidly. 60 ratifications are necessary for this agreement to be applicable. To date, 83 states have already signed it. France has already launched preparation at the national level for its ratification. We strongly encourage all other signatory states to do the same. We must also implement the objective of protecting 30% of the seas. We are ready to support states that wish to do so with the tools made available by the Coalition of High Ambition for Nature and People, chaired by France and Costa Rica. Thank you for your support, and you can count on us.
Thank you very much, Minister. So we appreciate your commitments also. And before you came in, the representative from Dominican Republic was stating that for us small island states, it is very difficult in terms of capacity, equipment, and otherwise to do any type of monitoring, especially out in the high seas. And for the BBNJ, which is so important for us, possibly what we have to start with in our regions is to look at it from a regional standpoint, how we can cooperate to do that kind of monitoring, and certainly. And I know the issue also of deep seabed mining, which is also a problem and can occur out in those areas where we possibly cannot really monitor it. So we will rely on the assistance and participation from the global community and of course our partners. But I know that we also want to thank you all once again for your participation, for the collaboration and partnership that you have with the coalition. But I know that we also have some partnerships on the bilateral level, on the regional level, and so we thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon once again, everyone. Delighted to welcome you all to this session on multi-level governance, climate, food, and biodiversity action. I am Jean-Baptiste Buffett. I'm the head of global policy and advocacy at UCLG. UCLG stands for United Cities and Local Governments. It's the largest organization of municipalities, cities, also regional governments around the world. We have 250,000 members, direct and indirect members, and we are the focal point for advocacy towards the UN to defend and advocate for local action and local governments towards the UN system. I'd like to thank by thanking the organizers, the local 2030 coalition, but also FAO and UN Habitat and UNDP for holding this event. We haven't heard so much in this COP so far about localization. And we've heard about multi-level governance, but multi-level governance is still not there yet from the parties. We've had multi-level action in the Glasgow Agreement, and it was a big achievement after Paris. But I think this session deserves that we can focus on what is happening on the ground, what are the solutions that provide local governments and their partners on the ground for localization, but what are the challenges around multi-level governance for climate, for biodiversity, and for food. I'm very happy that we have, with this panel, a different range of actors. We have political representation with the Vice Mayor of Budapest, Mrs. Kata Tuto. But we also have research and academia. We also have the UN. We also have the foundations with us and universities. And this is what we are going to tackle now. How does this make sense on the ground, and how do we collaborate already for localization, and what are the challenges ahead? Maybe three conceptual comments before we start and deep dive into this session. The first one is on multi-level governance itself. What do we understand by this? And I think it is not only, and as UCLG, we've been promoting this, not only the cooperation between levels of governance themselves, which it is between local, regional, national, international, but it is also the collaboration with communities, academia, and NGOs. And I think if you understand governance in that sense, effectiveness is way higher. The second comment is around the deep nature of local and regional governments. Democratic, elected by the people, the closest to the people, the closest to the communities. They know what people want, what people need. They are often the first number that people will call when there is an emergency, when there is basic services that are directly linked to the daily life of people. And that's this knowledge that we want to put at the forefront when we deal with localization. And third, I was talking about how local 2030 coalition is an accelerator for SDGs. And I think for us, as we are midterm into the implementation of the SDGs, localization is the key if we want to reach at least 80%, 90% of the goals. That means capacitating local governments financially, technically, and also politically. So I will not be longer than this. We have a very interesting range of actors in the panel. Maybe three angles that we can tackle this through. First would be really what is happening on the ground, local innovation. So solutions that are provided by local actors on the ground to accelerate localization on climate, biodiversity, and food. Perhaps tackling as well what we call policy integration. That means not only cooperation between levels of government, but also across sectors. So how do you connect climate, food, and biodiversity. And third, international collaboration, meaning things are happening on the ground, but how does this connect with the international level? So we'll get started with the, I would say, the political representation for the people by the people, with Mrs. Katauto. Mrs. Katauto is the vice mayor of Budapest, capital city of Hungary. And how do you look at this from your municipality, and how does this concept of multi-level governance echo in your locality?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. I have two hats. So I'm partly deputy mayor of Budapest, responsible for energy, transport, water, waste, climate change issues. But I'm also here representing the European Committee of the Regions, which is what we say is the voice of cities and regions. So we have all European regions, cities, well, not all of them, but a lot of them represented there. What we do is we understand European legislation, and in the end, it's us who have to implement. So we bring in our realities. Okay, what we do as Committee of the Regions, we have a very strict European framework about the goals. So we want to become climate neutral by 2050. We have a biodiversity goal. We have food security goal. We have a circular economy goal, sustainable transport goals. What we do is we know where to want to go, and we have to cut paths. And it's not the same path for every city. So most of our cities are integrating all of these different aspects of biodiversity, of circularity, of energy security, and also the sustainable development goals. Because without the social pillar, so without affordability, without addressing all different social aspects, it doesn't work. So you have to have all the pillars. We do this. How we do it? We break down these climate neutrality goals. If you want to see one innovation, what we're doing, which reflects on multi-level governance, is that we have a mission. It's called the 100 Climate Neutral City Mission. It's now more than 100 cities that were chosen or are in this mission, working with the European Commission, try to find a path for their cities, for their communities, for their realities, a path to climate neutrality by 2030. So how do we do it? We do a climate contract. This climate contract is not just with the European level, the national level should be involved. If there's a region, a regional level, but also on the city level. And that's the most important part. We're looking partners from universities. We're looking partners, businesses to sign, and also not just NGOs, but more local communities as possible. What we use all these participatory tools to somehow bring in our citizens. So I think this is one of the innovations, these climate city contracts involving as many stakeholders as possible. And it's different for every city. So it's not the same scheme, but we still make it measurable. And this is, I think it's very good if I look at international cooperation in the Committee of the Regions, that we know about each other, what we are doing. We're using the same scheme. We do the reporting in the same way. We have our sustainable energy and climate action plans. We have the same sustainable urban mobility programs, biodiversity plans, and we try to integrate as many things as possible.
Very good. The first concrete example of the policy integration that climate breaks down into other policy action at local level, showcasing the participatory approach with communities as an effective tool for climate, and some concrete examples, the climate city contract and the climate neutrality by 2040. It's interesting to see that also many local governments have engaged further national governments for climate neutrality and for net zero emissions. Sometimes local governments have already done more and have agreed to do more than national governments. Very interesting thought when you follow the negotiations of the parties. I think we would go now to Mr. Mendonça. from the. So you also represent a university that is from the state of Paraná in Brazil. So how does this echo to your own action from the climate emergency unit?
So I want thanks the invitation also, and to show you part of our program. This program called the NAPI Climate Emergency. Is, I think I must explain about what is NAPI. NAPI is a new approach or a new form of integrated science, knowledge, public actions, and private and all sectors to the action. It means we relate the university program based on every kind of climate action or climate knowledge from basic science, from applied science, and we integrate in this group around 50 researchers in 10 universities. Inside this university, the program is a kind of network. We advance in the knowledge of climate change because we need to know the advance in science to apply in a correct way. So you are now in our program, we are advancing in the trying to know what happened in our state, what happened in our cities, the natural base and the social basis. What uh, our action transformed the climate in the past to nowadays to the future also scenarios, and with this advance in science, we relate to the political action, public actions, and also the society, like, for example, social movements. And we pass from action in education, formal and non-formal education, and also um, any sector that work in this way. So we pass the knowledge from many workshops, games, and also many activities to help the sensibilization and the consciousness about the climate change and what strategies we must do to fight against the warming. So this way we integrate into what is new in our program. Why it's called a new approach or new organization? It's since 2019 we started to finance in the state of Paraná, Araucaria Foundation. Uh, we started to finance the networks. But until there, it was disciplinary, the financing. It was only disciplinary and individual actions. So we propose a network action. So integrate 10 universities and many institutions uh, with private sector and the public sector is a challenge for us. So to integrate academy, knowledge, and societies, the major characteristics of our program.
How has been the cooperation with either local or regional governments? It's mainly the state of Paraná who is patronizing, supporting, financing the initiative. How do you connect with local or regional governments from?
Yes, the main financing from Paraná State is a public institution. Araucaria Foundation is a public institution. The main support, financial support, come from the Araucaria Foundation. But we relate in the program the actions from private sector and many social movements. And we work through the education, as I told, formal and non-formal, and also the social movements. But we are researching from public sector, our salary and our funding from public, notably. And the action we receive also support from private sector and also movements. So we integrate several types of actions and fundings.
Another example of public, private, and I would say people. Another 4Ps, public, private, people partnership. I would say a good example from Brazil. Maybe we can do second rounds to hear actually what are those new approaches that you are actually studying, going through, and educating in that part of Brazil. I think we can switch now to university and to you. Sid Mehta, you are the director of ancillary services at the Simon Fraser University, I think based in Vancouver, Canada. So from your perspective, how do you look at initiatives that you've been implementing in your campus, in your university, as perhaps a hub for innovation, and as you call it, sometimes maybe a city within the city? How is your perspective from there?
Yeah, thank you. I think kudos to the organizers. I think there will be a central theme as we go through this around action and around implementation. A little bit of context to Simon Fraser University. We're a public funded research institution based in Vancouver, around 40,000 students. But on the city side, we are known as Canada's Engaged University. We run around 20 city programs, everything from curating dialogues at the Center for Dialogues, smart cities to clean energy cities, so on and so forth, taking on thematic areas. My role at the university is to decarbonize our own assets. I lead all commercial operations at SFU, and to give you a sense, we feed around 15,000 meals a day. We have around 25,000 car trips a day. We have around 8,000 parking spots. And so, with that, our cities, we are a city within a city. And so, we are a trusted partner for our communities to innovate, to fail, to innovate, fail with private sector, with civil society, with NGOs, with students, with our researchers. And so we take on some of the thematic areas. So in terms of a tangible example, right now we are working on how do we electrify fleets, city fleets. And so we now are building the infrastructure, we're building the behavior, we're building the knowledge, the financials, the contractuals, the software, all of that required to build and electrify the entire city's fleet. And from that learning, we will then work with city managers, city transportation leads to transition their fleets to electric fleets. And one more example is around uh, plastics, single-use plastics, where we've worked out over the last 3 years an entire platform to not only ban single-use plastics, but also single-use containers, single-use cups into a more reusable system. And so, with those innovations, working with private sector, working with government, we're building those capacities, and then in tangent, working with those city leads at the administration level, implement them. So, those are two concrete examples that I can share with the group here.
And are you also perhaps involved in the in food sustainability? Maybe kilometer zero food for students. Something also perhaps you're also involved to tackle. I mean, biodiversity, food, also, and climate.
Yes, so we've done two on the food systems piece. We've done two things. One is working with indigenous food communities, and how do we integrate indigenous food systems into public procurement? Public procurement is pretty big. We have a lot of public dollars going to food. How do we use that to build resilient, biodiverse menus in all our operations? And so we've done work around indigenous food systems, and then we've also worked with all public sector institutions to raise ambition for local foods. How do we purchase more local foods? How do we build that resiliency? So we went from low 15% local purchasing to now around 40% of public dollars are going to local procurement. So those are two concrete examples on food systems work that we've done through these what we call action labs. So we are implementing solutions for cities, for communities that then can be taken and scaled up in many other cities.
Very interesting point of view on local innovation. How, and I like the expression of a city within the city, and this issue of lab. I mean, also we can fail and we can learn for failures at local level, and fail and succeed to continue advancing. Very good concrete examples, and also tackling the three levels of action that we are dealing with today. I would stay in the American continent and perhaps go directly to South America with you, Paz Gonzalez, Mrs. Paz Gonzalez. You are the climate coordinator for the Fundación Aviña. Could you perhaps tell us first about the foundation and how you've been able and are able to build alliances on climate on the ground with the different levels of government and actors?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, of course. It will be a pleasure to let you know a little bit more about Fundación Avina. We're a global South organization rooted in Latin America. We work in 19 countries within Latin America, and we're also working in Africa and Asia through our many alliances. Our main core of activities is we try to promote activities and we work on collaboration gaps. We identify collaboration gaps to strengthen opportunities. We work on that in three main topics or axes. One is democratic innovation. The other one is regenerative economy, and the third one, of course, climate action. And within climate action, I would like to highlight our work to promote local voices in the decision-making spaces in multi-level, from a multi-level approach. So with what we do is we work in the local level, but also in the national, regional, and global. And we can do that because we are present in many countries, as I was mentioning, and we have teams in the field working with local communities, local organizations. One example of the work we do is the Alliance Voices for Just Climate Action. And of course, we don't do it alone. That alliance unites 6 organizations from the world: WWF, HIVOS, South South North, Akina Mamaba Africa, SDI, and Avina. And we work, as I was saying, with local organizations to strengthen their networks, to strengthen their their narratives, to help them build the narratives, to help them strengthen their capacities so that they can spread their own message and advocate in their governments for their own messages and their own perspective. And we try to focus on some specific groups like women, youth, and indigenous peoples, because we know that they are the most vulnerable to climate change. So that's, as I was saying, that's our presence in the local level, and that's our work to strengthen their work and their voices in the national level. But we also work, as I was saying, in the global level, and that's why we are here at COP. And what we try to do is to strengthen their participation in this kind of decision-making spaces, not only in events, but mainly in decision-making spaces. I don't know if you're all aware that between the thousand of peoples that are present at COP, only 20% represent Global South, and even a less percentage of that represent these vulnerable groups. And of course, there's a lot of them participating in events, but what we want to do is build capacities, help them strengthen their capacities to really advocate for their own voices.
Yeah, very critical point that focus on those particular groups that are not heard enough in this international arena and in these deliberations: women, youth, indigenous people with disabilities. And yes, you're right. It's a very small percentage of what we're hearing. And then I would also recall the co-building of narratives, communities, civil society with other actors, with governments. We've been making really great progress at global level. We've partnered with what we call organized civil society to work on that co-narrative, because in the end, we are the two groups that are the closest to the people, representing people in the international arena from the closest level. So we've been improving a lot this track of co-narrative with with society, and I think we can also come back later to this. We are now heading to the global level with UN Habitat, and Lee. So we've been since the outset the strongest partners, UCLG, the Global Task Force, and UN Habitat to defend local governments, local and regional governments on the international arena. The local 2030 coalition was here to accelerate this. So what's your take on what's happening here at COP, and how do you see the next steps on this at global level?
Thanks so much. And it's always really tough to come last after everybody has already said so many amazing things. So, first of all, thank you all so much for being here. And thanks to my colleagues who've been working really hard with all the partners to put this event together. I just want to pick up on a few things because you talked about procurement before. And I love it because it's a topic that we've not really been discussing a lot in these forums. The role of procurement to actually make changes. And I mean, if I'm talking about procurement, I'm talking about it in the broadest of senses. I mean, as an individual, I procure. In the end, I take a choice. I take a choice what I buy, but also as a city, as a university, I can procure. And I can say, these are the criteria that I want to have incorporated in my procurement guidelines. So, streamlining the climate change and climate thinking into procurement guidelines is incredibly important because these are daily decisions that are being made. So I just wanted to pick up on that point as a really important one. But to come back to your question on okay, what's the global agenda and also what has UN Habitat been doing here is, I mean, we've been, of course, co-hosting one of the pavilions here, the Multi-Level Action Urbanization Pavilion, that has really been a space to bring lots of these conversations from the local to the national level together there, and really a space for everybody to connect and collaborate. And also it's been very loud and noisy over there, so I think you've been hearing us. But then of course also our executive director was one of the co-chairs of the Local Climate Action Summit. First time ever that you had so many local voices here at COP. Really a so astonishing success. And then together with the COP presidency and the high-level champions, UN Habitat co-hosted the second ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change. And why does that matter? Maybe just to say, last year at the first ministerial meeting, we struggled to convince ministers of housing and urbanization to come to COP. Why is it important for them? This year we got overrun. We had over 60 national government representatives there, most of them ministers, over 250 local leaders, over 1,000 participants in that room. So, really showcasing cities, and that topic of urbanization is here to stay. And it matters because these decisions are being taken by ministers of environment here need to be translated later on at the local level. And they need to be also then streamlined through the different ministries. So if ministers of housing and urbanization don't know what has been discussed here at COP, and they're not plugged into that process, how are they going to support their cities, their local governments, their communities later on to take these decisions? And just to bring that back to the local 2030 coalition, is of course to say, I mean, I think we all know that, and just as a reminder, 2/3 of the SDGs, of the targets of the SDGs, will not be achieved if we don't talk, if we don't collaborate with the local governments. So of course this local 2030 coalition is a UN system-wide platform that is really a network to supporting and accelerate the SDG localization, to really think about what can we do that we bring that we ensure that local governments are also empowered to help achieve the SDGs. So really these connections, talking to all the different stakeholders, bringing everybody together from the local level, subnational, to, of course, also private sectors. We talked about the 4Ps before, really bringing all these different stakeholders together. And UN Habitat is of course, the permanent co-chair of this, and together working with a whole wide range of actors in really bringing this together. The Global Task Force, local and regional governments, this committee, many of the partners who are also here today, and really providing these mechanisms to making these conversations happening. And I think I'll stop here. And there's lots of exciting stuff coming up from our end in the future, but maybe I'll first give the floor back to you.
just to build on procurement, not to just to one point to share the experiences when we said as a city and as a region we want to go to 40% local procurement, and we learned quickly that we needed a lot of capacity building within chefs, within procurement leaders, within, and we had to put together a whole slew of programming around that. And it took us 2 years to get to that. So procurement can shift from, and now every dollar we spend in the local community, we get $2.50 back in return, whether it's new jobs, whether it's food security, whether it's protecting biodiversity. And so the impact that we can, for every dollar we spend, is tremendous, and all the action is at the city level because organization is where everything is happening. So I couldn't agree more. Thanks.
No, thanks for that clarification. We have around 15 minutes left. I wanted to first ask if there is any comments from the room or something someone would like to add or pose a question to some of the panelists, or we'll go for a second round of comments. Okay, so yeah. Oh yeah, please. Do we have a mic or we need to come over here? Yeah.
But maybe for the people online, I'm not sure if it's
for the YouTube, yeah.
if it's audible. Stop. Yes.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Nora. I'm from IIED. This is a really interesting discussion, and thank you to all of you. I just had a question for the Meta. I just wanted to ask if you faced any challenges in having local government or local business adopt these innovative solutions, and if you have, what these have looked like.
Lots of challenges. I think the first challenge is ambition and mindset and leadership. I think city officials, those in working, they have tough jobs, and they have budgets, and they have practical things that they're doing day in, day out. And then you go and say, we'll change your entire business model now. So it's the mindset that first, from an ambition perspective, our vice mayor out here shared kind of your ambition and you're passionate about it. It starts from there. It starts in private sector from the C-suite. It starts in government from leadership. So that's number one challenge. Number two is cost. I think we keep forgetting cost and the unwillingness to work with private sector or willingness to work with private sector. I think we need private sector innovation, and governments have to enable that in a safe space, which is why we keep saying we're cities within cities. We'll be your safe bet. I always call we're your small safe bet for large scale implementation. So those are two challenges. I can sit here for quite some time and articulate all the challenges that we faced or continue to face, but those would be the two big ones that I could share. Thanks for your question.
There's Mike. Better.
Thank you. My name is Sitona Abdullah Usman. I'm from South Sudan. I just want to ask you about the multi-level. Yes, not multi-level with institutions, but as you said, multi-level of with the business and science and all this and universities. How do you bring them together? What is the focal point? Who's the focal point? How does these people really can understand each other and come together so they can do one things?
So thanks for the question. I have an example to say about disintegration. It's not easy, never easy. But last years we are trying to work with multi-level, multi-institutional actions. For example, to planning. For example, PNUMA and some institutions in Brazil are obliged to pass plan to future in the kind of plan or meeting, me and some colleagues from academy integrated decision makers and society, and we are obliged to analyze the challenge to the future. So from the science, from the academy, we show the problem. It shows our knowledge about the problem, and we pass and indicate some strategies to the future. The plan to the future must consider SDG, and we try to explain with a very simple language, because if we try to speak in base of science language, we aren't received. So we transform our language, science, the deep science, to a simple knowledge. But simple knowledge means SDG actions. What we must do to the city in the future, because the international funding search and ask us work in this way. So our job is an example. In 5 cities last year's big cities, we worked in this science, integrated with the ask from the development, ask from the funding, and integrate discussions. But it's not easy. Private sector is normally very difficult to work with.
Very much. My name is Silosius. I'm from Zimbabwe. All right. I have a comment or a question pertaining to the relay of information to other stakeholders who are not part of these conferences. Because what I've realized is many a times people who attend these conferences, they are expected to share reports, but the appreciation that will then come from the other participants who are not part of the conference may not be up to speed to the levels that we want. So I'm not sure whether we can continue, because the issues around climate, they literally affect the other stakeholders. But when we are constituting a team that comes to the conference, we are only focusing on those people who focus on climate and those people who focus on environment mainly and agriculture. But we are forgetting that the social protection level that we actually give out there, it's actually as a result of those affected by the impacts of climate change. We are also forgetting that the infrastructure that we need should be climate resilient, right? So I think it's also important that when we are constituting the team, we are not just leaving the others to be given the information at a later stage, but they need to understand the fundamentals of this, of climate change from the very onset, so that they take ownership of what is expected of them. I submit. Thanks.
No, that's a very relevant comment from what we have been doing at UCLG as a global organization. We've been applying the territorial approach, and the approach on territories allows you to cover all areas, affected or not, all type of population, very rural, coastal, intermediary cities, larger cities, to cover the most regions of the world and the sub-regions and all territories of every nation. But that's also the tough job that we have here, to advocate for the people that are not here, the urban poor. For also, I was attending yesterday a specific session on housing and housing for the urban poor. And sometimes when we tackle infrastructure, we don't tackle informal settlements or slums, and that's still the majority of settlements around the world, etc. Second comment, you were mentioning about how easy or not easy it was to involve all levels of government, and I think it was a very interesting also reflection from our colleague from Brazil. We take multi-level governance as a given because we hear it all the time, but it is not, and it is not the reality of what's happening around the world. Within the local 2030 coalition and through the global task force, which is the alliances of 27 networks of regional governments in around the world, we conduct an annual review of how localization is around the world and what is the state of cooperation between different levels of government. And we've been able to do this for 183 countries, so we're tackling almost the whole world. And the picture is not looking good. I mean, it's been progressing. We've been moving from 20% of national governments that have been involved in local and regional governments in their reporting on voluntary local reviews, on progress of localization. We are reaching around 45% now. So in 7 years since we are doing this, since we adopted the SDGs, there's been progress, but it's still not the majority case. It's still not the common denominator. Multi-level governance, we advocate for it. It's here all around. It's a buzzword you can hear, but it's still not happening. And you can feel it how the struggle right now in around the plenaries at this very moment, that multi-level in the global stock take, in the different options the parties have, is still a struggle. And every COP is a struggle. And the majority of COPs have not acknowledged multi-level. It's been important achievements in Paris, in Glasgow, but it's still almost a reset every year. I think we have around 10 minutes left. We can take other questions. Yes, please, sir.
My name is Abdul Rakib. I'm the head of adaptation in climate change in Yemen. I like to think loudly because when I read the title is said about climate, food, and biodiversity. I'm agriculture. I came from agriculture background. I'm forester also, as academic. So if I speak about multi-governance, how can I link it, for example, with the value chain in food? Because if we say value chain, that means from producers to consumers. So there is a governance in every points mostly. Also the same for climate. If we take all the themes that discussed in this scope, that should be integrated to the governance. So it will be huge work. Other point is the biodiversity, and I think that's the most difficult one because we speak about ecosystem flow, we can say, and that's also this flow. We have also another many points that can be discussed and to be integrated to the governance and multi-level governance. That will the governance and after that in the multi-level governance. So what we can do as a group here, for example, to start working in these points so that we get the human right, the participatory, and the benefit for all, mostly. That's just my thinking. Thank you.
Think I have I have an example from Yemen. I was at a session where your minister signed with private sector, with World Food Program, multilateral school meal program, and that all it's at city level, starting at city level, and so the answer to some of your questions, I'm looking at how your government did it because I was at a signatory event where they signed the school meals program and the impact that school meals has on biodiversity, on nutrition, on value chain, on all of it. 'Cause that is really where it starts, and so I'm looking for examples in that space, like you said, loud thinking in terms of some of the work that is happening in your country. So it's not an answer to your question; it is more a comment around what you've shared. Thank you.
I always say that what European cities are doing, they're sort of an innovation hubs. We try many things. We don't know what is working, what is not. But before putting anything into larger scale, you have to try it out. And I think this is important. And this is one of our commitments, that we try many things, many integrated approaches, and there always has to be a social contract behind it. So we have the Green Deal, which is our growth strategy. But the Green Deal means nothing without a social contract. And it means very different in every city, because in some cities you need new jobs, in other cities you don't have people to work. In some cities you have too much rain, others you have too much heat. Somewhere you have a lot of food, somewhere you don't have any. You have very, very different situations. And we are experimenting, and we will share. This is our commitment.
Perhaps one additional comment from the networks that we are and that we represent: the power of replication and of peer learning within the networks. I mean, you could feel this is 0.1% of the discussion, but when these innovations come through in this type of arena and through the networks, the power of replication between cities is very strong. And this is why we continue to push for the networks to live, and for the alliances between the networks, because this is where actually in this replication effectiveness happens, and impact increases. So very, very, very interesting thoughts before we can close. Perhaps if there are no questions, I would leave just maybe one keyword that you would keep for these 2 remaining days of COP. I mean, we don't know how the outcomes will be, but from your experience in these days and the remaining challenge, the one challenge that you would keep for the next 2 days and forward, one word.
Don't lose your citizens.
Optimism.
It's not that easy. It's not an easy question. I think I will say that it's important to raise the voices from the global south, to build capacities, and to strengthen collaboration.
We need the climate justice, social justice, and hope. Hope that we'll find good solutions to the future.
You took my words. I wanted to say hope and collaboration, so I can just finish with that.
Well, pretty positive in the end. I think that also reflects the discussion that we had, that liveliness at local level, that innovation happens on the ground, and this whole positiveness that came through, and I think it was also interesting to hear those comments saying from your reality, from the floor, saying also the difficulties that you've been facing, or that the forgotten groups, as well, forgotten areas or forgotten sectors in this discussion. So if there are no other comments, I'd like to thank first our. Oh yeah, what?
I came from children session, and there is 2 children, one from South Sudan, who are the podium like you, and he's telling us what they really want this COP by the end of the day to do. That exactly what you said, hope, and the other one he said action.
I will finish with those two words from children and youth, major groups. Thank you all. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to UNDP, FAO, and Local 2030 and Your Habitat for organizing this and for hosting this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for moderating.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the United in Science side event. We're going to go ahead and get started because we have a very full agenda with a lot of speakers here for you today. So before we get started, I want to ask you all a quick question. How many of you all checked the weather forecast this morning? Maybe you don't hear because it's Dubai and the weather is the exact same every single day. But how many normally check the weather forecast before you head out the door in the morning, right? Okay, I think most of us do that on a regular basis. And I think a lot of us probably take that weather forecast for granted. And what a lot of people don't realize is that the science behind that forecast can help people live more resilient lives and help us achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is exactly what the United in Science 2023 report is about. Instead of talking about the negative impacts of extreme weather events and climate change on setting back progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, United in Science really focuses on some of the solutions related to the science. Oh, some of the slides went ahead. That's okay. We'll just back up a little bit. So like I was saying, United in Science, we know the science. We know we're at the halfway point of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and our planet is far off track from achieving our climate goals. And as a result, that impacts the SDGs. We saw between 1970 and 2021 that almost 12,000 disasters related to weather, water, and climate led to nearly 2 million deaths and over $4 trillion in economic damages. And that largely happened in developing countries. So we've seen the impacts of climate change and extreme weather disproportionately impact the world's most vulnerable people. But like I said, weather, climate, and water-related sciences and services are also a solution, and they play a really crucial role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, even though a lot of people just don't think about that. But this event today is going to focus on how we can invest in and mobilize the scientific community, which is a key resource to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. But science alone is not the single answer to achieving the SDGs. And so it's really important that we unite diverse stakeholders and bring them together in order to boost the impact of science, which is exactly what we are doing here today at this event. Like I said, we have an incredible lineup of speakers from across different sectors. We have the private sector here. We've got UN agencies. We have representatives from National Meteorological Services who are going to speak about not only the state of our science, and what it means as far as achieving the SDGs, but they're also going to highlight some real life examples of how the science is being used to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And then we're going to wrap up with our third panel, which will highlight some of the synergies behind the Paris Agreement, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and what we need to do moving forward to boost the impact of the science. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and welcome our first moderator up to the front, Dr. Pete Falloon from the UK Met Office. And I will also ask our first panelist to come on up and take a seat, and we will go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And good afternoon. So in this first session, we like to think about the state of science and what it might mean for the Sustainable Development Goals, how things like increasing frequency and severity of extreme weather events might be hampering progress. So I'm first going to turn to Friedlichstein from the University of Exeter and ask, what's the current state of global emissions? Are we where we need to be globally?
Yeah, okay. So I've got 5 minutes, so I'll be a bit longer than just saying no, we are not. But I can give you more details. So we published the global account budget this year, this week at COP, and we looked at all the emissions of CO2 from human activities, burning coal, oil, and gas, also emissions from deforestation and land use change in general. Then, of course, we look at the impacts of all of these emissions in your system, which is essentially the increase in CO2 in the atmosphere, but also fate of the carbon, the land carbon sinks, the ocean carbon sinks, how they evolve over time as well. So it's a large scientific activity, about 120 people involved this year to get the numbers to go together, the assessment, and it's been presented now. So I'll do my best to do it in 5 minutes or 4.5. So global fossil fuel emissions have been increasing this year again. You might remember that emissions went down in 2020 because of COVID-19 by about 5%. It went back up again in 21. We will say, okay, fine, it's a recovery from COVID. It had to happen. went up again in 22, and they are going up again this year by about a bit more than 1%, 1.1% compared to last year. So now we are at a level which is about 6% higher than when we signed the Paris Agreement in 2016, and almost double the level that we had when the first COP was when the first people met at COP in 1995 also. So definitely not going in the right direction. If you look at the main fuel, I mentioned coal, oil and gas. Coal is increasing. Again, we were looking at coal for quite a few years, all thinking, okay, we are reaching peak of coal, and coal has been declining in the US, has been declining in Europe, waiting for a global decline. It's not happening yet. There's still a massive need for coal, especially in China and India, with a quite large number of increase in coal emission compared to last year. Oil increase in China. China is a bit specific this year because they had COVID measure until last year. So 2023 for China is a bit like 2021 for the rest of the world. Recovering from COVID, economy going back to normal, with mean at the moment large amounts of renewable, yes, but also increase in fossil fuel because they need a large amount of energy. India is about the same, large increase in energy demand, which is met by renewable, but also by increase in coal and oil. Oil increase also because of international aviation and transportation. Yeah, potentially the most staggering number we found is like international aviation went up by almost 30% this year compared to last year. So again, still recovering from COVID, where we dropped by 50, 60, 70%. But yeah, so massive increase, and well, I guess this COP did contribute to this. But yeah, so that's where we are. If you look at some countries are doing better. I mean, US emissions are declining. They have been declining essentially because they are, developing renewable. Going away from coal and moving to gas, which is better. It's not optimal, but it's better than coal. Same in Europe. The decline in Europe is about 7%. It's a long-term decline that we see, so that's a good sign. Even if in the country where emissions are increasing, they don't decrease as fast as they increased 15, 20 years ago. So for pretty much every country in the world, the rate of increase is not as bad as it was. And for the countries that are declining, the decline is slightly larger than it was. So all kind of like going in the right direction, but still altogether, global emissions are still increasing. Then we looked at land use change. Again, it's a bit of good news in the sense that land use change emission, so broadly speaking, they represent 10% of total emissions. So it's not much. In the old days, land use emissions were much larger, but now fossil fuel is 90% and land use is 10%. Land use emissions are declining in the long-term trend. If you look at the last 30 years, we see like a small decline, but it's a bit uncertain because the statistics are not as good for fossil fuel. So we are not 100% confident in the trend in land use, but if it's what it shows, we get something like -1% in land use change per year. In Glasgow, COP26, all countries agreed that we need to halt deforestation by 2030. You can do the math, but if we decline by 1% per year, we won't make it. So we need to increase the reduction of deforestation across the world. If you look at the main countries that are responsible for land use change, number one is still Brazil, although declining compared to last decade. So going the right direction, but still quite large. Indonesia, quite large land use emission of oil per crops, and then Democratic Republic of Congo. These three countries together represent about 55%, more than half of all emissions from land use change. Some countries are reforesting. So there is reforestation. We also try to capture this in the estimates. And you look at the global numbers, reforestation is about 50% of the deforestation. So what we call carbon dioxide removal through land management, afforestation, reforestation, it's increasing. It's good, but it represents only half of what we deforest on the other hand. And again, if you put this in the context of the global numbers, the reforestation numbers is about 2 million tons CO2. Total emissions is about 40. So we are capturing 5% of our emissions at the moment with reforestation. For the first time, we also estimate based on the report that was published before the summer, the state of CDR. CDR, carbon dioxide removal from direct air capture, enhanced weathering, so all the more like artificial techniques. They sum to 0.00001% of global emissions, right? So at the moment they are minuscule, they are negligible, they remove only fractions of our emissions. So they will need to scale up by a factor of. If you want to remove everything we emit by artificial CDR, you need to scale up this technology by a factor of 1 million. Okay. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just giving you the numbers, right? So I mean, when you put all of this together, CO2 is still increasing in the atmosphere. The increase is, I mean, the CO2 in the atmosphere now, I mean, around 420 parts per million. It's more than 50% larger than net pollution. It keeps going up because as long as we emit CO2, concentration in the atmosphere will continue to increase. I mean, to stop the increase in CO2 in the atmosphere, you have to stop emissions, which is what we mean by, I mean, achieving net zero. So we need to achieve net zero. So when we look at how much time we've got left, if you estimate the remaining current budget, which is the quantity that was assessed by IPCC, which is the amount of CO2 we can still emit in the future in the atmosphere, staying in line with 1.5 degree or 1.7, 2 degrees, for each of these warming level, there is a limited amount of CO2 we can emit. For 1.5, the amount is, you're checking the time, right? So I can carry on forever. So for 1.5, the total amount of CO2 we can emit in the atmosphere is about 275 billion tons. Again, big number, but if you put this in the context of how much we emit today, as I said before, we emit about 40. So 275 is like 7 years. So if we keep emitting the same amount of CO2 every single year, with no reduction, no mitigation, in 7 years' time, we have a 50% chance to reach 1.5. Which means that if you don't want to reach 1.5, we have to reduce emissions. And if you just draw a straight line from present day emissions all the way down to zero, which by definition would be, 14 years, so around 2040, slightly before 2040, we need to reduce emissions at about the same rate as the reduction we had during COVID in 2020. So essentially, we need one COVID every year for the next 15 years to reach net zero. Wow. That's a challenge.
That's quite a significant challenge. I mean, the other thing I'd like to bring in here today is food, agriculture, and water day at COP28. What's the current state of emissions from agriculture and food systems? And similarly, are they also going in the right direction, or perhaps not?
So in the budget we release, it's only CO2. So and the CO2 emission from agriculture is essentially land use change, deforestation. It's the number one, source of emissions from the agriculture sector. The other contribution to agriculture, like tractors moving around, this is part of the fossil fuel emissions, right? So we don't separate agriculture. We don't do this by sectors yet. There's a thing we want to do, but we don't do it yet. So the agriculture sector is CO2 from land use change that we account for is 4 billion tons, slight decrease, as I said. There's a small fraction which is emission mainly from oil due to the land use sectors as well.
Right.
And then there you have the methane and N2O emission from land use change, and these ones are assessed by the groups, the global methane budget, the global N2O budget. I don't have the exact numbers, but I don't think there's any clear sign of reduction in these emissions over the last decade. And altogether, I think it's about 30% of total emissions, land use sector.
It's pretty significant.
Yeah,
a big challenge too. Thank you very much, Pierre. So I'd like now to turn to Claire Ransom from the World Meteorological Organization, WMO. So WMO have just released the climate report looking back at the last decade, and for the first time, this brings in climate indicators that can be related directly to the Sustainable Development Goals. Could you please tell us a bit more about those, how they work, and what it means moving forward?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. So I'd first just like to thank everybody for the invitation to be here and apologize because this event really is supposed to be focusing on good news. And I'm going to kick us off with some pretty negative information. So sorry about that, but so at WMO, we have 7 key climate indicators that stem from greenhouse gas emissions. So what we're seeing is that greenhouse gas emissions are rising. And so we're seeing continued changes in all of our climate indicators. And part of the work that I've done at the WMO is really to look at how changes in those indicators are impacting progress toward the SDGs. And the first part of that project was really looking at sort of a theoretical basis. So looking at indicators like glacial mass loss, for example. how could that impact progress toward the SDGs? And because it's Food and Water Day, I'll focus on some of those. So, of course, when we think about glaciers, we think about water availability. And as mass loss changes and is reduced, that then, of course, is going to have direct impact on SDGs like SDG 6 for water availability, but then naturally on food security. And that then is going to lead to changes in livelihood. So, SDG 1 could lead to displacement and potentially even conflict. So, we really start to see these SDGs come in, and also for indicators like ocean acidification, we're really then seeing impacts on marine life, which then is again going to impact livelihoods. So really, as we start to think through these indicators, it's pretty clear that there is a major impact on the SDGs. And if we're going to achieve these agendas, we need to stop reducing, so we need to start reducing emissions much more drastically. And then where the decadal report really came in was to take that theory and to see how it was happening in practice. So we look at the state of the climate on an annual basis, but also on a decadal basis, because it enables us to have a little bit more time to look at the impacts of things like extreme events. So we all know that extreme events are hindering development. That's kind of a no-brainer. But the extent to which is then a little bit harder to look at. So what we did with the decadal report was to start a connection with the national statistical offices in a number of different countries. So for those of you who don't know, NSOs, or National Statistic Offices, are the ones who are responsible for reporting their progress on the SDGs. So they're the ones where data is really housed. And we looked at 6 different cases across a number of different development areas, and also in terms of extreme events. So we looked at heat waves in Europe, we looked at drought in East Africa, as well as in South America and in Colombia, as well as a number of others. And I encourage you to look at the report if you're interested in this. And what we saw is that really in clear numbers that extreme events are massively hindering progress toward the SDGs. So I'll just give you an example. In Colombia, they are very reliant on hydropower for their electricity, which is great. We want to see that in terms of reducing emissions. We're seeing clean energy. But then when they are faced with droughts as significantly as they have been over the course of this decade, that really hinders their ability to achieve SDG 7 on renewable energy. And so we're really starting to see these feedback loops, which is that climate change really hinders our ability to then have cleaner energy and to act on climate. And so these feedback loops are the exact opposite of what we would like to be seeing. But I will leave it on a positive note, which is that our findings from the decadal report in terms of the impact on progress in the SDGs are very similar to the United in Science findings, which were that the data for this information was really challenging to connect, because it's housed in a lot of different ministries. So impact on infrastructure might be in one ministry and impact on food might be on another. And even though we expected NSOs to have that information, they didn't necessarily. But by fostering collaboration and better connecting these silos, we really can start to paint a better picture of how climate is impacting progress. And then hopefully that will be encouraging to governments, to civil society organizations, to everybody, and act as sort of a catalyst for better movement on the ground. So apologies for the negative information, but hopefully that's painted a picture for you all on how we're hindering progress, and looking forward to the rest of the discussion to paint a more positive picture on how we can contribute.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I'd now like to turn to Venga Nyarongo from UN Women. And I'd really like to ask, we've heard about the current state of emissions and a bit about how, that's interacting with trends in the climate system and these indicators. What does it really mean for vulnerable populations, particularly women? How are they feeling and experiencing the impacts of these changing extreme events?
So I'm also going to join my colleagues in really not making any attempt to paint a positive picture on what's happening, particularly as progress on climate action is not looking very good, and its impacts on women and girls is even worse. I'm going to share with you a little bit about our recent report. We just produced it this year on the gendered analysis of impacts of climate on productivity, women and girls, but also poverty reduction and food insecurity. So our report quantifies the impacts of climate change, not only broadly on economic growth, but also concretely on poverty rates and food insecurity among women and girls. So far, this is the only analysis that we know exists, and we're really trying to use what we're finding out of the report to come up with policy recommendations on what can be most gender responsive as we move forward with climate action. As I said, the future is bleak across almost all indicators that we looked at. And just to give you a few pointers, when you use a worst climate path scenario, we're looking at, first of all, trying to communicate in a way that polluters understand, and this is using money. And so we're looking at global GDP by 2030 reducing by 3.2%. And if you translate that into monetary terms, it comes to about $3.7 trillion worth of a decline. And if you project that to 2050, you're looking at a drop of about 12.1%, which really comes to a nominal figure of about 23.9 trillion US dollars. So that's one aspect of it. And when you look at global inequality, you're looking at a reduction by 2030 of 2.1%. And projecting that to 2050, you're looking at a reduction of 9.9%, or you're as good as saying 10% at that point. According to our estimates, globally, we think that under this worst case climate scenario, climate change is going to be pushing about 160 million women and girls into poverty, which is 16 million people more than the number for men and boys by 2050. But if you look at food security, the figures are even worse, because you're looking at 236 million women and girls being food insecure by 2050, which is going to be twice the number of men and boys at that time. So most women are being pushed into extreme poverty, and but also just being pushed into poverty. And many of these are going to be living in sub-Saharan Africa, Central and Southern Asia. But those that are just going to be pushed into moderate poverty are actually going to be found in Eastern and Southern, Southeastern Asia, but also Central and Southern Asia. Ballpark, what we're recommending is making sure that we look at addressing the barriers to adaptation through policies. So national adaptation plans are going to be really critical in making sure they're more gender responsive. But we're also looking at making sure that mitigation measures are not only funded, but are also gender responsive. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, it's good to have a few positive messages, I think, to end on there. So I think overall, there's concern about the state of emissions and its impact on the indicators we're seeing through the SDGs, and how that's really feeding through to livelihoods and on the ground impacts, but particularly on the vulnerable and on women. So thank you very much, Wenger, Claire and Pierre, for a fascinating insight into the state of the climate system. So Lauren, do you want me to hand back to you? Thank you.
All right, are we ready for the second panel? All right, so let's go ahead and bring our next moderator up, Martin. He will be moderating panel number 2, and we will go ahead and bring up our second group of panelists.
There you go. Great. Thank you so much. Yes, please do get moving. So we have an exciting lineup for our second panel, which again has just 20 minutes. And please all just come to the fore and take your seats. And I'll introduce you as we go in light of time. So please take your seats for the second panel. Yes, please. No worries.
Presenters. I was gonna say, you're chatty, I can mute myself.
Exactly. So I don't know how many people are watching online, but this chatting is what you're missing, and it's exactly. So it's great to be introducing the second panel, which is looking at implementation. How do science, technology, innovation actually affect the implementation of action to achieve the SDGs? And we singled out 4, not entirely by accident, I guess, but we'll be discussing those as a snapshot and a conversation starter, I'm sure, for the chit chat we already had. I hope we can be a bit brief so that we have some time for questions, but we have an extra speaker, so we have 4 to go through in just 20 minutes. So I'm sure that'll be a challenge to begin with. Now, today is Food, Agriculture and Water Day, as was already mentioned, and it's fitting, therefore, that we start with the first SDG, SDG 2, Zero Hunger. And it's a pleasure to introduce Amy Duchel, who's Senior Forestry Officer and Team Leader of Forest and Climate at the UN FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. Climate change is clearly threatening food systems, but how does weather science and information help your work? How does it help to reduce risks in agriculture and improve agricultural decision making?
Great. Thanks so much. And maybe as I start with a disclaimer that I'm actually a forester talking about agriculture. My agricultural colleagues are absolutely wrapped up in the high level COP28 presidency events, and so they sent me here. But I can speak to the agriculture issue as well. I'll start maybe with the bad news, as we all have here. For SDG 2, projections estimate that nearly 670 million people may still face hunger in 2030. And most of that is because of climate change and the disruptions in every pillar of food security, from availability, access, utilization, and stability. Of course, rural, small-scale producers are the most vulnerable to that. And they're key actors in the transformation of agri-food systems in terms of sustainability. And the entire agri-food value chain is exposed. So not only by extreme weather events, but also by the slow onset changes and food losses and damages at production, harvest, and post-harvest stages are at a high end. And FAO released a report on this, a flagship report on disasters for agriculture and food security earlier this year. So if we hope to achieve zero hunger by 2030, absolutely climate risk management is central to this. And weather, water, and climate services they barely allow farmers and other supportive actors for agriculture to make decisions and reducing climate risks and supporting the agricultural livelihoods. So these can be useful at different points. So obviously the real time weather information is extremely useful for farmers and day-to-day farm management decisions. And that's also connected to the early warning, of course. And FAO is happy to partner with WMO on the Early Warning for All initiative, because it's absolutely essential to agricultural productivity and ultimately food security. Then, of course, there's seasonal information and climate services that in terms of forecasting, and that can allow really for the informed decision making about determining dates for planting, selection of crops, which is all changing under climate change. And so, even farmers and with their traditional practices are struggling to know and understand how they should be adapting their agricultural practices to all of this change. And then, of course, the climate services are useful for long-term planning. And so even climate projections combined with crop models are supporting the decisions on suitability of crops in the future. So really there's multiple, use for these services. I think from FAO's perspective, and probably where our experience lies in using these kinds of services is frankly at the local level and supporting farmers directly through farmer field schools and participatory integrated climate services for agriculture. So really, understanding that actually the use of these systems, if they're really used, they need to be user driven. And so they can be, socialized and presented, but then the feedback and that has to be incorporated to really allow for the use on the ground and to ensure that they're tailored to the user's needs and preferences. And this participatory integrated climate services for agriculture, it's actually a very interesting initiative because it mixes scientific information and services and indigenous and local knowledge together. So understanding how some of the real time and predictive models and work can combine with local understanding of these cropping systems. So again, central pillar to achieving SDG 2, and it can still be done.
Great. So there's hope. And what I take away from your intervention most is that focus on getting the abstract science to also land locally and having a two-way street with those that actually need to make the decisions, including at the very local level. I've just had another side event around water at the heart of climate action, which is doing the same, linking the SOFT, the Systematic Observations Financing Facility by the WMO, all the way to local humanitarian action based on strengthened early warnings in the context of early warnings for all. So I think it's a theme that we're seeing coming back in many of the events. I think it's reflected to some extent in the global goal on adaptation draft text that's also circulating. Hope to see it in the global stock take as well. But it's good to see that emphasis come back for many of us. Now, water at the heart of climate action is a nice bridge to SDG 6, and it's really good to have you here, Bapon Fakrudin, the water sector lead, in the Green Climate Fund. So you're dealing with water and climate all the time. How does science and innovation contribute to achieving the goals in that SDG?
Thanks, Martin. If you look at that, water doesn't have a boundary, we always say, and water is a climate change problem, and then if you look to have a climate action, you need to have actually start with the water resource management. That's what we try to promote. And it has a cross linkage with all the SDGs if you look at. But looking at the current stock take, you see that actually all the SDGs falling short, and which means actually it has also interlinkage with other framework that we are trying to chasing by 2030, Kunming or Sendai as well as Paris. So everything will be fall short. So how actually look at this cascading and compounding hazard as well as impact to minimize or upscaling the water as a resources or water as an asset class to this particular perspective. So GCF has taken a transformative strategic drive for enhancing the water resource management or water related project through various instruments like bringing the private sector into public engagement, which is actually one of the critical area to leveraging water as a asset class, as well as to enhancing that how we can actually create a interlinkage between the sectors, because still actually institutionally we are quite silos as a water. But when you're actually talking weather, climate, water, ocean, and other services, it sounds quite nice, music in the air. But when you want to go as a operationalization, these are all different domain, different beast of people, and they don't actually talk each other or interact each other. So while actually wants to come up with an integrated approach, talking about seamless, there is nothing actually on that operational, because you go to a med service or a hydrological services, there are different machines actually working on different modeling system. But whereas actually if you look at an X and Y, you're looking actually same information in a different time frame because you're looking at magnitude. The Y cannot actually, we can integrate those cross domain interoperability. What are the challenges behind of it is how can actually enhance the data ecosystem to understand actually risk as a function to sectors to better making the differential decisions such as strategic decision planning, tactical as well as operational level. So those are actually not yet in the ground. There may be some research, but research actually doesn't comes to an operational domain. And many of those actually never actually translated to the community who actually the most vulnerable. And GCF stands on there actually how to actually bringing a catalytic financing through various instruments, such as we have a readiness financing where actually country can build their capacity for the sector, as well as we have a project in the pipeline. And so far, we actually mobilized $3.5 billion into the water sector to enhancing the SDGs, one of our key part of it. But it's not enough. What we actually come up with a conclusion recently in a strategic document that we need actually $120 billion per year if you want to achieve the 2030 SDG 6 goal. Who has the money? GCF doesn't have money. None of those MDBs has the money. So we really need to be thinking actually how we bring more smartly or flexible financing system, putting a public and private sector. And that's maybe the way forward. But when it comes to an adaptation side, it's not so sexy or not so interesting for the private sector to engage their money like an energy sector. So, and also there is a behavioral challenges for the people to thinking that water should be a free goods. So there is no willingness to pay for the water services, and wastewater is far behind the line. And also the infrastructure is quite what you can say the aged as well as not climate resilience. So how actually you can enhance those things, and it cannot be served overnight because you cannot change the infrastructure in an overnight period of time. So the low hanging fruit is maybe the early warning systems. But then if you would like to have those kind of integration, we like to congratulate WMO. They have taken this initiatives or making a strategic plan and an investment plan for integrating weather, water, climate, or ocean services. And many of the Caribbean islands actually able to develop such kind of things, and has been endorsed by the national government or the head of the state. But it's still actually those plan is there, but then plan need to be come to an action. Someone need to be invest those plans so that actually it materializes. So we like to see actually more and more those kind of project that could come to the GCF. And as we have all this flexible instrument, starting with grants, highly concessional loan, equity, guarantor, as well as insurance. Country or private sector can actually use those instruments to better enhance the sectors as well as really to truly see the a proper integration between the weather, water, climate, and other environmental services. Thank you.
Great. Thanks again. And one thing that speaks from this is that this is going to be a challenge that needs to be landing in very specific investments, but also needs to be tackled at a scale that we can hardly imagine, right? So I hear you on the leveraging as well. And I think it's one challenge for all of us to think about how do we think about changing systems. Now, another element that you clearly brought up is the role of the private sector. So it's nice to introduce for SDG 7, the Affordable and Clean Energy SDG, Helen Walter Terrinioni, the Director of Global Climate Policy of Train Technologies. How do you see the role of the private sector specifically for that SDG?
Yes, thank you so much. So I work for Train Technologies. We're the largest manufacturer of heating and cooling equipment in the world. And if you ate today, more than 60% of fresh and frozen food is shipped in our Thermo King containers. So um, so we are very, very committed to sustainability. Our leadership is paid based on reductions in greenhouse gas emissions of our customers. We have our net zero goals, all the goals validated, and all of it. Um, we but we will not be successful because 93.7% of our emissions are related to our customers' use of our products. Um, so we work hand in hand to try to make sure that there's an uptake of renewable energy around the country and around the world. Whether it be infrastructure for medium and heavy duty electric vehicles or solar panels or wind, whatever it is, we try to stay at the forefront of that to make sure that we're assisting and advancing those important needs. We've already heard the bad news, so I don't have to say it. So lucky me. But I think maybe like anecdotally, thinking about these weather events, certainly. If we think about weather events and we think about grid disruption, we sometimes we have hearts and minds problem around electrification, and so grid stability is a very important component of that. Um, and so we have to be thinking about how do we back that up, right? How do we make sure that there are not disruptions when there are weather events? Um, I think as well, though, if we think about some of the policy questions out there that kind of needed to be resolved and fixed, we work in energy services, so we also, we will help to deep retrofit a building, reduce the load by adding insulation or changing lighting or what have you. And one of the things that we do is also to provide renewable energy for the building, so like a hospital. And so one of the challenges is like, how does that microgrid talk to the macrogrid? Because you want to, in a severe weather event, you want that to island off, and then you want that to kind of go back and feed the macrogrid when the weather event's done, right? But prediction of, the ability to predict kind of those severe events, that can be used to kind of, you know, go back and forth between the two. I think another thing, if I think about the way that the amount of renewable energy that's going to be needed here and around the world, It seems astronomical, but it could be worse. So I will say a little bad news, right? Like, but let me just be positive, right? Like, so how can we make that better? We can reduce the amount of renewable energy that we need by, can't stop talking about this. If you look around this expo, it is fabulously set up for passive cooling, right? We see these wavy screens over the walkways. We see water, we see trees, and um, we, north, south, wherever you are in the world, we need more uptake of passive cooling. Um, we need to think about that. We need more use, transference of what has been called waste heat in the past, and reuse of that, so that we can reduce the amount of additional renewable energy that's needed. And I think that we also need to be thinking about shifting demand. So, if you think about, this is my last point. I'm sorry, I don't hope I'm not going too long. This is my last point. But so if you think about when, during the day when it's really hot out, you have to start up a peak, maybe an LNG plant. That's the most polluting time for those plants, right? When they start up and shut down. A lot of those plants are located in neighborhoods where they're low income families, right? So from an equity perspective, if we can load shift, so if we can move loads to other parts of the day, either through some kind of energy storage or demand shifting, so heat the water up early in the morning so that to be used by the family when they get home, those sorts of things will reduce the amount that we need, and just kind of be better for everybody. So
Lovely, fantastic examples. Again, very locally grounded, but also requiring that supply of, to some extent, public information to enable these private decisions to then, in the end, also support individuals in the most vulnerable communities. So that's great to hear. The final piece, I guess, is coming back to the question of finance for all of this. So it's a pleasure to introduce Gabriel Baca, who is the chair of the UNFCCC Least Developed Countries Expert Group. Now, so I'm actually going to ask you to speak to SDG 13, the climate action SDG, and particularly that challenge of mobilizing the climate finance we need to address all of these challenges, but then particularly also the role science and technology plays to make the case and to actually mobilize that climate finance.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think I'm very happy to be here because I'm also a meteorologist by training. So speaking on weather and also climate action is very key. So as most of you might know, the LEG happens to be one of the technical body under the UNCCC, and our mandate is to support LDC countries. Now we have 46 LDC countries. We are supporting them to formulate and implement their NAPs. So when it comes to, of course, the role of science, so it is very key. The first approach is one when it comes to the formulation of the adaptation plan. So the key element for the formation of the adaptation plan has to be with data, of course, and then the science for them to understand what are the, of course, the sectors that are being vulnerable to the changing climate. And from our engagement that we had with several LDC countries, I think one of the key challenges they are faced with is data. Because if you check through most of the LDC countries, there's this huge data gap. So instead of using like your weather observation data for them to know what is the change that is happening and then how can they, of course, implement, most of it has been a challenge. So it's like they rely on, of course, satellite data. Of course, most of all know that they have huge uncertainties within. So we've been working with them in that particular area, and of course, to date, 22 have, of course, developed their app. So when it comes now to the implementation side, of course, that you're talking about, how can that help the science itself to get the funding? So what we're doing is that, like, the moment they have, of course, their app itself that speaks to the different sector. Let's say the water sector is very vulnerable, the agricultural sector is very vulnerable, and then they try to scale it down to a kind of like options of actions that they think they can implement so that those sectors at least can be resilient to the changing climate. And the key of that is, of course, has to do what the climate data, of course, and the projections that they have to use. So upon coming down with that, it comes to the funding. So we look through, of course, with some of the tools that we'll be using. We'll be working with the GCF, the JEF, even WMO and others. They can look at the particular options and then they can scale down a kind of like an indicative amount of what they think at least they can implement for them to at least to be resilient. Let's say, for example, when it comes to early warning system for most countries. So Maybe some countries might look within their particular jurisdiction, say like for us to have early warning, say for 5 or 6 districts, it can cost X amount of money. For you to have the infrastructure, train the staff, you have the forecasting for software and hardware, and then that information can go back to the public. So implementation cycle, as we've been talking even with the LDC, the key aspect has to do with the data and then the climate itself. Because if you don't have the reliable climate data informed you the decision you have to take, then the uncertainties are very, very, very high in that area. So, like for the climate actions from our end, of course, now we are now in the form of what implementation cycle. So, if you have now your NAP, how can you try to implement? We know, of course, the GCF can tell you the critical aspect within the GCF proposal has to do with climate scenario. So if you want to submit your project proposal or whatever sector, it needs to have a rich climate scenario, at least to depict what is happening in the country, what are the risks, then what are the future scenario going forward. So this is what we are doing with countries, of which we've been working with several organizations, even WMO. They were trained, some of the LDC countries. We even have now the data initiative under the leg, so that at least you can go through and then they can know at least how they can cause some of these adaptation actions and then how they could implement going forward.
Brilliant. What a specific example and really tangible. So thank you for that. I first of all want to thank all of you for sticking to time so closely that we actually have time for at least one question. So who would like there in the back? Please, can you pass the mic?
I think it's. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a comment. First of all, thank you so much for having this. I think for the past 10 years, I've worked with smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. And first of all, we didn't approach it from a climate perspective, but we found that, with changes in rainfall predictions and whatnot, that affects them because they farm based on, tradition. But the problem is, even when you have the data, getting the data to smallholder farmers is also tricky in real time because the data changes with time as well. So because a lot of the farmers don't have access to technology or they don't have access to even mobile technology in which you can share this information with them. So without being able to share the information with them, you can't really do much with that, and that affects food security as well. So I think in coming up with solutions, we need to also think of the beneficiaries of this data and how best in which we can transmit that information. If not, the data would be, not useful. So we need to look into that. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for that that very specific example. I think it speaks to your point from the first intervention. So, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I mean, it was perfect compliment.
Yeah. Anyone else? Questions or comments?
I'm professor from Khalifa University here in Abu Dhabi. So earlier I was listening about the clean energy, which is SDG 7. Basically, I think looking to the grid scale and all this is like filling small holes, but the amount of energy needed, clean energy, is too little. I think what do you say about that?
We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do to get to the scale. And Pierre, you talked about that earlier. There's a tremendous amount of work that's going to be needed, and I think we need to reduce what's needed while we, in parallel, increase availability of renewable energy. And it is going to be a monumental task, and we need to keep working on it. I don't know what else to say.
One more question or comment? Otherwise, I think we can leave it for the discussion at the end. I want to thank the panelists once again. One thing that's very clear is there is a huge opportunity here, but I think we need transformation. IPCC has been very clear about that as well. I think the evidence from the first panel was very clear at an unprecedented scale. But science just drop dead society isn't going to do that. So we also need a transformation in how we apply science, how we get science to indeed inform the biggest decisions that are being made here at the COP, but also in financial systems around the world. But then also in how we get it down, indeed, to those local farmers, to all those decision makers that can benefit, all those private companies that have such tremendous potential to make a difference. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to the third and final panel, which is going to be moderated by Sulanya Mishra, Scientific Officer from WMO. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a round of applause for this wonderful panel.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite the panelists to join me here. Hello, everyone. I welcome you to the third and the last panel of the event. And I have with me Nicholas Hagelberg. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correct. Senior Program Coordinator, Climate Change, UNEP. We have Jennifer Baumwoll, Head of Climate Strategy and Policy, UNDP Climate. And last but not the least, we have Professor Fabiano Paloneto, Director of International Renewable and Energy Systems Integration, Ireland. Welcome all of you to the panel. And we have heard all the two last panels that discussed the importance of science, the importance of sharing data. But we will discuss more on how we can harness on the synergies of these different actors in the field, and how we can really go from the NDCs to the SDGs, and then how we can really bring it all together also from the perspective of academia, to make sure that the science and research is actually feeding into policy, and is then at the last feeding into the society. So I'll come to you first, Nicholas. UNDP just released the report on the emission gap, and once again, it's not good news. Once again, we see that we are heading in the temperature that's far above on the Paris Agreement. I'd like you to highlight how this is underpinned by science, and what does it mean for the NDCs?
Yes, so it's really hard actually to try to find something positive, and Helen, you did a good job there trying to twist this topic. And we do collaborate a lot with UNDP as well, even on the gap report. So working closely. So in terms of the synergies and how we can underpin the discussions here and policy decisions with science. With the emission gap report, we're trying to do an annual stock take. It's not primary research what we do. We compile the assessments that many of you do or your organizations do, and we compile that into that like mini annual stock take that can be done. I'm not going to go into the numbers, Pierre. You had them all, and it is quite a dire situation. And we call the latest emission gap report the broken record, and it does feel like the science community and all our organizations, we're bringing this message over and over to negotiators and to governments. But perhaps the policy impact, what we're trying to do is, when we compile our findings into United for Science or the emission gap report, we can bring a common reference point to the negotiators, so that they at least use mostly the same numbers when they negotiate, so that they are not all referencing different points. And I would say this year especially, we've been very, very pleased how the negotiators have used one of the three gap reports, whether it's the emission gap report, the adaptation gap report, or the production gap report, to reference the same numbers. And that's perhaps the main part that we can do, so that it doesn't become a negotiation based on social media practices where you find your data that supports your view. So really bringing the same data points to them. We do have some issues still. For example, when our sister agency UNFCCC comes out with their synthesis report, they use a different probability. So we have 66% and they use 50%. And thus there's a little bit of difference in the numbers. They're easy to explain within the research community, but
even that starts being too complex when negotiators have been out there for 2 weeks battling the negotiation rooms. So then coming finally to the opportunities of science in implementing NDCs and also getting synergies with the other SDGs. An NDC should really be informed by the potential of emission reduction and building resilience in the country. And that recurrent science, recurrent looking at how country can push the agenda, that can only happen if we can go back into sectors and looking at, okay, this country X has very inefficient appliances, and all the electrical appliances are still at the like very rudimentary level. So we could turn that into import standards, and that can be converted into tangible opportunities for reducing emissions and give them the confidence that they can push that agenda. I don't know if any of you participated just yesterday, I believe it was, in the mechanism discussions on artificial intelligence. So science and data really underpin, and without it, that the promise of AI information technology is really helping us with reducing emissions and building resilience. It may be a false promise if we don't ensure that that data is really solid. So finally, on the synergies, there's plenty of climate action that you can take that delivers across, whether it's mitigation and adaptation, or whether it's climate action that delivers on the biodiversity framework or pollution agenda, inequality, and so on. And science can again help us identifying where we can find the best bang for the buck, so to say. We have limited amount of money, limited time, so really we need to invest where we get the biggest impact for our investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. You pointed it out very clearly how the importance of science-based ambition setting or science-based information making can help us in taking in going in the right direction. And the point about common reference point based on science, this is absolutely crucial, because when we are talking to different people with different numbers and bringing together and projecting conflicting numbers, it just adds to the confusion and not really helping anyone. We really heard about the NDCs. I would like to come to you about how do you think the role of NDCs in helping us to go one step further in achieving the SDGs. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. And apologies for my voice. Yeah, a bit of the COP effect. We're all feeling it, I think. So I will try to be a bit positive, because I think what we're hearing is that we have the data, right? We heard from there's incredible work going on in terms of defining that, and we heard the defining where we need to act and what we need to do. And what I'll speak about is we have the policy instruments also to connect the dots and make that data real and make it inform the policies, not just on climate, but also on development. When it comes to NDCs, they are, of course, the cornerstone of the Paris Agreement. But what we've seen is that not only do they define the climate actions and targets within the convention, but they're actually becoming this politically backed instrument in countries where they're articulating their priorities, not just on climate action, but actually touching on all of the critical drivers of development across different sectors. And so you have this instrument that really allows kind of an integrating point that pulls these different pieces together and allows us to translate that data, if they are in fact evidence-based and data informed, into these targets, which then translates into action. And that's not just on climate, but also on SDGs.
So with UNDP, we've been supporting countries on NDCs. We've supported 85% of all developing countries, and what we're seeing is that shift in terms of looking at NDCs just as a kind of a wonky policy instrument under a convention to something that's really known within government, really kind of driving a lot of the decisions that countries are making. I think there are a few areas where we see the potential specifically and kind of practically where NDCs can help to kind of align with SDGs. One, as I mentioned, NDCs really do touch on a range of sectors. You see that align with SDG sectors. We see nearly 100% of NDCs have energy targets, 90% touch on nature, 90% touch on agriculture, nearly 75% on health. So you really start to see kind of this mosaic within the NDC that also speaks to the mosaic of the SDGs, and there's a clear alignment there. You also see alignment with the policy frameworks of sectoral policies in country, and we definitely saw, particularly in the second revision process, a real kind of enhancement of this, where NDCs weren't kind of just something in a silo by those who were engaged in the convention, but they actually were starting to mainstream or integrate with other energy policies, agriculture policies, and really being able to reflect those in the NDC themselves. So that's a great trend we're seeing. We also saw in the countries we supported, 2/3 of them actually made explicit references and linkages with SDGs. So you see not just by sectors, but you actually see the recognition of the link with SDGs. The other major piece of this, which I guess hasn't really, well, we spoke a bit about it, is how to drive investment towards these targets. And NDCs really start to also become what we've seen, roadmaps for governments on investment. And so they're defining not just their priorities towards a Paris Agreement goal, but actually their development priorities and where they see their development, the pathway for development. So you see the investment opportunities for both domestic funds, but also it's a signal to the private sector community that this is where the government wants to go. This is where, and gives that confidence that these are the sectors and areas where potential investment can happen. And then finally, very quickly, is the governance piece of it, right? So a lot of the NDCs that we've been engaging with and across the board really set up these integrated kind of mechanisms across government, bringing in different ministries across sectors to inform this NDC, which is a platform again for bringing the connecting the dots, bringing the picture together, and then also with other stakeholders, right? And this was something that we were very focused on, which is ensuring stakeholder engagement in the revision process. So ensuring that the targets being defined do speak to the broad scope of society, particularly those who sometimes don't have a seat at the table, and how we engage stakeholders in that. And of course, once you get to, for many of those stakeholders, climate and development is one and the same, right? A lot of the climate action is development action and vice versa. So you see that influence starting to come out in the NDC, and then it becomes that instrument for connecting. So yes, in a positive sense, we have these ingredients. We also have an opportunity with this next revision cycle that's coming to strengthen these pieces and really look at where, again, the data-driven element of it, and not just on the climate and weather and water data, but also looking at the development dividends and seeing where the impact can be on the development side from a data or evidence-based perspective as well as an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. As you promised about a positive answer, and this is extremely positive to hear that the NDCs have such a big overlap with the SDGs at a local level, and the numbers were really not 10%, 20%, but it started with 100, and you were right. In some of the sectors, they are very, very high. So this is really good news. And then the second thing you said about engaging the stakeholders at a local level to make sure that their voices are heard when you are talking about revising these targets. This is absolutely crucial, and only then the countries will start having ownership, which they have already started doing. But then to improve this even more, stakeholder engagement is absolutely crucial. And then this brings me to Professor, and you have worked in research, in industry, in entrepreneurship, so you can really bring this all together. And how do you think? So from policy, we are already talking about engaging stakeholders, but then how do you make sure that the research that we are doing, which is ahead of time already not being used in operation, how can we really make sure that this research is actually translating into policies, actually reaching the right people and then making it into the society?
Yeah, and this is so important. Thank you very much for asking this question. From my experience and the experience of my research team and the project that we are doing, and the impact and the work that we are doing at educational level, I think that we have seen, as you guys have commented positively, we are seeing some sort of trends, some sort of technology that are going to make a huge difference, like AI. We are seeing that people require, they don't really understand what are the implications of AI for climate, for instance. And so we have seen that research, and the research that we are proposing is trying to go ahead, but we cannot let people keep people behind. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to, and what are from the multidisciplinary perspective is trying to educate people. And university, they have been a sort of historical role in doing that. However, the volume and the velocity that we need to educate people uh, cannot uh, uh, cannot stay on in the university. The university cannot cope with this sort of increased volume, this sort of increased uh, technological advancement. Therefore, is important and is fundamental for trying to act, trying also to transform the research. Is important to transform this technological and to transform university, to transform the in the educational system, and to transform this sort of the framework that we are working in, trying to breaking the silos of discipline. We have discussed, we were before in 3 other panels, and, was evident the fundamental role of data. The data, they need to bring to knowledge, and they need to bring to information and bring to knowledge, and knowledge bring to plan and action. But what does it mean for our normal Joe? That we need to create an educational infrastructure that reach out people, that reach out stakeholders, because then, especially, in our democratic countries, the people will go and vote, and we need to raise the awareness towards it. And that's fundamental if we want to create and we want to bring the research in policies. We need to go through stakeholder engagement. Engagement not only to the government, to the policymaker, but also to the civil society. And that's one important thing. The other important part, we discuss about finance. We discuss how finance is important to the climate change, how we need to bring finance on a different level. We need to the climate change is going to impact the business model of a lot of companies. They need to be aware that if they are not impacted right now, they will be impacted in the future. And so we need to create a virtuous cycle where government, but not only, but organization, they need to invest more in this sort of goal, in these plans. The other point that I want to make is the importance of interoperability. We discussed before on interoperability, on data. We have wonderful data sets on meteorological data, try to get emission, this report. We need to have also this type of reports from the demand side, from the energy side, and they need to work together. If we don't have a standard framework of data, then we cannot push this technological evolution through AI, through machine learning, through optimization. we cannot do if we don't have this standardized data set, both from the climate perspective, but also from the demand and the energy demand perspective. And this sort of data, they need to be not only analyzed, but they need to be understood. And that's a very difficult perspective because the way that we generate data nowadays is amazingly fast. And we need machine that works together with humans to analyze this sort of high throughput data streams. How can we do that? We need to engage, we need to educate students. To do so, we need to break also the silos of, and we need to open up to interdisciplinarity. And this is something that we are lagging behind. But if we don't educate, we don't do that, then we will not be able to to transform this information, this data in knowledge and in actions.
Thank you very much. Very crucial. We need the data. To some extent, we have the data, but making sure that the information that is being produced from the data is understandable and is reaching the right people, and interdisciplinarity is what you brought into the discussion. I was just there in the previous session where we had a philosopher in our panel, and he brought in exactly this kind of a point that what we miss is we are scientists talking to scientists, water people, climate people talking to our own audience, basically revising the information that we already know, and not breaking the silo and talking to the people who really need to be educated. And this is what you brought in as well. So it's really important that we are actually breaking our own silos and talking to the people we are not comfortable talking to, who we think will not understand us, and they are the people that we need to talk to the most. And with this, I would like to open to the audience if we have few questions that we can take.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Ajar Baisalova. I am from Central Asian country, Kyrgyz Republic, and this capital, Bishkek. It's really interesting, but I feel like it's really another world, because we have no capacity, no technologies. And my organization, Move Green, is working on air quality issue because after Pakistan, after India, Nepal, and Bangladesh, we are the next in air quality issue. And of course, all measures that we are providing, they are also not just improving the air quality, but also on climate change. And the second, we don't have capacity. I mean, we have our own data and local sensors. We try to work with UNEP, with scientific universities for example, with Duke, and we try to have data, but I cannot say that it's just like low cost sensors, measures just PM 2.5, and maybe it's not enough. So we need data, we need capacity building, we need new technologies, and in this case, maybe that situation that we have nothing, and maybe we should have not change the current, technologies, but have just new just for now, and maybe sometimes it's easier, or I don't know. And so yes, we need capacity, we need technologies, we need knowledge, and we need data. And about the stakeholder engagement, I was working on such a project, and we have like a bit maybe a strong civil society, but all plans that is saying, for example, here in COP, and all these promises from our governance, they are not involving in level with our other scientifics and civil society. So yeah, thank you. I don't know what about questions, but it was just comment.
Okay. Fabiano, maybe you can respond.
Of course, I can answer to you from a sort of scientific and research perspective. We can we don't have the tools at the moment to solve everything. However, countries with low data settings that could be helped. This is the beauty of technology. There could be done a sort of transfer knowledge between countries that maybe they have more data, they have more infrastructure, and so on, to the country with be yours that has a low data settings, and so they are not so advanced. And this is the beauty of this new technology. How can we do that? Then we can discuss, we can, but the issue is you are not alone, in this fight. And as I said before, we are not able to solve everything nowadays instantaneously. However, the fact that you are here, the fact that we are all here, I think is fundamental in the process of doing one step further. I know that there is an urgency. I know that we are in a sort of urgent time and there is a risk associated with it. But the fact that we are here, I think it's fundamentally important.
Thank you, Fabiano. Quick comments from Nicolas.
Yeah,
please.
just quickly. So this is a topic also that is being negotiated here. So how do we ensure capacity building and finance support for the enhanced transparency framework and for countries reporting? So and they haven't solved that yet. So we will have to wait for it. But I believe there's going to be a solution. There's going to be a continuous effort. Jeff has been instructed to keep on investing in this area. But at the same time, I do think we need to look at more perhaps modern opportunities. And then both of us mentioned here artificial intelligence, remote sensing based tools for detecting methane emissions and so forth. So there is also an opportunity of leapfrogging, uh, just like many developed countries, they completely jumped over landline, and everybody now has some kind of smartphone. And with especially with that transparency and data production side, there's plenty of opportunities for leapfrogging here.
Thank you, Nicholas. Very quickly to Jennifer.
Sure. No, I think it's quite helpful to hear, and especially in complement to the discussion, kind of what the reality is, right? On and what the where the struggles are. I mean, I think, and we've heard kind of across the panels this kind of shift or movement from data to knowledge, and then knowledge to policy or decision making, and then that to action. It's not a clean, easy, linear move, right? And there are big kind of hurdles under each of those. But yeah, it's a good kind of reality check, and also a recognition of where some of those needs really are within the linkages of that pathway.
Thank you. With this, I would like to thank the panel for the great discussion and for your great question. Absolutely, where the capacity is not there, we would like to enhance and use more of what is available at a global scale, downscale the products that are already available, and then use the smart technologies. And then we have the systems in place to help us to enhance our capacity. With that, I give you back, Lauren, for the last comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say again, thank you all to our panelists and our moderators for joining us today. Thank you all in the audience for attending as well. If you're interested in the United in Science report, you can scan the QR code here. I encourage you to do so. And thank you all once again. I think we only concluded 2 minutes late, which is on time for COP. So thank you all. Also, the speakers, if you are still around, please join us for a quick photo before you leave. Thank you.
Just take a picture of the audience.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming, joining us at this event on this Sunday afternoon. The side event is hosted by the Green Climate Fund, the Independent Integrity Unit. And I'm Karen Ernst. I'm the head of the Independent Integrity Unit of the Green Climate Fund. I'm pleased to be moderating this panel here today. And I would like to extend my thanks to you and DESA and all the organizers of this SDG Pavilion for the opportunity to host this important event, especially the logistical and technical staff here in the background. Thank you very much for hosting us here. The focus of this panel here today is to facilitate a discussion on the synergies between climate action and the broader framework of sustainable development, emphasizing the significance of integrity in this process. In our discussion here today with our panelists, we aim to identify really practical approaches to enhancing collaborations between governments, private sector entities, civil society actors, and other private or other stakeholders to foster really accountability, transparency, and integrity in climate action. Would like to highlight also something that yesterday, I don't know if you were aware, yesterday was December the 9th, and that was an International Anti-Corruption Day, which is a UN commemoration day that brings together integrity officers worldwide in the fight against corruption. This year's theme was Uniting the World Against Corruption, which I believe is very apt actually for this COP, where we all aim to come together around the world to push for climate action. And I would like to say that everybody here can be part of these efforts too by pushing for increased transparency and accountability in climate actions, and also advocate for really stronger integrity policies in the organizations that you all work in. Let me turn to my distinguished panel here and the panelists that have so kindly agreed to take part in this. If I may start with Ms. Mirai Atala. She's the chief of the Nature for the Climate branch at the UN Environment Programme. She holds 2 postgraduate degrees in land use planning and environmental management and policies, and has 14 years of professional working experience in the field of environment, predominantly consisting of resource mobilization, project portfolio management, and coordination of operational support to countries. Her work experience spans across the private sector, public administration, national and international NGOs, as well as the UN, where she has been employed since June 2006 in different capacities. We also have Ferdian Yazid. He's the program manager of the Natural Resources and Economic Governance Department at Transparency International Indonesia. His work focuses on promoting transparency and anti-corruption in the natural resources governance and the private sector in Indonesia. During his 8 years of working with Transparency International Indonesia, his work spans across research, advocacy, and building engagements with the private sector, and civil society in the energy, mining, fishery, palm oil, and forestry sector. He holds a bachelor's degree in criminology from the University of Indonesia. And we have Amjad Bani Issa, who is a climate justice advocate and EU GEO connector from Jordan. He engages youth in policy making on climate change and monitors the United Nations climate negotiations with a justice perspective. He coordinates regional projects to bridge the gap between youth and policymakers and promotes a greener economy, leveraging youth energy and creativity. Thank you for joining too. And last but not least, we have Anselm Duchow, who is currently the head of the GIZ Water, Environment and Climate sector in Morocco. He holds a master's degree in agricultural economics from the Technical University in Berlin. Climate policies, agriculture, and management of natural resources are his area of expertise. He has more than 20 years of professional experience as senior policy advisor and project manager for the FAO and the German International Corporation in several African and Latin American countries. Thank you all for being here. And I now will start with a set of questions which I'm sure you're all very able to answer given your vast experience in this field. After that, I will also open up to questions you may have here in the audience. I would like to start with Mirai. It's a critical time, as you know, for climate action, and a critical time also for implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, the implementation must be free from corruption and transparent in the process to be effective in addressing actually climate change. Can you share with us some of the best practices or lessons learned from your work with UNEP or the Sustainable Development Goals about how to integrate best practices, integrity best practices in climate action? Thank you. Over to you.
Uh, Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. So maybe I will start by referring to the emissions gap report that produced recently, released ahead of COP, that shows that we are currently on track towards 2.8 degrees in the best case scenario, maybe 2.8 degrees in the average scenario, in the forecast 1.8 in the best case scenario. I would also like to refer to the adaptation gap report that shows that finance needs for adaptation have been actually grossly estimated, and that the 50% increase or doubling of finance of adaptation for finance is extremely low. And I'm saying this because being in a session with the GCF, that actually means that every single penny counts, and that making sure that every penny that is intended for mitigation outcomes, adaptation outcomes, actually reaches and achieves what it needs to achieve. So, stemming from there, UNEP withholds the highest levels of integrity in our work. Now, as it's never about UNEP working by itself, it's UNEP working with partners, UNEP working with civil society organizations, with the private sector as well. It's really about making sure that the philosophy, practices, and the integrity actually trickle throughout, horizontally and vertically across the board. And here, maybe I would like to take an example of a GCF project in Rwanda, where we were implementing ecosystem-based approaches to adaptation, and where really prioritizing what are the areas where what are the communities that we're going to support, what are the areas that we are going to prioritize was very critical process, because it meant that we had to allocate finite resources to huge demands. And so I think first and foremost, the starting point was conducting, together with the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Water Resources that were involved, very transparent and open selection process for these communities to start with. So the geographic focus was driven by a transparent process to make sure that we've seen that in many cases, that sometimes you will have a minister or a deputy that will steer international finance towards their home village or towards their own community, because that enables them to acquire more votes for the next cycle. It's nothing uncommon, if I can put it this way. So upholding a transparent process at that level was critical. And then within the communities, once the communities were selected based on very open and clear criteria, everyone knew what we were selecting against and what we were selecting for. Then the next step was within these communities as well to conduct very open processes of identifying what are the priorities for ecosystem-based adaptation, because as you know, I cannot think of a single SDG that does not depend on natural resources and ecosystems function for achieving it. So in order to do so, again, it was important to conduct a transparent process within the community and to identify what are these priorities. Now, that was interesting because it's sometimes of a trade-off between transparency and other aspects. So there are communities, it was necessary to understand the dynamics, the political economy within these communities. And so speaking about youth, at times you don't necessarily have a space for youth, because it's the community chief and the community elder that will take the decision for youth. So here it was a trade-off for us a little bit between, do we conduct um, consultation processes with the whole community where we knew that there might be the elite capture of decision-making process versus conducting consultative processes with segments of the community. So, for example, dedicated processes with youth, dedicated processes with women, dedicated processes with business owners, for instance, so that each would have a space to express their perspectives. And here it was a little bit of a difficult one, you know. We opted for the latter because we absolutely wanted to hear the voices of youth. We absolutely wanted to hear the voices of women. And then it becomes a communication process with the community to share the outcomes and the results of these consultation processes, and making sure that, you know, that lack of transparency from not having the process open to everyone is somewhat curbed.
Thank you very much, Miai. That's already very interesting to get to know. You've already started sharing some of the experience. Do you have other experience? Can you give a concrete example? Maybe you mentioned the project in Rwanda. Do you have other multi-stakeholder experiences? Multi-stakeholder engagement is something that also for the Green Climate Fund is hugely important, and we're always keen on hearing stories here from other organizations. Can you share also where you have integrated integrity practices in these projects? That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sure. I thought that was for a second round, but it's okay. So yes, of course. I mean, I will pick up on a relatively different topic, which is the topic of RED, reduced emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, where, as you know, one of the four elements of the Warsaw Framework is for countries to have in place social and environmental information system, and to have a summary of information on safeguards, right? And so um, and this is critical because it's important to make sure, because the finality of RED is essentially to have results-based payments transferred to countries on the basis of mitigation outcomes, or on the basis of reduced deforestation, right? And then that comes together with a benefit distribution plan, a benefit sharing plan, and an allocation of resources, financial resources, important financial resources, between governments and different other entities, right? And different other communities. So here I'll take the case of Paraguay. That was one of the projects that received results-based payments from the GCF in the first, or in the RED pilot rather than the first cycle. We hope that there will be a second one. And so, in the case of Paraguay, it was really necessary because the initial payment was of 50 million US dollars as a results-based payment. What materialized is 25 million. But so, in practice, what it meant was, I think, a little bit over 150 consultation meetings, submissions of documents on how benefits would be distributed, what way they would be allocated for, what is the proportion of resources that would go to government versus the proportion of resources that would go to communities that were within the area that actually had delivered the RED plus results, right? Or the emission reductions from RED. But it was also interesting because it was also a trade-off and a discussion between sectors. Now, for many on the donor side, many see that payments, the use of proceeds from results-based payments from RED, need to be reallocated to RED or to forest action, because of the concern about leakage, reversals, permanence, so on and so forth. For many forest countries, it's a very different perspective. It's a perspective of, we use these results-based payments from forests in order to support our development objectives, which in many cases can be education, health, and so on and so forth. So that actually took us to a different scale of negotiation and discussion, and well, not really transparency, but exchanges and debates around how these proceeds would be used.
And I have to say that it was not necessarily a very easy discussion because of that dichotomy between red resources need to go for forest versus red resources are results that have been already achieved, already verified, for which there was a reduction factor that was already done. And therefore, I've never asked person from whom I bought my cell phone, did you drink your money or produce more cell phones or pay for the education of your daughter or children? And so that was a little bit of the dynamic that happened. But I think that at the end of the day, it's really sitting on the table all together, looking at the different options and essentially negotiating around those.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aya. Ferdinand, um, moving to the field of corruption within the larger field of integrity. You working for Transparency International Indonesia, can you speak about how you engage with a variety of stakeholders in Indonesia and the world to actually monitor corruption? Do you have any specific points about working in Indonesia that provide certain opportunities or also challenges in field of corruption there? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Actually, my experience is quite similar what Ms. Mireille just said before. First, we need to acknowledge that every different stakeholders from different background might have power imbalance. So probably it might be not productive to gather youth, business, and government official in the same room because probably there are some of them who's not comfortable to express their concern. They are afraid being blacklisted. So we need to acknowledge the power imbalance between them. So it's better to separate discussion between each group. But however, there is also another challenge that might be typical with the Asian experience. So in Indonesia, revolving door and on-current position is two things that are common. So there's one of my experience that when I held multi-stakeholder forum in one of the least developed province in Indonesia, uh, we made a forum with Anti-Corruption Commission and TI as as the third party, and also held discussion with uh, the local government official and also with the local businessmen. And one of the interesting thing that we just found out that there was a member of parliament that we didn't invite, so we was confused. We were confused because we didn't invite any parliamentary body in this meeting, but why did they come? Why did he come? So actually, he's also become a businessman. So so it's really like insider information. So concurrent position is often happen in Indonesia, and it could impair decision making in Indonesia, in also in climate policy. So we need to also realize the background of the person that we are invited to the multi-stakeholder forum like this. And uh, however, we uh, also must stand firm in the science, just like Miss Mire before. Uh, our world is getting hotter, so we need to, let's say, in short-term world, we need to degrowth, uh, less business, less extraction. So if we tend to talk, let's say, we tend to talk with businessmen, probably they say that global warming is something natural. So but the science said the opposite. So we need to stand firm on science. So we also shouldn't be driven by certain interests, because if we uh, discuss heavily with only one stakeholder, our judgment might be biased as well. So stand on science, evidence-based advocacy. It's really important to know really what happens on the ground and to be fair. And also, but the opportunity by conducting multi-stakeholder forum is also abundant. So, for example, we are engaging with one of the largest climate finance scheme in Indonesia. the JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnership, and we held forum discussion along with civil society, JETP Secretariat itself, the representative of the government, and also with National Electricity Company. And we were talking about corruption risk in the early retirement of coal-fired power plant, and most of them quite agree that this is problem that needs to be addressed because any corruption that might occur in the climate agenda might might undermine any climate action. So the reputation of climate agenda might be impaired by any corruption practices. So that's the benefit of multi-stakeholder forum. So in Indonesia, I think maybe also in another region.
Thank you. I also have a follow-up question for you on this. A critical aspect of climate action, as also represented in the Sustainable Development Goals, is actually the concept of just transition. And only yesterday, I heard your colleague from Transparency International in the headquarters, I believe, talking about that. And what that means is making sure that actions prioritize the need of the marginalized, poor, and the vulnerable communities. Can you speak on the ways that Transparency International Indonesia or maybe any other Transparency International offices work with civil society organizations to make sure that really just transition is actually happening? Thank you.
Yeah, we also realized that in this energy transition movement, one of the main topics that was discussed by the uh, party delegates from the government delegates might be where's the money to transition from dirty energy to clean energy. That's all they ask. They forgot about the importance of emphasizing the just element in energy transition. So, as for example, Indonesia, along with immediate friend from Greenpeace delegate, we are also conducting research regarding corruption in the land clearing process. So actually, the land itself was known to be one of the area which rich nickel reserve. So as for nickel reserve is highly needed for uh, clean energy technology. But suddenly, because the demand increase, so this area uh, convert into mining area just in a short time. So we are in the process of conducting research, and also we live in that area for about 2 weeks to experience uh, the changes, and also any bad impact that is caused uh, by mining sector, and also by smelter manufacturing. And in order to amplify our result, we are also in the process of creating documentary movie called Bloody Nickel. So just to just to attract a national attention and international attention on this energy transition could lead to another problem, because we are only focused on searching for the new material that is suddenly highly needed, but we didn't consider the impact uh, uh, that might be very that might be impair the affected communities. So just the message is quite simple, but yeah, because we are living in the comfortable zone like this, probably we can grasp how the situation was.
Thank you. Thank you for this, Fedian. Amjad, in the work of the IAU, we very often talk about, and even nowadays, actually more and more, about engagement with civil society organizations. And we see a growing role and need for civil society organizations to hold governments, other organizations accountable, and also to provide for greater transparency in climate action. Do you think that there are similar ways that youth could be engaged in ensuring integrity in climate action? And what do you think youth groups could bring to this space? If you could help us answering that question, would win a lot. Thank you.
So apparently this is a very tough question, since we have program directors and chief of climate branch and program manager here. So youth interaction or youth engagement is a very tough aspect to handle, especially with the fast-paced environment where we're living in. But my fellow colleague Marie stated that they conducted consultations, but we have levels of youth participation and engagement in the spaces. So the first one is obviously consultations. That's where you organizations have insights into the work of youth or different stakeholders, and they have different perspectives, and they can collective combine like a collective understanding of the or assessment of the space that they are being involved in. But to me, I like to use this tool that we call contracts consultations. So this is a very interesting outcome that usually gets shadowed by the importance of the collective findings of the consultation process. So contracts consultation is where you consult, let's say, experts in the field, and you consult a group of youth in the field. So this creates an understanding of the capacity gap required, where you have an insight into what is missing from the youth to make the transition from youth into experts in the field. So this is usually getting shadowed, but I understand it is of nature that not every program manager or program director is a sociologist, neither a socioeconomical expert in the field. But this is a very interesting tool to be used in the future. The second form of participation, which is on a higher level and a much more interactive one, is incentive based. Now, this is a controversial space to maneuver, but to me, I see it as a key solution for certain problems. I'm not talking only about financial incentives, because that sometimes can put a burden into the budgets and goes with the bureaucratic processes and all, but capacity building incentives. So you're using the consultations that you use with the contrast consultation tools to assess the capacity gaps, identify them, and you can incentivize youth by introducing them into those capacity building programs. Now, this moves us into the third level of interactions or engagement, that is the interactive participation. Now, this is a very tough topic to untangle for people because it usually involves youth in every cycle of the program, starting from the design phase into the conclusion phase. Now, this needs to be activated. This needs to activate the negative and positive feedback loop. Now, if you involve youth, let's say, into development of action plans, this would give you a further insight into what is the capacity gap that they have into developing action plans. If you are including them into assessment cycles or writing assessment reports, this would give you an insight into what they are missing. Apparently, sometimes youth are well capacitated. Now, because they are labeled as youth, they are overshadowed directly for this process. Now, this could be leading into a more organic, community-based, we call it like a scheme pyramid, pyramid scheme, but like the total opposite of it, because you are using youth to build capacities for other youth in the same community, utilizing whatever aspects they excel at or moderately good at. Now, this allows the organic creation of natural of networks among youth that are connected to international organizations, and this allows sharing of connections, sharing of networks, and um, sharing of opportunities. In the long run, this contributes to the intergenerational access of opportunity. Now, that's a very interesting aspect if you look at it um, from a long-term sustainable pathways that you want to draw on your country. Now, all of that is considered youth participation at a minimum level. Now, yeah, that's very interesting actually. So Yeah, so what we are looking at is what I call the pinnacle of participation, and that's what we aspire to have, and we push forward to it is self-mobilization. Now, we need to understand that true empowerment only comes with optionality. Now, if we have options, I sometimes I will not go to that consultation session because to me that would not add any value to me or to my career path or to the community I'm building in. So this means that if you have options, if you have full support, and this is where the organizational aspect comes in. So you need and you require a very enabling framework that allows mistakes to happen, that allows certain movement to happen rather than focusing in progress and focusing on achieving outputs and outcomes. Now, this is super interesting, and this moves me into the next points I'm going to go over. In order for you to allow the exploration, you need to invest on not making the right thing rather than making mistakes in order to activate the negative feedback and you know where not to go. This would allow you to build communities of youth that they know what we are going, they know the way that to achieve that, and they don't have the bureaucratic frameworks or the political like internal policies frameworks of donor organizations to abide by. And this is for someone who has worked with the civil society organizations for the past couple of years and understanding donor CSO's relationship. A lot of compromisation takes place. Now, this amends CSO's strategic plans, and this allows donors to continue the power hierarchy. Now, if certain amount of budgets are put aside for explorations, that's conducting research and development into community building. And this is totally been overshadowed for the past decades. That's not new on the spectrum. So um, this takes me to the next question that you asked is why youth, what do they bring to the table? Now, youth, as I mentioned, have different insights. And the first one is we have technology in our hand, like the rapid increment of technological advancement that happened the past 3 decades. Sorry, but old folks can't keep up. It's as simple as that. There's a lot of learning and there's a lot of capacity building. And for youth in the crowd, how many of you had to like, export a PDF for your boss? It's simple. It's super simple. For us, it takes like 3 seconds. For them, it requires an assistant to carry out the communications through emails and all. So now, this rapid advancement in technology, youth are capable of keeping up with, and especially within involvement of AI and all. So there's not so much unlearning that we need to go through, and there's only continuous learning process. Now, for the older generations, there's a lot of unlearning to unpack. But at the same time, the learning process is so slow since there are multiple aspects of capacities that are not, and usually they have very busy schedules. Now, the momentum we bring in, this allows us to engage heavily in our communities, to mobilize on faster paces, because to a certain extent, youth enjoy a very freedom, a very sense of free civic spaces that they can engage in without the whole policy frameworks in their countries or their contexts. So, to me, as a climate justice advocate from Jordan, a Middle Eastern country, this dichotomy between do I need to focus solely on activism or do I need to work with international NGOs into breaking the current situation and free us from this framework that they had been adopting for the past decades? For me, I see the way forward is to involve youth in multiple ways. And it's okay if you are involving them on like the shallowest level. That's understandable because this is a very long-term process. And the paradigm shift we want does not only apply for the communities, also apply for the international NGOs and the donor side. Sorry, I took a lot of time.
No, that was already very engaging. A lot of insights. Can you speak more generally about the role of youth in implementing specifically these sustainable development goals? There is, as far as I know, there's no specific SDG focused on here on youth. So how do you see the collaboration between youth and other sectors helping to advance the SDGs?
So SDGs in their nature are very comprehensive, and like it's an umbrella where we all operate and serve at the same time. So for youth to to have a specific sustainable development goal that they solely work in, to me, is impossible, because our work covers all sectors. Our work requires collaboration between different stakeholders, and that allows us to explore different places where we can put our energy in. Now, sometimes, actually sometimes, a lot of the situations involving youth is not an option. It's a necessity. Like, let's say, for example, in Jordan, Jordan has a population of 11.5 million people. 63% of them are under the age of 30. So youth involvement is not an option, it's a necessity, and it is something that you need to clearly work on strategic basis. And I believe this had been going great for us because this year we have around 25 youth representing Jordan. Yeah, we had post-COP, sorry, pre-COP high-level ministerial meeting. Um, and I had one yesterday, I believe, and we'll have one post-COP. So this is involvement at its finest for me, to involve youth and put them on the table to understand what they are aspiring for, what do they want from the governments, what do they want from the stakeholders, and see how can we collaboratively all work into meeting the sustainable development goals.
Thank you very much. That gave us a lot of insight into engaging with youth, which is becoming such an important element nowadays. Anselm, you're a project manager and coordinator for the GIZ in Morocco, and you must be engaging also with a lot of stakeholders across many levels, not just youth, but many levels all the time. Can you speak about the importance of this engagement for effective climate action, using examples maybe from projects that you work on? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, for this question. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I think you're the real heroes on a Sunday afternoon, almost the last day of the convention, and you go into integrity questions, which are also not the funniest sometimes, but very necessary. So thank you again, Karen. I'm from GIZ, which also deals with public money. So obviously we follow strict codes of conduct and have ethical protocols and everything. We also accredited to the GCF, and there are lots of questions we answer in this accreditation process about this, and we support countries also. The national direct access organizations in this field. And one interesting thing, maybe together with Transparency International and you, is that GIZ also helps the peer-to-peer alliance to exchange on integrity question with the climate finance. There are 7 countries member of this. I don't know exactly. There's, I think, I'm going to look up the countries that are part of this. But it's there's some direct work on this question internationally, which is quite interesting. So yeah, when it comes to our country engagement in the countries, the policies we support or the activities we support for climate action, the multi-stakeholder dialogues and processes, they're kind of the most important thing to do. You already mentioned that in the RED context. We did this now very recently, for example, in Morocco, working on the framework for Article 6. So yeah, you have to discuss that with all society to see what are we actually, do we all understand the same thing of this mechanism? How does it work? And how do we set up the rules for this to work? And how do we make decisions? What project is going to benefit from carbon credits? But more importantly, what project should actually enter in such a scheme? Because then obviously the country has to do more to attain its own climate objectives, and you can easily get into the problem of overselling. So this is an interesting discussion, and actually we go into even positive and negative lists of what you promote and what you do not promote. So this is just one example. We also working on, for example, preparation of the COPs. We did it with young people in Tunisia. I remember, like we did it a couple of years ago, but I hope it repeated after that. It's doing like simulations with young people to go into to kind of to how do you call that, like model United Nations exercise, where you go into the role of another country, and by that, you put yourself in somebody else's shoes and start negotiating and understand. And all this is not directly linked to to integrity or anti-corruption, but it turns policies and turns engagement of the country more known, more transparent, and facilitates civil society engagement, and by this also accountability of the country. So this is extremely important, I think, in before you come to real questions of corruption and rules and regulations of public procurement or what have you. So maybe this as a starter, I can, if you want to come back to some points, I can tell more.
We actually found also on the GIZ Morocco website that you have an emphasis on good governance, including that you provide services and support to Moroccan partners in the fields of equality, human rights, decentralization, and also the improvement of dialogues with citizens. Have you speak about, or have you ever measured how these efforts can also lead to more effective and impactful climate action too? Do you see in your work a focus on transparency and accountability that go hand in hand with climate action through this support?
Yes, I think it does actually. I mean, there are, I mean, in Morocco we have like a program that is on energy transition. Then there's climate, environment, water, but there's a governance portfolio also, and there we work on all kind of different things. The most important maybe is to help the country in its decentralization policy. So we go into the communes, we go into the regions, and help draw the local climate action and the local planning all together. We also have a program with the Ministry of Finance on good financial governance. So there it's there we help to create in the subnational level more literacy on how you draw up a budget, how you read a budget, how you monitor a budget. We work with the Ministry of Finance on budget tagging exercises. So this is fashionable right now, but it's extremely necessary to try to align public budgets on the NDCs. I mean, this is not my team, but we have other teams that work on very practical questions also of public procurement to make it end-to-end digital, for example. This is also can help a lot in terms of you know guaranteeing that there's no misuse or no corruption going on. So whenever it's possible, we work with these teams in the field to link this up to climate policies, and very often it works out, especially in the regions where the teams are together, where you involve directly partners. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have heard from very different. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Before we move on to Q&A, Anselm, he mentioned the project that you worked in with the Tunisian youth. I'm glad to tell you they are currently the official youth delegation engaging in negotiations, and they negotiate on behalf of Tunisia. Yeah. This is what we talk about youth involvement and involving more and engaging them more and more. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that, Amjad. Thank you. So we've heard from 4 very different panelists about experience involving stakeholders, very different stakeholders also, very different experience here. Are there any questions or comments that you would like to share with us? Do you have your self-experience or do you have questions to any of the panelists? Please, over to you. Yes, please. There is.
Good afternoon. I think I agree with your point on the necessity to engage young people in taking action. But we also witness, I think, not just in Asia, the shrinking civic space and the kind of reaction of the government when it comes to youth engagement. There seem to be more repression. They would probably consider youth as a threat rather than constructive partner, for example. In Southeast Asia, 1/3 of the population are youth, so it's very relevant to engage young people. So my question would be, how are you managing these kind of challenges in terms of the limitation of engagement when it comes to civic space, governance issue, as well as the shrinking freedom of expression? In probably the question go to each of you as well. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I will answer that. So basically, it's very context sensitive. Each country has its own context and its unique circumstances that we need also to understand. But fighting back civic spaces is very complex because the whole reason of the existence of civic space is to push for a what the people think and what the people want. Now, this sometimes is welcomed and it sometimes is not welcome. So, whatever situation you are in, you always need to assess the stakeholders that you are engaging with and understanding even the most authoritarian regime there is. There's a stakeholders where some people are totally opposite to you, some people are very neutral, and some people are on your side. So, in whatever context, and this applies to everything, whatever context you are in, you need to understand the situation you are in, assess what you can do, what's yellow lines, what's red lines, and start basically a continuous loop of trial and error. Sometimes the errors need to be very, very limited. So, and you need to understand that this sometimes has consequences in certain contexts. So, assessing those consequences is the way to move forward. What yellow lines are green lines now? Now, what red lines are yellowish? What red lines are total red lines and we can't go there? And how do we make red lines, yellow lines, then off to green lines? And this apparently requires, as it also applies to people and governments. In sociology, countries have a certain pathway. And this pathway also requires, if you are pushing for a paradigm shift, this requires a longevity. This requires a very long-term strategic plan that you have. And what I mentioned about pushing the red lines and the yellow lines, this has to be in a strategic way where you can at least achieve many steps or many goals that you set for your organization. Let's say, for example, we had a consultation, a ministerial one, and I was very upset that we only had a consultation. I wanted more involvement. So I was literally nagging in the General Assembly with the UNDP. I was like very nagging. I'm like, we just had a consultation. I'm very upset with the outcomes. There now this and that. She's like, you are a very in like a good position. You guys had a consultation. Some minister they won't even sit with their people. That made me realize sometimes we are very tunnel vision that we don't realize the situation we are currently in. So we need to adhere to the fact that there are some good aspects, there are some bad aspects. And whatever situation you're in, we need to assess ourselves and the way to move forward rather than letting emotions or our own narrative and our own tunnel vision guide us. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Or would any of the other panelists like to add something to this? If no, he is, I think so too. Yes, Jenny, I think so too. Any other questions? If not, I would like to close it. I mean, and I thank very much the panelists for being here with us, really for sharing here their insights. I think the one thing that I took away also from other discussions, because multi-stakeholder engagement is really, really important. And it has become such a buzzword that sometimes I think we underestimate a bit kind of resources and time and energy really goes into this. But without it, it's not, climate action is not possible. It's really about understanding your stakeholders and designing processes, starting probably with consultation, but then really actively involving them. This is probably the key thing that I took away from here. Thank you very much. Thank you also very much to the SDG Pavilion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this side event on improving climate resilience through transboundary water cooperation. Actually, globally, more than 60% of all fresh water is in transboundary basins. And therefore, cooperating on such basin is crucial for peace, sustainable development, and climate action. And this is exactly what this side event today aims to focus on, how actually transboundary cooperation can facilitate and can even make more effective adaptation to climate change. My name is Sonja Köppel. I'm the secretary of the Water Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes. And this side event is co-organized by, indeed, the Secretariat of the Water Convention, hosted by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, in cooperation with BMZ, German Development Corporation, GIZ, and the African Ministers' Council on Water. We will have first 3 high-level opening remarks, even if I'm told that one of the speakers is still on the way, but we will still start. And then we have a moderated panel discussion with speaker from the African Water Facility, and then with 2 basin organizations, namely like Chad Basin Commission and Senegal Basin Development Organization. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Dimitri Mariassin, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, for opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to represent the UN Economic Commission for Europe, which indeed hosts the Water Convention at today's event. And I'd like to start by thanking the German Development Corporation and the African Ministers' Council on Water for partnering on this important occasion. Now, we're talking about resilience, and it's very clear that water will play a key role in ensuring countries' resilience to climate change. We know that floods and droughts do not recognize borders. We know that 60% of the world's freshwater flow is in shared basins. And I think these 2 basic facts explain why this discussion and why we are linking the transboundary cooperation topic with climate change discussion. Transboundary water cooperation is, in fact, critical for climate action. We believe that coordinated efforts, pooled resources, shared information amongst countries that share rivers and lakes, as well as aquifers, by the way, can make a real difference on climate change adaptation and resilience of countries all over the world. Nowhere is this more clear than in Africa, where 70% of basins are transboundary. So we are talking about a massive task in the African continent, and we have emerging examples of where cooperation can really lead to effective action. In this, basin organizations will play a crucial role, and it's really good to have some of them speaking at this event today. However, basin organizations often lack capacity to ensure adequate activities on climate change adaptation, and more often than not, they lack financing for adaptation measures. That is why it's very important that we discuss this topic with the key development partners, and I'd like to especially welcome the role that Germany is playing in this, including as part of the European Union action through Africa Team Europe initiative that is being launched these days. Now, about our role as UNECE and specifically the Water Convention, you know that the Water Convention actually calls for setting up an effective functioning of basin organizations. We provide this intergovernmental framework. We provide a global, transparent legal regime, which makes things easier for countries, but we also ensure technical assistance and cooperation that is practical, that countries that both are parties to the convention, countries that are considering to accede, and countries that are not parties to the convention can benefit from. So over 130 countries in total benefit from the convention secretariat's support. And transboundary climate change adaptation has been a topic for the team for the past 15 years.
Very specifically, we focus on one of the key elements of it, financing. Just a few days ago, the convention hosted a global workshop on funding and financing transboundary water cooperation and basin development. We had 150 participants. We had private sector challenging the governments to what is needed to ensure that money actually starts flowing into the smart infrastructure investment, climate smart infrastructure investment. We had international financial organizations. We had the countries themselves, including, very importantly, not just the water authorities, but the ministries of finance from several countries, including from Africa. That was important. The second thing we're doing is the global network on basins working on climate change adaptation. This is something we do jointly with INBO. And currently, 18 basins from different regions of the world are part of the network. We need more basins in this network because we believe the network effect will be very important in ensuring this collective action. And of course, the biggest news for us is the globalization of the Water Convention. It used to be a Europe-only instrument. Since 2016, it's a global convention. And just last year, 5 countries have joined. We have 20 more that are considering or preparing for accession. And I will name them because these are champions in their respective continents. It's Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ecuador, Mauritania, Niger, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and others. This is just from Africa, but there are others from Latin America. And I hope that these accessions will signal the way for others to join the Water Convention. The benefits from such accessions are numerous, and very importantly, it's about strengthened governance. Very important, it's about increased capacity, and of course, about, again, a global shared regime that should make countries much more resilient in the face of multiple crises. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I now have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Jochen Flassbart, who is the State Secretary in the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany.
Thanks a lot, Excellencies, colleagues, and water friends, if I may say so. Transboundary cooperation of water basins is a long-standing issue, and we in my country have some experiences with that. We have the River Rhine. I was born there in this neighborhood, and we are sharing it with other countries. So it was already back in the 19th century when we started of cooperating, but also regulating the relationship between the different neighbors of and users of this river. As has been said by Dimitri, it's absolutely essential to work on this cooperation. It's not something nice to have, because there is a big potential, a huge potential, I would say, of earning the benefits of the water that is provided by transboundary water systems, be it rivers or lakes. But at the same time, it's also a source of conflicts. Because if countries upstream do something that affects countries downstream, but that is not consulted, then immediately you run into problems. And it is not just a problem on the national level. It affects people on the ground in their local communities. With the increased and very obvious climate change, the potential of conflicts is even increasing. And due to 2 reasons, because also mitigation measures can have a negative influence on downstream partners. So just I'm referring to the water energy users. Once you are building a dam, you reduce the water supply downstream. And of course, using water as a clean source of energy is something that we want to see compared to fossil energy. Look what we are discussing here, the water phase out. But the need to consult and to arrange an agreement that meets all the requirements in the respected countries and regions and local communities is absolutely essential. It's water policy, it's climate policy, its energy policy, and its peace policy. And therefore, I'm really happy that based on the experiences UNECE has as a host of the Water Convention. By the way, I have to include it. I was in this environment business for such a long time, and some 15 years ago, we had discussions with some countries, and they said, "No, you have to be very tough. This organization will die because it's needed. We have the European Union; they have their partnership programs." And I always insisted to keep the contact. And you will find if you talk to colleagues, I always did it. And now, as we are having the new, well, geopolitical conflicts between the East and the West, and at the end of last century, we thought everything was overcome, and we are entering into a century of peace. And now we are very happy having an organization reaching out from the US to Russia and Canada and in the Middle Europe and the Central European countries. So that just in brackets to honor the work UNEC is doing. And at the UN 2023 water conference in March, which was anyway one of the biggest successes since we started with our SDGs. Really a powerful moment for water. And there we agreed between the EU and the AU to come up with Transboundary Water Management Initiative, a Team Europe initiative. We in Germany are in general believers in Team Europe initiatives. I don't see Florica, but somebody can reach out to her how much I appreciate what Europe is doing there, because it's also easier for our partners in Africa, in other regions, that they have one contact to Europe, that we combine the power of the European Commission with the power of member states that are interested in a specific cooperation. I think we in Germany can build up on a long tradition, also incorporating with Africa on transboundary water management issues. We will support this new initiative, and it will be the flagship initiative for Germany regarding transboundary water management in Africa, with 145 million euros. And here I can say it. If I say it in Berlin, the Minister of Finance comes and tries to get some money back. But here, among friends, don't tell it to him. And this is built upon cooperations we already have with the Niger Basin, with the Nile Basin, and also with the Lake Chad Basin. So it's not that we are starting from zero, but we enhance what we are doing. We make it more meaningful, incorporating through the Team Europe initiative and cooperating with our African friends. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And thank you for highlighting this link between water, policy, peace, climate, and energy, because indeed, transboundary water cooperation is important for climate, but not only for adaptation, but also for mitigation. And that's why we really hope it will be also further discussed here and included in the outcome documents even of this COP28. So normally we should have had here the third co-organizer speaking, namely the African Minister Council on Water, but he is still finding his way. So in order not to delay too much further, I suggest that we first go to the panel discussion, and then as soon as Rashid comes, we take his keynote speech, or we take him at the end. So I have the pleasure to call to the podium now first Mr. Shirava, coordinator of the African Water Facility at the African Development Bank. Please have a seat. Then, secondly, Ambassador Maman Nuhu, Executive Secretary of the Lake Chad Basin Commission, who was already mentioned. And thirdly, from the OMVS, meaning the Senegal Basin Development Organization, Mr. Mamadouba Max Bangoura, the Deputy High Commissioner of the Senegal Basin Development Organization. see, Leda. I will. As it was said already, financing Transboundary Water Corporation and financing Transboundary Basin development is a major challenge. And even more so because often basin organizations have difficulties to access funds. Because much of the financing, especially also the private sector financing, but even financing, for example, from climate funds and others, is mostly directed at the national level. And so it's also very important to have initiatives which help the countries to develop climate projects, etc. And for this reason, I would like now to hand over the floor to Mr. Chirwal, coordinator of the African Water Facility at the African Development Bank. Bonjour. So the African Water Facility has a large portfolio in the water sector. Can you refer to a success story showcasing the role of water in increasing the resilience towards climate change?
Thank you very much, Sonia. It's a pleasure for us to be here, part of this panel, very important subject. And we thank you for the invitation. Indeed, as you say, Transboundary cooperation is very pertinent and critical, particularly in Africa, which is our constituency, so to speak, with many shared rivers and water bodies and aquifers, needing, cooperation at a high level, but also technical level to address economic development, ensure that, investments have the impact required, but also to address climate resilience. So the Africa Water Facility, which I represent, we are a project preparation facility, for those that may not be aware, set up by the African Ministers' Council on Water, but hosted and managed by the African Development Bank. We provide financing to African governments, public institutions, but also regional organizations, including river basin organizations, to develop and prepare investment projects in water and sanitation. But also, we provide support for building capacity, improving governance, as well as technical assistance. With the example that I can give, and anyways, just over the years, I mean, the facility has been in existence for 17 years, supported 135 projects in 52 African countries, and a number of those are transboundary. And one good example that I can share, and we are working with all the basins, most of which are here, the Lake Chad Basin, and others that are not here. And one example that comes to mind is the Niger, our cooperation with the Niger River Basin Authority, where we have supported a number of projects, one of which is a climate resilient project, which we approved in 2017 to prepare projects to build resilience, but also to build infrastructure in all the 9 member countries of the Niger Basin to develop productive use of water for agriculture, for economic well-being. But the basis of all that is really the cooperation by the member countries under the Basin Commission, where from as early as the 2000s, they developed a vision among the member countries of how they wanted to develop the basin and cooperate, but also an action plan. And out of that, investment projects, forward-looking up to 2050. So our role was really to support the ambition of the countries based on that cooperation, but also, as you can see, a shared benefit, as all the countries in the basin are beneficiaries of this. And the project has now secured downstream investments, like I said, in each of the countries, and blended financing from multiple partners, including the Green Climate Fund, GEF, and other climate funds, but also the African Development Bank. So this is an example of how cooperation, beginning at the national level, with a focus on a vision and investment plan, but also investment projects identified to benefit all the member countries, can achieve success and secure investment financing. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much. And this is actually one of the first transboundary projects financed by GCF. So we hope there will be many more. And I would just like to ask you a second question. What role in general do the multilateral development banks play in transboundary water management, and how can they help the countries and specifically the basins to adapt to climate change?
I think the role of multilateral development banks and DFI is important because we provide concessional financing to enable at a very upstream the development to support the development of institutional and regulatory frameworks to support cooperation at the basin level. So we are able to support ambitions of the countries to create institutional structures as well as legal documents that will enable that cooperation. That's the first part. The second part, we are able to provide support to build capacity through concessional financing or grant instruments to build capacity at the basin authority level, but also at the country level to enable, because operation at the basin, yes, but investments will happen really at the national level through that cooperation. So we also support that, but also prioritizing investments. So planning, long-term planning, we're able to provide financing for long-term planning at the basin level, identification of investment priorities or master plans, and then supporting the preparation and downstream investments required in building in climate resilience at all the stages, because all the investments we support in the example of the African Development Bank have to demonstrate climate mainstreaming to build resilience over the long term. So that's the kind of support that we can provide in a nutshell, really.
Thank you very much for this. And actually, in order to stay at the continental level of Africa, I would like to give the floor now to the third keynote speaker from the opening session, who has just joined us, Mr. Rashid Mbazira, Executive Secretary of the African Ministers' Council on Water. So you have the floor to give your keynote speech now.
Thank you very much. Allow me to start by sincerely apologizing. I stepped out and did not get back on time. The topic, I think the subject has already commenced, so I'll just go straight into the topic as I addressed earlier on. Climate resilience through transboundary water cooperation. I would like to refer, in keeping with what I've been discussing since I got here, I would like to refer to the information that we are mandated as the African Ministers' Council on Water to gather on the commitments made by our heads of state and government on achieving water and sanitation goals in Africa. And I would like also to refer to one element that seems to be overshadowed, that in this entire report, we've been able to collect information that tells us we are off track on achieving the targets of the Africa Water Vision 2025 of an Africa where we're equitably utilizing our water resources to drive socioeconomic development, alleviate poverty, and also ensure the sustainability of our ecosystems and biodiversity. And on the information that we've been collecting up to date, the three sections that we seem to be working very well on is water supply to some extent, but we are in a way behind what we are supplying in sanitation and reporting on sanitation and wastewater management. Then we are doing very well on putting in place the enabling environment to support integrated water resources management. But when the enabling environment is in place, what we are noticing is that operationalization of the policies, the regulatory frameworks, the institutional designs is not matching the pace with which we are developing the documents, the policy documents, and what constitutes the enabling environment. Now, when it comes to also planning, the information we are gathering, in as much as we can collect enough on water supply, we do not have enough on the health of our basins. We do not have enough on our activities on climate actions, climate-related actions. We do not have enough on water infrastructure for economic production. We do not have sufficient information on how much we are putting into the sector and how much of it is actually going to the task of utilizing our water resources to be the catalyst for economic growth and social transformation. And this, for us, is something that is very critical, or it's something that we need to address quickly, because if we all agree that our water resources are the driver of the aspirations that we have as a continent, and we do not have sufficient information, especially in an environment where we agree that climate change impacts and climate variability is going to be, the medium is going to be the water resources that we have. Failing to be able to have sufficient information to enable us to plan, and also failing to put enough resources, commensurate resources, to how we manage these resources or how we utilize these resources, for us indicates that I think we are already setting ourselves up to fail on achieving the targets we've set on social transformation, on industrialization, on energy security, on food security, on nutritional safety. And this is something that we think we should be addressing. Not in as much as we collect information on national basis, we need to be able to address through a transboundary or a cooperative nature. So some of the information that we are collecting and or some of the gaps that we realize, there are tools that can be utilized to be able to collect that data. But the level of resolution of these tools might not be very good at a level of a member state or national boundaries. It could be a lot better working at a transboundary level in order to be able to talk about these resources at a basin level. The benefits that can accrue from, let's say, coordinated infrastructure development and operation and do a lot to improve our flood management issues, our drought preparedness, and our capacities for buffering the impacts of climate change. And again, it boils back to, if you're operating this at aquifer level, some of our aquifers are transboundary. If you're looking at it from a basin, our 64 shared basins, again, this is a transboundary issue. So AMCAO, operation on how we utilize, how we manage, how we develop our resources is something that is very critical, that we are promoting to a great extent. And now it's at the point where we are at the final milestone of the Africa Water Vision 2025. As we look into moving into the post-2025 Africa Water Vision, what are the elements that could be driven by the principles of valuing water, but taking into consideration the transboundary nature of our water resources and how these benefits will be better approached from that perspective. This is, again, the message that as we work with all our partners, this is something that we need to bring through very clearly. How do we improve operation within the basins where we operate and even across basins at the horizontal level? We've got, in Africa, there are 3 levels of that have influence on our water governance systems. Yes, we've got the regional economic communities. Let's start at the bottom. We've got the national boundaries, where when you're lucky, you've got a resource that falls within a boundary, a basin that is within a national boundary, and that might be easier to manage if the resources are put in place. But then we've got resources that cross national boundaries, and we've got river basin organizations that manage those. But then we've got also an element of our water management function that is handled by regional economic communities. And that is also critical. Some of these basins cross regional economic communities. So when we are talking about how we are going to improve cooperation to harness better our resources and utilize them better for driving economic development and poverty alleviation, we need to be able to create, first of all, vertical linkages between these levels. What we are promoting at AMCAO level, at continental level, must be able to correspond with what our regional economic communities are also promoting as the element of the broader development agenda that utilizes water resources. What our river basin organizations are also promoting within those smaller groupings, where understanding these issues is a lot better appreciated because everyone within that basin can identify with the issues in that basin, needs also to be aligned with what we are promoting at continental level. And also for us at continental level, there must be feedback loop that whatever we are promoting at continental level has got prioritization from the member states as in their groupings as at regional level, or and then also feeds into what we're promoting at continental level. So that way, as my colleague has highlighted, implementation happens at member states level. So if there's a linkage between what we're promoting at continental level and what we are, or what the basins are prioritizing, then the chances of implementation becomes minimal. But then there also has to be the element which we find very strongly missing right now, is the horizontal linkages. What happens between basins that enhances our cooperation on maybe early warning systems, or sharing information on how to sharing experiences on what has worked in one basin and what is not working in another basin, and issues about information gathering and utilization. We report at continental level. If there are no linkages, and we found this quite extensively, that we've got high cost systems that exist across the continent. But how many of these high cost systems speak to each other is something that needs to be looked into, because each seems to be operating in isolation of the other. And while we at AMCA are charged with providing information that will influence decision making at continental level, we find that there are gaps, which gaps can be filled with information that already exists in each of these isolated units that we are not yet cooperating with. So the element of also creating both vertical and horizontal linkages as we cooperate on utilizing our resources and how we manage them is something that we need to be looking at very consistently. And I think that is what will lead us to that eventuality of being able to make the business case for investing into management of these resources, investing into gathering sufficient information that can lead us to better manage these and utilize them better. So I think that, in a nutshell, is what the emphasis we place on operating, not just on the resource development itself, but also on the other aspects that lead to effective management and utilization and effectiveness of the governance systems that we have in place to manage our water resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rashid, for the words, and thank you for the role AMCA plays at the continental level. Now we can move to actually hearing from some of the basin organizations, and I have the pleasure to have here two of the most active and most well-known and basin organizations from Africa. And I would like to start with the Lake Chad Basin Commission. Ambassador Nuhu, how does the Lake Chad Basin Commission help the member countries to jointly adapt to climate change?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very important question. Yes, the Lake Basin has been impacted severely by the impact of climate change. And we at the Lake Chad Basin Commission have been in the forefront of helping member countries to adapt to the impact of climate change. We are doing that, first of all, by creating the enabling environment for cooperation within the basin itself. By that, we have implemented, we have created policy documents that help member states, guides them, and also guides partners in their relationship with each other. I am talking here about the Lake Chad Charter, Water Charter, which we have enacted in order to govern the activities of member countries. The 17 chapters of the Water Charter have actually codified and put together the various nuances of relationship that should exist in the basin. Particularly, it has exemplified how disputes can be regulated within the basin should they arise in the course of implementation of the Water Charter. Chapter 15 of the Water Charter specifically addresses the issue of dispute settlements. There are other very important sectors that chapters, like the chapter 8, which requires that member countries, the permission of member countries should be obtained before major developments take place within the basin. It's also another very important development within the charter because it avoids conflict. It avoids the situation that has been explained where the one country will embark on a particular type of project that will have serious impact on another country. So before doing that, Chapter 8 of the Water Charter clearly requires that no objection should be obtained from all member countries before embarking on serious water projects. Now, we also help member countries to adapt to climate change by pooling resources together. Adapting to climate change requires a lot of funding. So we do Lake Chad Basin resource mobilization through the 5-year investment plan. The first one was made to cover the period 2013 to 2017, and it was quite successful because a number of the projects that we have implemented based on responses from the 5-year investment plan. We have also created a basic document, the Lake Chad Development and Climate Resilience Action Plan, which is a 10-year document spanning from 2016 to 2025. We presented it at the COP28, and the response was actually quite positive. Some of the projects that we are implementing now within the Lake Chad Basin emanated from responses to that investment plan. So these are some of the areas, and we also carry out projects that are sponsored by, most of them by the Africa Development Bank, like Project Belt. It was a 5-year project that was completed around 2017. Then after that, we have Belt for the resilience of the people of the Lake Chad Basin. After that, we now have Possible. They are all projects sponsored by the Africa Development Bank towards enhancing the adaptation climate change due to the impact that it has impacted on the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for showing how a basin organization can really help to develop a joint plan for the entire basin, and even help countries to implement projects on the ground. And one basin organization which has also done this type of work for almost 50 years comes from western part of Africa. That's the Senegal Basin Development Organization, which is often cited as one of the most advanced basin organizations in the world. And we have the pleasure here to have the Deputy High Commissioner with us, Mr. Mamadouba Max Bangura. And I would like to ask him 2 questions. He will speak in French, and I will try to translate as much as I can. So, what are the main financial needs at basin level to enhance cooperation and sustainable development? Qu'est-ce qui sont les principaux besoins au niveau des bassins pour la coopération et pour le développement durable?
Merci beaucoup pour cette importante question. Les besoins financiers de l'OMBS ou des autres organismes de bassin pour renforcer la coopération et le développement durable sont nombreux. Ces besoins couvrent des activités comme la construction, l'entretien, la réhabilitation d'infrastructures régionales, l'extension de l'agriculture irriguée, la modernisation des systèmes, le renforcement des capacités institutionnelles, la recherche et le développement. Selon une étude de l'INSEE,
So he's saying that there are many needs for transboundary water cooperation and basin development, for example, for infrastructure, irrigation, extension of irrigation, or capacity development.
Selon une étude de l'INSEE, Commission économique pour l'Europe des Nations Unies réalisée en décembre 2020, sur le financement de la coopération et dans le domaine de l'eau, l'ensemble des besoins financiers que nous avons énumérés tantôt, normalement, doivent être pris en charge par les contributions des États membres. Parce que, comme des personnes, quand vous venez vers une institution de financement, il faut d'abord que vous démontriez quel est le niveau de risque que vous-même vous prenez. Donc, il y a après les contributions des États membres, il y a les apports des partenaires au développement. Et ces deux principaux financements peuvent être comblés par les financements privés qui fulgurent actuellement, et puis les instruments financiers nouveaux qui, en 2020, étaient encore en développement.
So he's saying that according to a study from UNECE, actually, from the Water Convention, the core costs of transboundary water cooperation should be covered from member states in order to actually show the willingness and in order to also de-risk investments. And they can be then complemented by private financing and by innovative financial instruments which are currently being developed.
En dépit de ces directives de l'INSEE, il est aisé de noter que l'apport prioritaire des États est rendu difficile par la préférence qu'ils ont très souvent à privilégier des projets nationaux au détriment des projets régionaux, dont quelquefois même ils ignorent les difficultés, plutôt quelquefois ils ont des difficultés à percevoir des avantages. Pour eux, ce qu'il faut prioriser, c'est les projets nationaux. Cependant, malgré cette préférence des projets nationaux, il est important de noter que la mobilisation de financement extérieur s'avère plus que nécessaire si l'on veut renforcer la coopération transfrontalière des ressources en eau et promouvoir le développement durable dans les bassins.
So in spite of this guidance, it is important to note that the financing from member states is sometimes difficult because they often give priority to national projects and regional projects and local projects. And that it's sometimes difficult to understand the benefits of cooperation. That's why it is very important to mobilize external resources for reinforcing transboundary water cooperation and basin development.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. So I would like to ask a second question to you, namely, how can policy framework at the regional and national levels be better aligned to support effective transboundary water management, and what challenges exist in translating policies into on-the-ground implementation? So, comment les cadres politiques au niveau régional et national peuvent-ils être mieux alignés et quels sont les défis à relever pour traduire ces politiques en une mise en œuvre sur le terrain?
Très bien. C'est aussi une importante question. Par rapport à cela, nous estimons que pour aligner le cadre de politique au niveau régional et au niveau national, il faut mettre en place, essayer d'harmoniser les politiques nationales et régionales en mettant en place un cadre juridique institutionnel commun, c'est-à-dire la définition des cadres de coopération transfrontalière, les mécanismes de coordination, les structures de gouvernance. Ensuite, il faut démontrer un réel engagement politique des États en faveur de la gestion transfrontalière des ressources en eau, en intégrant cette priorité dans la politique des plans de développement nationaux. Et avoir aussi une approche participative à tous les acteurs concernés dans le processus de prise de décision, les autorités locales, les communautés riveraines, les populations autochtones. Ensuite, en fin de compte, il faut renforcer la coopération régionale, partager d'informations sur les projets communs et établir des mécanismes de règlement des différends. faciliter la coopération en échange d'expériences, coordonner les politiques et mettre en place les structures de gouvernance régionale. Je crois que si nous faisons tout cela, on peut très facilement aligner les cadres de politique au niveau national et au niveau régional.
Yeah. So firstly, in order to align the national and regional policy frameworks, we need to harmonize national and regional policies. For example, by developing agreements, trans-border cooperation agreements, and governance structures and basin organizations. It is also necessary to really demonstrate a real political engagement. We really give priority to this important topic of transboundary cooperation. Thirdly, have an inclusive approach, involving all relevant actors, including also local authorities and etc. and the communities. And finally, we need to reinforce the regional cooperation, facilitate exchange of experience in order to really put in place better governance structures. So with this, merci beaucoup. And I would like to, yes, since I would like to just offer one or two questions before we close. Are there any questions in the which anybody would like to ask the three speakers? Yes.
Thank you.
Just speak.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Amy, and I'm representing the African Network of River Basin Organization. So, as I used to say, a river basin organization can play a crucial role to improve climate change resilience. But I think we need a global approach for them to allow them to reinforce the collaboration and the coordination by sharing experiences and expertise between them. And my question to the panelists is, how can partners help them boost the support for transboundary water cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to answer?
Yeah, thank you very much. That is a very important question. Partner support is definitely very important in terms of transboundary cooperation. We in the Lake Chad Basin Commission, we partner with some of our partners to carry out pilot projects, at the end of which we share the experiences that we gather with our member countries in order to enhance the kind of cooperation that we are talking about. And partners also provide us the wherewithal with which to ensure that the cooperation that exists within the basin is maintained. I'm talking here about the need to finance some of the projects that we are having, which will make the river basins or the Lake Chad Basin, for example, relevant to the people that are the affected people in the area. So yes, partner support is absolutely necessary in order to enhance the kind of cooperation that we need in the basin area. Thank you.
Thank you. Vous voulez répondre aussi?
Non, c'est une question normalement que j'aurais dû aussi poser. Ça s'intéresse au.
I give the floor to you. Vous pouvez répondre aussi à la question. Et répondre à la troisième question en même temps.
OK. La troisième question, c'est comment pouvons-nous accélérer le financement de la coopération transfrontalière dans le domaine de l'eau et du développement des bassins? C'est ça? C'est ça?
Oui, oui.
Bon, pour accélérer le financement de la coopération transfrontalière, il faut d'abord mobiliser les ressources financières, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, mobiliser les ressources financières tant au niveau des États qu'au niveau des bailleurs de fonds. Il faut que vraiment que les États acceptent d'accroître leurs contributions. C'est par rapport à ça que les bailleurs de fonds aussi peuvent nous accompagner dans ce que nous faisons. Il faut aussi promouvoir, à mon avis, des mécanismes de financement innovants, parce que l'aide publique se raréfiant, il faut vraiment trouver des alternatives. Et les alternatives, ça peut être les PPP, c'est-à-dire les projets publics, partnership privé-public, les projets de BOT, les fonds d'investissement pour le développement durable. Ensuite, il faut aussi renforcer la coordination des partenaires techniques et financiers en encourageant la mise en place de plateformes de coordination, de mécanismes de partage d'informations et de concertation afin d'éviter les doublons, de garantir une utilisation efficace des ressources financières et d'optimiser les résultats.
Thank you. So he's saying in order to accelerate financing of Transboundary Water Corporation, we need, in addition to member states' contribution, also look at innovative financing mechanism, for example, from public-private partnerships, for example, from investment plans. We also need to strengthen the cooperation between technical financial partners, trade coordination platforms, etc.
Ça ne sert à rien aussi, ça ne sert à rien d'avoir honte de se référer aux modèles qui ont déjà fait leurs preuves. C'est pourquoi je voudrais peut-être ici dire qu'il faudra s'inspirer davantage des modèles mis en place, notamment dans les conventions des Nations Unies sur l'eau, qui a réalisé plusieurs travaux dans ce sens. Et enfin, je crois qu'il faut renforcer la transparence et la responsabilité dans l'utilisation des ressources financières pour la coopération transfrontalière.
We should be inspired from already existing models, such as the Water Convention, which has already quite some experience and different models and different rules created in this field. And we need to strengthen transparency and responsibility in the use of financial resources for promoting transboundary water cooperation. Merci beaucoup.
Ce ne sont pas des recettes en tant que telles, mais je crois que la mise en œuvre de ces mesures pourrait contribuer à accélérer le financement de la coopération transfrontalière, assurer une meilleure gestion des ressources en eau, promouvoir une coopération renforcée entre États et enfin favoriser l'essor du développement durable dans les bassins hydrographiques.
These different ideas would help to contribute to better management of transboundary water resources, to strengthen cooperation between the countries and a more sustainable development in basins. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. And with this, unfortunately, we already are coming to the end of the panel. I would like to now invite the closing speaker from the European Union, which was supposed to be Florica Fink-Hoyer, but I believe she is held up in a ministerial panel. So I invite her representative to make some closing remarks.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Of course, I'm not, I'm sorry, Florica Fink-Hoyer. I think it's rather obvious. I apologize on her behalf. As you say, she's stuck in another ministerial, also on freshwater. So I'm going to permit myself to replace her. So I'm very honored to do this task. So we constantly repeat the same, but I'm going to repeat it again. So we are confronted with three interdependent crises. We are here in the climate COP, but we are talking about a climate crisis, a biodiversity crisis, and a pollution crisis. And when we talk about water, water is at the core of all of them. Problems of water scarcity is something that we are living. I'm from Spain. So it's something that in Spain, in Southern Europe, we live for decades, for many years. But now also in Central Europe and Northern Europe is becoming a problem. 2 summers ago, there was a huge drought that challenged energy production, food production, of course, and even inland navigation. So the impact was really huge. So it's really a topic that when we talk about water, that is coming at the top of the European agenda. It's true that we have legislation, we have policies for already decades, but it was something always a little bit isolated. Now it's really, or we want to have water integrated really at the core of the policies. As you know, probably transboundary waters account for 60% of the world freshwater flows. So when we talk about water, we have to talk about transboundary water management. On this, the European Union is already working for some years. So we are supporting many projects in Central Asia, in Jordan, in the Nile Basin, areas that, you know, are sensitive. So managing water there is also trying to solve security problems and bring peace. Then in the Mediterranean, we support the water agenda of the Union of the Mediterranean. You know that there are 47 countries on it. And we have there is then a water agenda very focused on sustainability. And of course, we have a lot of bilateral relations with countries on water. And of course, being here, I cannot not mention the convention, our work with the Convention Secretariat of the UNESE, so UN Economic Commission for Europe, and their engagement to the global and ever-growing problem of water. So, when we work about water at the European level, one of the key aspects is water efficiency, circular economy. So these are really the focus of our work. But in this case, we have to talk also about water cooperation. Water cooperation is key in our external policies. So I'm going to propose some points that we believe are super important for this water cooperation. So first, we need to analyze better the transboundary risk of water. So we need better data and better exchanges about these risks. We also need more planning. Many of the problems, so the problems have to be solved, what we say in French, en amont, not when the crisis explodes, let's say. And then this transboundary cooperation also has to improve the management of the funding. I like the point you raised. So we need really, the public money is being shrunken. So we need better cooperation to use better this money. And then we need, of course, early warning systems to present. So we have a strong commitment with what transboundary cooperation on the water, and this commitment comes from different forms. So we have financial support, around 380 million euros under the NDCI Global Europe, with also a substantial contribution in our Global Gateway. And then we have different actions related with water and security. So to conclude, so this, I want to apologize because my hierarchy was unable to come, but we really welcome this sort of events. We are convinced that first of all, water is one of the core problems that we have now, and it's not going to improve. And we are firmly convinced about the necessary cooperation, transboundary cooperation to solve this problem. So I look forward for future cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me just thank the European Union also for the support to this crucial topic, and hope that you will also be able to carry it forward, including in the negotiations still ongoing here at COP28. So finally, I would like to thank you all for your attendance here. It's quite amazing that at such a late time in the day, at the end of the COP, we have such a full room. That shows how important the topic of water is for climate change, and how really transboundary water cooperation can make adaptation more effective and efficient. And to conclude, I would really like to encourage you all to be water ambassadors, to bring the message home, to make peace about water, to talk to your neighbors, to friends about the importance of water for climate, to also speak to the layman about the importance of transboundary water cooperation, because it's often not understood on a local level. And this is even more crucial because on World Water Day next year, which will be celebrated in March 2024, on September 22nd March, will have as a topic water for peace. So really, through through water, we can create peace, as we said at the beginning of the event. And this should be the message which we want to bring forward to the negotiations, to the citizens, and even to our own communities. So thank you very much for attending. Thank you to the co-organizers of the event, namely BMZ, DRZ, and AMCA. And thank you to all the colleagues who have helped to prepare it. And also thank you very much to you and DESA from the SDG Pavilion, who enabled us to host this event here as a continuation also of the water conference in March this year. Have a good evening, and we look forward to continuing to work. And we stand ready from the point of view of the Water Convention to continue working with you, supporting basin organizations in Africa, but also elsewhere. Now we had a certain focus on Africa, but the topic is obviously crucially important in Asia or Latin America and in the Pan-European region. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, and esteemed audience, welcome to our panel discussion on climate scanner, audit institutions as pivotal players to leverage climate financing policies. So today we have here a group of experts who will shed light on crucial themes at the nexus of climate action, sustainable development, and institutional accountability. So let me first introduce our panelists. We have Dashiell Velasquez da Costa from the Federal Court of Auditors in Brazil, who is the project coordinator of Climate Scanner, this new innovative tool that we will present just in a minute. Then we have Baharet Sayedi, Senior Sustainable Development Officer at the Integrated Policy Analysis Branch, Division for Sustainable Development Goals of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDES. Then we have Sandra Guzman Luna, General Director of the Climate Finance Group of Latin America and the Caribbean. And Dr. Rainer von Senior Researcher at the Climate Policy Department of the German Institute for Economic Research. So welcome all. And we will start this panel discussion with an introduction to the groundbreaking Climate Scanner initiative led by the Federal Court of Accounts of Brazil in collaboration with 18 countries and in partnership with UNDESA, UNDP, the IDB, and the World Bank. So I will now first ask Dashiell to present the climate scanner.
Okay, first, thanks, Raisa, for the introduction. Also, thanks to all the panelists for being here. It's an honor to have you all here to discuss this very relevant topic. And also, hi to everybody who's watching us online. So, okay, let's begin this presentation. I have some PowerPoint slides that I would like to present. Oh, okay. So, as Raisa said, we are here today to present the Climate Scanner Initiative, which is this initiative led by Supreme Audit Institutions, or as we call them, SAIs. This is an acronym you will be hearing a lot. In Brazil, the Supreme Audit Institution is the Federal Court of Accounts. And the Supreme Court of Accounts, the Federal Court of Accounts of Brazil, is currently the chair to the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions. So it is in this context that we are putting forward this methodology for SAIs to use and assess how their countries, how their national governments are implementing actions towards climate change. So I gave you this brief context on Supreme Audit Institutions. Basically, our role is to conduct independent assessments on governmental action and to see if they are allocating resources in a good way, or whether if they're implementing public policies in an effective way. So this is basically our role and its contributions in the climate action by giving this assessment on how they are doing these actions and what in which what are the room for improvement in their actions. So as I already mentioned, we are chairing Intosai right now, and we're using this position to put forward this initiative. And I should also mention that this is also part of the work plan of the Intosai working group on environmental auditing. So there are a lot of projects oriented to environment and to climate, and this is one of these projects. Okay, so for the next year, in 2024, we have a very ambitious target, which is to engage more than 100 SAIs in this global assessment. And to do that, the solution we found was to build this rapid review methodology of assessment. So usually Supreme Audit Institutions, SAIs, are more known for conducting audits, but this is a different way of working. This is a rapid review. And even though it has some of the rationale of an audit, it is a little bit simpler. So science should find it easier to apply this tool and conduct these assessments and still produce some useful information. So the strategy for the rapid review, we are looking into 3 different axes: climate governance, climate finance, and public policies. I won't go in detail into each one of them, but I would like to highlight some of the components we have defined for this methodology. Also, we have developed this methodology based on the international agreements pertaining to this subject. So, for example, of course, the Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and also the Sustainable Development Goals, especially, of course, SDG 13 climate action. So this is the basic structure of this methodology. For each one of the three axes, we have chosen a set of components, each one representing a topic which is very relevant for SAIs to assess in their governmental actions. And for each one of the components, we have defined a set of criteria. And SAIs are going to look into those criteria and scoring their national governments according to how well implemented that component is. So this is basically how Climate Scanner works. In the end, we expect each country to have a sun chart like the one you're seeing on the screen with scores for each one of these components. And we are also going to consolidate that data into a global picture so we can know where governments are faring better and where they need to dedicate more efforts across all these components. So this methodology we have built with the help of 18 supreme audit institutions. As you can see, we have had SAIs from many different regions of the world, developed countries, developing countries, small island developing states as well. So we have a lot of different perspectives built into this methodology. And we, as Raisa mentioned, we also had some support from other partners. So UN DESA, who has gently, kindly allowed us to have this session today, has also been a great partner for us in this initiative. They also have helped us with financial support to conducting some of our in-person meetings with the other SAIs. So they've been fundamental in what we have achieved so far, and we are very happy to have them as partners. And we also had the technical cooperation of other institutions as well, such as the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank Group, and UNDP, United Nations Development Program. So as I mentioned before, I would just like to highlight some of the components of this methodology, especially the ones who relate the most closely to the SDGs, to the Sustainable Development Goals. So the first one, inside the governance axis, we're looking into long-term strategies that national governments are putting in place to addressing climate issues. So basically, we have these items, the existence of a long-term strategy, how this strategy is aligned to NDCs, and if they have looked into the synergies between the climate goals and other goals, other policies, because I think that is central to what some of the principles of the 2030 agenda. So we brought this concern into this tool. Another very important component we have is that related to horizontal and vertical coordination. So basically, what we're looking at here is whether the ministries, agencies, government bodies, they are acting together in a coordinated way across sectors and also across levels of government. So this is important to all countries. For example, in the case of Brazil, we have this federal structure. We have the federal level, we have state level, we have municipalities, and it is very important that all these levels are working together. This is a challenge for us, and we also have brought this into this tool. So we're looking into that as well. One other component we have is this component for inclusiveness. So here we are basically looking at vulnerable groups. We want to know if governments have identified what groups are most vulnerable to climate risks and the impacts of climate change, whether they have been integrated into decision-making processes, and whether the public policies reflect that participation of them. So if these policies have mechanisms to address their problems. This is, of course, we're looking into that leave no one behind principle. And finally, this is the last component I would like to highlight today. This is domestic and international private climate finance mechanisms. So one of the topics that have received more attention here is how we can unlock the potential of bringing the private finance into climate activities. And with this component, we're trying to map what mechanisms governments possess to direct this finance into climate activities, and if it has mechanisms for tracking the use of this finance and reporting on that. So this is basically the components I would like to show today. So already moving to the end of my presentation, in the next year, we will enter the execution phase. So basically, we are going to try to engage SAIs. We're going to invite all SAIs around the world to use this tool. We conducted a survey in 2023 and asked SAIs what kinds of experience they had related to auditing climate. And we found that among the 104 SAIs that have answered to this survey, that more than half of them hadn't conducted any audits related with climate change as the main topic in the last 5 years. So we have a big gap to cover, and I think Climate Scanner is going to help with that. In the beginning of the year, in March, we are scheduling a global call event where we will invite heads of SAIs to the UN headquarters in New York City in March 25, 26, to show them the importance of Climate Scanner and to ask them to commit to using this tool in the next year. After that, we are going to offer training for SAIs because we cannot take for granted that all SAIs are familiar with the topic of climate change. So we need to build a bit of capacity in that. And also after that, we also need to train them in how to apply the tool specifically. So they are able to understand all the components and know how they have to conduct these assessments. Of course, we're also building a handbook, so they have that orientation in a written paper they can consult easily. So just to wrap up, this is the next steps for 2024. Like I said, the global call in March, regional workshops for training the auditors around March, April, June, the national assessments along the year. We are going to consolidate the data towards the end of the year, and we expect to have the results. Now we know it's in November, in COP29 in, I don't know how to say in English, Azerbaijan, the name of the country, yes. Breaking news. So to wrap up, we expect to have the results by the end of 2024. So these are the success factors for our project. We need the engagement of SAIs. They need some training, both in climate change and in the tool, and also financial support to make all this happen in the next year. So I think this is it. Thank you very much, and I'll hand back it to Raisa.
Thank you, Dashiell. So as you can see, this is really an innovative tool, and it's very important for us representatives of INTOSAI and of Supreme Audit Institutions to be here at COP to hold governments accountable for their climate promises. And one of the components that Dashiell mentioned is the synergy between the different actions. So I would now like to invite the representative from DESA, our partner, Farhada Sayedi, to comment on this. So we have approximately 10 minutes for each panelist.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the invitation. I'm honored to be here. So on this topic of climate and SDG synergies, UN, DESA, and UNFCCC, we've been working on this since 2019. We have been convening annual dialogues to look at what does it really mean when we talk about synergistic action between the SDGs and climate change. Where are the data and evidence? Where are the challenges? Where are the opportunities? And what is really needed to take this forward and scale up joint up action and joint up implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Goals? And as part of that effort, earlier this year, we launched a expert group on climate and SDG synergies to take a deeper look at this topic and compile the evidence that's out there and come up with forward-looking recommendation on what's needed. So I'd like to share a few sort of key messages from the work of the expert group. Just to mention, this is an independent expert group consisting of 14 sort of experts from around the world that UNDESA and UNFCCC have co-convened for this exercise. So the first key message is that we can no longer afford solutions to multiple interconnected crises in isolation. So if you look at the SDGs, we know from the latest data that only 15% of the targets are on track. In fact, some of the targets, those, for example, related to children's health and education and those related to inequality, are being reversed for the first time in decades. On climate, of course, there is no shortage of data. You have all been hearing the last sort of week about the latest assessments of the IPCC, the latest assessment on the NDC synthesis report. So we know we're falling behind on the climate agenda as well. And so the only way to course correct is to apply integrated and a coherent approach to address these multiple crises together. That's the first measure. And if you look at the data is clear as well. So we need $4.3 trillion in financing if we want to reach 1.5 degrees by 2030. Now, if we don't take into account the issues of inequality and just transition, we are risking 80 million jobs being lost. We are risking 84 million people at risk of hunger by 2050. And the list goes on. So there is no, we can no longer say climate change is about GHG reduction. Climate change is a development issue. That's the key message here. And the second point is that the opposite of that is an opportunity. So pursuing the 2030 agenda and the climate goals together will result in greater results and more cost-effective solutions. And there again, the data, there's a growing number of growing body of evidence that suggests that. So for example, 43 trillions of gain in economic output by 2070 if SDGs and climate goals are aligned. 70% of the SDG targets can be met by measures via adaptation if we take into account development co-benefits. And I want to highlight this because this COP, the attention on adaptation has not been as great. Hopefully it will pick up in the next few days, but extremely important for the development agenda is adaptation. And the list goes on again, 24 million new jobs by 2030 in the renewable energy industry. So again, there is the opportunity there to pursue these agendas together. Now, the question is, if we have the evidence for why is it so important to pursue them together, why is it not happening? And one of the main reasons is that many developing countries are facing challenges in pursuing these agendas in an integrated way. So I'd like to highlight 3 buckets of issues. The first one is, which very much relates to your presentation, Dashiell, apologies. The first bucket is about the importance of data, knowledge, and evidence. So while deepening the evidence is important, we see that that evidence is not turning into action. So allowing policymakers to have access to tools and methodologies that can help them make more informed decisions is one of the bottlenecks. The second one is the issue of political issues, including policy incoherence, which you also pointed out in your presentation. So in many countries around the world, we have, for example, the Ministry of Climate, the Ministry of Environment who's dealing with climate change, and the Ministry of Energy who was not talking to the Ministry of Environment, and other ministries deal with other development issues, and there is no coordination or coherence in the policies that they bring together. So that leads to policy incoherence, which in a sense is a barrier to joint up implementation of SDGs and the climate goals. And lastly, but not least, perhaps one of the most important ones is finance. And there, one of the major issues, of course, is first of all, there's lack of additional financial resources who can sort of direct the attention to these twinning these issues, but also it's an issue of realignment, right? There is, in many contexts, there is finance, but finance is not going where it's needed. So realigning that finance towards the needs, the SDGs, and the climate change is critical. And I think this, the climate scanner that you presented, Dashiell, as well as the role of the sort of SAIs becomes very clear on all these issues. Whether it's providing a methodology for them to sort of be able to assess where are the entry points for co-benefits and where are the trade-offs, because there are trade-offs, and how they can take that into their decision making, or whether it's looking at climate proofing development, which is much needed to sort of avoid losing development benefits that have been gained because of climate impacts, or whether it's sort of looking at finance and how these issues can be twinned so that finance goes towards co-benefits. And so lastly, I want to say that if we want to overcome these barriers, we need all hands on deck. countries need support. There is the role of course, scientists and think tanks and those who are the custodians of knowledge to bring in the evidence. There's the role of the policymakers to turn that evidence into sound policies. And then, of course, there's the role of society at large, including civil society, private sector, multilateral institutions to drive the implementation of these policies. And at UN DESA, we are committed to do our part. Of course, we are very happy to be a partner of the Climate Scanner when we look forward to continuing our collaboration on that front. And on the topic of climate and SDG synergies in particular, next year we will continue to deepen the evidence base. So the second edition of the Global Report on Climate and SDG synergies will be produced next year. We will continue the annual dialogues. That will be the 5th Global Conference on Climate and SDGs. Again, this is happening next year. And lastly, we do see quite a bit of momentum amongst at the political level to raise this issue of synergies to the highest political level. And so we're happy to work with a number of member states, including Brazil, to elevate the importance of bringing together the Sustainable Development Goals and the climate agenda. And there's a number of opportunities next year vis-a-vis that. The High Level Political Forum, which is a forum where a number of SDGs are reviewed yearly, is going to take place in July. And next year, HLPF is focused on SDG 13. So there we will look at the synergy between climate and SDGs. And then, of course, there's the G20 that Brazil is going to host. There's the Summit of the Future, which is one of the major events of the General Assembly in September. And, of course, the issues of inequality, just transition, and development is going to be more and more pronounced in the intergovernmental processes related to climate. So we continue these sort of dialogues at COP29 in Azerbaijan. So thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. So this is very good that you pointed out that and I want to stress the fact that the climate scanner is not there to point out fingers at you're not doing good and you're doing better or anything like that. But we want to know what the real picture is so that we can direct our efforts where they are most needed. So that's the whole point of the climate scanner. And on G20, I also wanted to comment that we have an engagement group of the Supreme Audit Institutions. It's now the 3rd edition, so it's quite a new group. But it will be also in Brazil next year, and we will be also discussing the climate scanner and the climate initiatives at that occasion. Now let's continue to talk about climate finance. So I invite Sandra to give an overview of climate finance and sustainability, and also feel free to comment climate scanner from your point of view. Thank you, of course.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Dashiell, Raisa, for the invitation to be part of this very interesting panel. And actually, I would like to keep it not quite short because it would be great to have a conversation between the colleagues. First of all, I would like to start reflecting about why we are here in COP28 and why this COP is particularly important, and why a tool like climate can be very meaningful for what we are doing in this space. Let's remember that we are here. We are going to have, hopefully, the very first global stock take, which is an assessment on to what extent we are succeeding in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. And what is relevant of the global stock take is because it's not only an assessment about what happened, but ideally, and we hope, it's going to be also a message about what needs to happen ahead, like what is what we need to do to improve what we haven't done correctly, because we recognize that there are several gaps in terms of policies, there are several gaps in terms of finance, but I think this is the analysis in how we can close those gaps. Unfortunately, not all of our countries, I would say probably I know very little number of countries that have been doing that assessment at the national level. No, so for instance, all countries are called to have these national determined contributions. They are called to have these national adaptation plans, but many or a few countries are actually saying, okay, are we actually accomplishing what we establish in those policies or not? So that's why I do believe that the job that these entities can is going to be very, very important, because sometimes we need the guidance, and the international process is giving us the guidance. But what we need is a methodology or a process to actually conduct those assessments at the national level. And it's not only about doing those assessments, but also like sending the right recommendations to kind of like let's say fix the pathway. What I observe in not only let's say developing countries, but generally speaking, I think has been very difficult to assess that, let's say, where we want to be and where we are at the moment, and how to close those gaps is something that is not always as easy as it looks. I'm from Mexico, and what I see in Latin America, for instance, is that we have a lot of tools. No, we have climate change laws, we have national strategies on climate change, and we have sometimes even institutional arrangements. But one of the critical points is not only about having it, no, like you can tick the box, let's say, but it's to what extent you are implementing those in an effective way. And this is the tricky part. In Mexico, we have, you could say, if you scan like the reality in Mexico, you would say, very good student, like tick, 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 tick. But when you go to the deep side in terms of to what extent these policies are reducing emissions, to what extent these policies are actually reducing vulnerability, then you will start seeing that the challenge is beyond like what we imagine. It's a coordination matter. But it's also it's a collaboration kind of approach between the federal government and the local government and the local communities, because climate change is not this environmental problem itself anymore. No, it used to be designed by the environmental ministries, but now we are talking about this cross-cutting issue. And when you do this analysis in a cross-cutting way, you will see that climate change is, as the colleague said, it's not only about reducing emissions, but it's about like generating jobs, like changing the way that the transport works, changing the way that the energy works. And in that sense, what we need to do is mainstream climate change all across the different sectors, all across the different, let's say, instruments, and of course, all across the financial flows. And I would like to refer in GFLAG, what we do is we track a lot of the financial flows in Latin America, because for us it's important to know like how much money do we have, no, to face the problem. And now for us it's very important the question about how much do we actually need, because for instance we have this tool, the Sustainable Finance Index, and we are tracking, no, how much money is coming from our countries from international cooperation on climate change. But also, we are tracking how much money is coming to our countries from carbon intensive activities, because we have oil producers in the region, and all this money is coming. So we have not only these positive flows, but also negative flows. We have been also analyzing to what extent our countries are spending their money on these matters. No, so we are analyzing the expenditure related to climate change, and also the expenditure on carbon intensive activities, because just if you consider the 20 major emitters in the region, they receive 15 times more money from carbon intensive activities than from climate finance, for instance. And of course, the incentive to continue the polluting is high. Um, and if you see the budgets, they spend 31 times more in carbon intensive activities than in climate change or sustainable activities. So for us, it's not only about talking about sustainable finance and increasing sustainable finance, but it's also about decreasing carbon intensive finance, decreasing these perverse incentives that are creating the problems, such as fossil fuel subsidies, agricultural subsidies that are not good because they are generating deforestation. And I think this is the debate that we would like to have. It's not about the positive and for instance there are information that says that yeah, there were mobilized 600 millions of dollars on climate change from public and private resources, according to OECD or to CPI and other sources. And it's good to know that there are more money flowing. But when you see the amount of money that is still going to fossil fuels, it's just is no, and then you say there is money. Money is out there, but it's how to transform. And I think this is the type of discussions that is very relevant to have at the national level, and methodologies like climate scanner can be very, very useful to assess like where are we, like in a more harmonic way, not only in obviously in developed but also in developing countries. And once you have that baseline, you can also start deciding and defining what's next. And I think coming from it's not the same if I'm as an NGO go and say to the government, "Hey, you are not complying." It's very different than in the institutions such as the audit entities that are actually measuring the accountability come with a number of recommendations to say you can actually change the pathway. And when you do that from the bottom instead of the top-down approach, but rather from the bottom, it's the best strategy that you can have to actually connect international processes, international goals with national actions, and that's why I think it's a great tool. And as we have been discussing, for us, it's going to be an amazing pleasure to kind of collaborate in the capacity building process, because transparency, it's critical for climate action. But information regarding climate finance and the disaggregated information that you need is extremely difficult to find. And this is one of the challenges, not only from the public sector, but also from the private sector. Like, where is the information? Where is the money? Is one of the questions that is still very present, is not solved. And then obviously you need the participation, no? All different actors, not only the environmental ministry, as I was saying, but like the treasury, like a finance ministry, and lots of different actors that need to be part of the debate, and the accountability process, no? Like this is a process. This is like once you have that analysis, you have to update it and track, no, to what extent we are accomplishing what we want. And I think in the context of the SDGs is going to be critical, because obviously, again, is this cross-cutting sector. And for many developing countries, for us, it's about well-being, it's about creating jobs and creating a whole new type of economies, that how to decouple our economy from these carbon-intensive activities and generate a whole new type of industries to generate jobs and change lives at the end of the day. So yeah, so again, congratulations for the tool, and very, very happy to continue the collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra. So I see from your words that we are really needed, and audit is needed in this area. So we really need to know what is being done with the money, and not just the money, but with the public policies and the governance structures. There is the space here now for this discussion. So we come in the right time with the right tool, I hope. And now we will hear from Dr. Heiner von has already been familiarized a little bit with our climate scanner tool. He has extensive CV with a lot of experience in different projects around the world. So we really appreciate your consultancy, and we need your views to make the climate scanner an effective tool. And now we would like to hear from you, your views on this topic.
Thank you very much, Raisa, and also to Daciel for inviting me here. And I'm really happy that I can contribute to this process. Based on my experience, this topic of climate policy coordination, it was mentioned a couple of times before, is important on, let's say, 3 levels at least. So one is the global level of the SDGs, speaking about the synergies, speaking about the need to integrate more. That's also reflected on national levels of governments. What they do, I think, also has a lot of implications for an integrated way or non-integrated way how to do things in climate policy. And then, of course, on the local level. So what I would like to speak about is this challenge of coordination. Daciel was showing that as one item in the climate scanner framework. And somebody said finding a solution to climate policy coordination is like the search for the philosopher's stone, because it's got a long history of attempts by governments to coordinate properly. It's becoming more and more challenging, I think, in the light of the many complex and some say really wicked policy problems, such as climate policy, where you're dealing with an environmental challenges that stretches out across all sectors that you could think of and touches upon all these. So Yeah, but first, what would we mean actually by coordination? And we mean by that that there is some kind of institutional arrangement that steers the activities of actors and institutions in various policy fields to a common goal. So, and that way, I think it's something like a backbone or a central element to assess the performance of what governments are doing. Because if you miss out on that coordination, to tackle the coordination challenge, it means essentially, and it was mentioned before, that in many of these, many of the situations that countries are in, you have a Ministry of Environment that is coordinating climate policy. And but the implementation of those actions take place in sectoral line ministries such as energy, forestry, etc. So how do you close that gap? How do you assess the performance of governments to reach out, build that bridge, and coordinate with sectoral ministries? That's essentially one of the challenges to assess. And so you could think of two ways how coordination can be done. One is the horizontal, that is, take a government like Indonesia. Let's pick out this example. We have a number of line ministries that are forming part of the National Action Plan on climate change or on mitigation of climate change. And so then this is a coordination instrument by the government. Then you have also some coordinating bodies there. There is a steering group in the Ministry of Environment and Forests that is, let's say, taking care of the day-to-day coordination tasks. The question is not only whether these institutions or these arrangements exist, but it's also important to see if there is life in these institutions. Do these members of these institutions, do they have, let's say, integrated indicators for their work? Or are they bound by their own ministries, for example? You have a director in the Ministry of Energy and participating in a coordinating meeting, and then is he reporting or she reporting back to the Ministry of Energy that yes, we have made our point, or is the point an integrated one where you integrate climate concerns into the Ministry of Energy's work? So I think these will be crucial aspects to look into when you assess the performance of what governments are doing. So that's the horizontal level of coordination. And then there is another one that's closely connected to multi-level governance. That is the national and the local level. How well are the individual roles defined of what local governments should do in terms of climate policy implementation? What is the role of national governments? And there, I think, compared to the situation of the horizontal coordination, it's I think you're entering new terrain there, I would say. It is strangely overlooked by governments. It's a very old issue because it's almost philosophical depth, whether you have more, let's say, autocratic structures, where you have more liberal structures, where you have, let's say, a more polycentric way of governing. You give a lot of freedom or autonomy to the regions, to the local governments, or do you have more centralized steering? So all that is, I think, also important to look into if you want to know the framework in which you assess the performance of countries' coordination efforts. So yeah, with these two levels, I think you, especially with the vertical coordination, you are also closing the gap to implementation, I think, because the national government, they are, of course, important for clarifying the terms of implementation. So under what conditions should implementation take place? But the real implementation of measures is, of course, that's happening on the local level. So looking into that, I think, helps also to assess how governments are performing in terms of the implementation effort for this. So with these points, I would like to mention that the coordination performance of governments is really important. Lastly, because also to close that that conversation that we had about the need for a more integration view on the SDGs, but here on that let's say more nuanced picture of what governments are doing. It's, I think, an important element in this bigger picture. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. von Lübke, for your words. And I would like to still keep you here a little, as we have this specialist group here, and we would love to take advantage of this moment to get some of your views. So as Dashiell mentioned, we will have these training sessions next year, and we're actually quite surprised that over half of the SAIs have not performed climate audits. It's something quite alarming because we need to hold the governments accountable, and if they don't audit the government, so we don't know what's going on. And we have these training sessions. So I would first like to ask Dashiell to comment a little bit what we have planned, and then I would like to hear your views. Like Dr. von Lübke, you mentioned this horizontal level, which is a new terrain. So how could we approach this with the auditors? All this money that Sandra, you mentioned, that is going to this non-sustainable ends. So this is something like we are looking at what's being done with the climate money, but what's not. Is it something that we could at least train the auditors to be mindful of the fact? And then all these international agreements and all these tools and everything, we have been here at COP, and I'm overwhelmed with all the acronyms. So how can these auditors in some of the, you say, for example, small states where they have 3 auditors doing audits on pen and paper, so how can they possibly understand all these instruments that are available? First, Dashiell, you can comment a little bit on the training sessions we are planning to have.
Okay, thanks for the question. Well, for this training, just to give a context again, we in the survey we conducted in 2023, we also asked auditors about the topics they would like to receive training in, and 2 things that came from that survey, 2 results that we had, is that one of the topics that drew more attention was climate finance. So even though we are institutions that are used to work with accountancy and finance, it's still, this is a new topic for us. So we need, they feel like they need training in climate finance. And also that, of course, they need training for applying the tool itself. So more than 70% of the SAIs said they would like to receive training to, if they were to apply the climate scanner to their countries. So what we thought of, since we have this ambitious target of engaging more than 100 SAIs, we need to have some very, how can I say, well-planned strategy to address that. And the way we found that is to do a regional, to take a regional approach. So first, of course, we will try to offer them some basic training on climate change, because like I said, we cannot take for granted that they are familiar with the topic, so we need to build some capacity. But after that, we're going into regions, so we can have this in-person hands-on exercise. We are taking this methodology, this framework, we're going to explain all the components, but we are also looking into trying to make some exercises, trying to fill out or to fill in, I don't know, some of the components with real data. So we're thinking of doing this hands-on exercise, so they actually get their hands on their job and get to know a little bit about how they should be conducting those assessments. And after that, we are training some disseminators. Those that executive group I showed with 18 countries, some of them will help us with disseminating the tool, so they will be part of these workshops, and they will be available afterwards to as a help desk to auditors. So if they have any questions about how to conduct the assessments, these disseminators and we from TCU will be available to help them. So this is it.
So maybe we now start with Dr. von Lübke, if you want to comment.
I was thinking about your question, which is a very good one, because you can have, say, I think, very coherent results of an audit if you look at the climate aspects, you know. But there are elements that probably need to be considered that are not appearing as climate as such. It could be, I mean, we heard, for example, the co-benefits. If we look at the coordination challenge that I was mentioning before, and you could have processes that governments are having once a year, where you could have a meeting between national government and local governments about, say, development planning processes, etc., where climate is not yet playing the role where it probably should have. So I think in these training sessions, it could be interesting to look also into these areas that are not yet labeled as climate, but they are highly relevant and important to assess the performance, because there are countries where these kind of meeting between national and local governments, they are very important, because that's where the development plans are prepared and policies are agreed upon, or the policy priorities are agreed upon. But there is not yet the integration of climate happening. So that might be an aspect to also to include in these trainings. So if if I may make that suggestion.
Thank you very much. That's a very good suggestion. So, Sandra, then please.
Thank you so much. Well, one of the elements that I well actually already suggested is it is important to have like actually a guide document where you can kind of define elements, because as we were saying just now, like sometimes you can talk about mitigation, adaptation, and we give for granted that everyone understands. But climate finance is particularly more complex because we don't even have a definition of climate finance internationally. We have an operational definition, and but when you break down climate finance as a definition, you have different elements. No, in climate finance, it's for instance, a lot of entities that invest, I don't know, in reforestation. They don't necessarily call it climate finance. They don't necessarily know that that's related to climate even. No? So for us, it's like reforestation, climate. Okay, no? But when you talk with entities like in agriculture sector or like water sector or others, it's like, no, we don't do anything about climate. It's just go with environmental ministry. And it's real. No, and we have been talking with many, many different actors, and it's like, no, 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 go with environmental ministry. So I think it's very important to have an actual kind of like once you have the tool, because indicators are kind of like aggregated indicators, and then you have a. It's important to break down and describe that better to make it easier. In our experience, it is capacity building is not a once like moment. No, it's like this capacity building is a process, is a systematic process that needs to happen constantly, because in our experience, once you have that capacitation and then you leave, those entities will change as well. Let's remember that we are dealing with governments that change all the time, priorities change, different levels of things may happen, and when you have this systematic approach, you will more successful, no, in terms of capacity, like the right people, because sometimes you go with certain let's say levels in terms of the people, and when you talk with auditors, it's important to say, okay, what is the who has to be involved. So it's like this characterization of who is involved is very important, because it's important to have the technicians, but also the political ones, at least in the overall kind of goals that you are want to pursue. So and finally, I could say that it's not only about I think selling the tool or selling the idea of doing this analysis is very important. The narrative matters. And again, when you want to change things, I think this is precisely one of the elements. Like, how can you use all of this information to connect with processes? So, for instance, now we are designing a new collective goal on climate finance, and it's what's the synergy with the climate finance, with the sustainable finance discussion. So if we don't have those elements at the national level to come and see, okay, what is additional, what is new, what is like, but having those elements at the national level is going to be easier to say, okay, you know what, we want more money, we don't want the same pool, but at the end of the day, every single piece will matter. All the different resources, and what we want is transform all the financial flows. And if we have this evidence at the local level, it's going to be easier to connect the different processes internationally, including the biodiversity convention and the biodiversity discussion. That is another layer in the map. And for developing countries, that's kind of critical. No, so my suggestions would be around those areas, and super happy to also help you.
We are very grateful for your help, and we count on it, actually. And then finally, Baharia, if you can comment on the very
Sure.
complex.
Very complex question. But first of all, I wanted to say, please don't feel overwhelmed. It is overwhelming for everyone. And I bet if we put some of the climate negotiators in the Supreme Other Institutions gathering, they would feel as overwhelmed. So here, the point is, I think this exercise or the climate scanner can be looked at as a mainstreaming tool on both sides. One, sort of the SALs will be more familiarized with the discussions on climate because, as you mentioned, there's a particular skill that they have, but the climate change issue has not been applied to it yet. So there, the question is, their skill is there. We just need to apply it to a different sort of topic, and that some kind of a training will be needed. And on this front, in the climate discussions, of course, as I mentioned, I truly believe everyone has a role to play. SAIs play an important role, and they need to be part of this conversation. But for that to happen, they need to know specifically what is their added value, what is the offer. So in that sense, a tool like this will clarify this is the added value, this is why we're here, this is how we can support addressing some of these barriers like policy incoherence, like coordination vertically and horizontally. So I think it will help sort of shape this issue of what is their role versus how they can support the discussions on climate in the most effective way. Um, and I think I'll end it here. Thank you.
So now we are coming to the end of our discussion. So I will give to Dashiell give some final words.
Okay, so I'll be very brief. I would just like to say that okay, we've been working with Climate Scanner for 2 years now, and each time we meet with other people, we learn a lot, and it's been no different here. So thank you very much for participating and for helping us with all this and teaching us a lot more about your areas of expertise. I'm happy to say that we will be able to contact you in future occasions to count with your help as well to keep improving the tool. Climate Scanner is a living tool, so we have made a lot of effort to bring the best framework we could. But of course, we can still improve, can always improve, and we're at a good moment right now because we're planning these training sessions and writing the handbook. So I think we can still bring some more lessons into these assessments to make it the best possible in the first round. Of course, in the future we may talk about other improvements as well, but well, that's my final message would be thank you so much for the lessons, and thanks also for your help, and we hope to count with you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, DESA, for offering this space. This has been very good. I have many ideas, and I'm sure Dashiell too. So we hope to count on your contributions in the future too. So thank you very much.